Chapter 275. But it took you so much effort to get these, why are you giving them all to me? Song Suijing quickly pushed the inner cores back to him. Yixian let out an indifferent laugh and said, "The amount of inner cores in my storage ring is more than you can imagine. Not only that, I've also prepared a set for your brother." He then took out another set of inner cores. If these inner cores were sold, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Really? Song Suijing still couldn't believe it. Yixian helplessly pinched her cheeks and said, "They're just inner cores, I'll go get some more later." Song Suijing was shocked when she heard this. "You're going back there again? There's a heavenly core warrior there." "Don't worry, I'm not going to the heavenly Yuan sect. I'm going to the Green Serene Land. Now that the Green Source Giant has left, there's nothing there that can threaten me." Yixian quickly shook his head. "I'm going too," Song Suijing said with a firm expression. "Just stay here and refine the profound beast's inner core. This pill is the same as before, it can greatly increase the speed at which you refine the inner core. I'll only be gone for a few days. When I come back, you guys might be able to break through to the Earth Core stage." Yixian took out a few more pills. Earth Core realm? After hearing this, Song Suijing's eyes lit up. She was only at the initial mortal core realm, and she was still one step away from breaking through to the Earth Core realm. Was it really possible to break through to the Earth Core realm in a few days? Right at this moment, she subconsciously lowered her head and looked around. She realized that all the inner cores were at the Earth Core realm, not a single one was at the mortal core realm. "Be careful then, I'll wait for you here." Song Suijing thought for a moment. Then she decided not to follow him. Just now, the Supreme Elder said that he might bring everyone back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion first. "You guys can go back first, I'll go straight to the Soaring Heaven Mansion later," Yixian said. "N." Song Suijing nodded her head obediently. Before this, she didn't have much confidence in Yixian, but this time she was full of confidence. Yixian was probably the only person who could easily kill a small Earth Core Green Source Giant with a cultivation base at the late mortal core realm. The two of them quietly waited in the cave for a while. Soon after, the Supreme Elder sent someone over to ask them to return to the Soaring Firmament Mansion. As for Yixian, he rode on a rock and headed straight to the Green Serene Land. The Green Source Giant Green Source Giant Green Source Giant. If one were to refine a high-grade one, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Note: this chapter is not finished yet. Please turn the page. Although the cultivation obtained through this method wasn't stable, if it was used with the refining pill that Yixian exchanged for, not only would the refining speed be greatly increased, there wouldn't be any side effects. Therefore, this time Yixian wanted to hunt a huge amount of inner cores, then sell them together with the refining pill. The profit would definitely be more than what he could get from consuming the inner cores. However, there were a few competitors for this precious land. 2 Earth Core sect elders from the Soaring Heaven Mansion came. They were the chief weapon craftsman, Elder Hu, and the chief alchemist, Elder Lien. As for the Heavenly Yuan sect, they sent 2 initial Earth Core sect elders. The competition was quite fierce. The 5 of them rode on a rock and headed to the Green Serene Land. They traveled through the night, and it only took them 1 day to arrive. After that, they asked the rock to rest in a safe place. Then they all entered the Green Serene Land. TSK, I can feel it. My efficiency is definitely higher than all 4 of them combined." Yixian sneered. The reason why there were so few divine core warriors in the 4 big regions was because of the lack of profound beasts. Without profound beast cores to help them cultivate, they could only rely on time. If they could obtain a huge amount of profound beast cores, then the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely surpass the Heavenly Yuan sect. But Yixian didn't dare be careless. After all, there were still profound Earth Core profound beasts here. 3 o'clock, 600 meters. Yixian closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then he immediately dashed out. The slaughter had begun. The Green Serene Land wasn't a big place. Since the 5 of them entered from different directions, it would probably only take them 2 days to kill all the profound beasts here. Yixian's efficiency was extremely fast. In just half a day, he'd already killed over 100 profound beasts and obtained over 100 profound beast inner cores of different ranks. Among them, there were even 7 Earth Core inner cores, 3 of which were at the initial Earth Core stage. In total, there were more than 100 profound beast cores. However, when night fell, Yixian suddenly saw a corpse. It was a human corpse that shocked him. Yixian squinted his eyes and realized that he had seen the corpse before. He immediately murmured in shock. Isn't this the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect? How did he die here? He subconsciously checked the surroundings, and after confirming that there weren't any living things around, he walked over to the corpse. The corpse was indeed the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect was an initial Earth Core Realm expert. With the addition of a mid-Earth Core Realm profound beast that he bought from Yixian, he should have been able to fight against a profound Earth Core profound beast. Yet he had died there. Yixian carefully checked the corpse and found that the Grand Elder had a lifeless expression when he died. There were no wounds on his body, so he didn't know how he died. The yin and yang ring and the mid-earth tool are still here. Looks like it wasn't done by someone. What could have killed him? Yixian was extremely surprised. He immediately put away the yin and yang ring and the mid-earth tool. However, just as he was about to put the corpse away, he was shocked to find that the corpse couldn't be put into the yin and yang ring. Why was that? Yixian was very surprised. The devouring system couldn't store corpses, but the yin and yang ring could. However, in the next moment he knew why. There seemed to be something swimming in the corpse's stomach. At this moment the thing suddenly swam to the corpse's throat, then suddenly jumped out. Not good. Yixian reacted. He quickly disassembled the 8 desolate sword and condensed it into an 8 desolate shield, blocking in front of him. Bang! Something hit the 8 desolate shield, but it was blocked by the shield. Yixian couldn't see it. His eyes flashed, and as soon as his voice rang out, a surge of Dan essence gushed out. I don't care what you are. I'll cut you into 8 pieces first. 8 desolate wind formation. In an instant the shield was torn to pieces, and began to move in a complicated pattern. However, as the 8 sharp blades were moving at high speed, Yixian saw a green light flash into the bushes. Trying to run? Yixian took out his mid-earth tool bow, and shot a fire dragon arrow in that direction. The extremely high temperature instantly burned the trees in the way to ashes. However, the thing still managed to escape. What is that thing? How can it be so fast? Yixian revealed an expression of shock. Even his eyes couldn't see what that thing was. Moreover, he could sense it when it was moving, but he couldn't sense it after it entered the bushes. This meant that it was still around. End of chapter. Chapter 276. What the hell is this thing? How could it drill into my throat? Luckily I have the 8 desolate shield, or else my internal organs would have been eaten by it. Thinking about this, Yixian subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He quickly raised his hand and shot out a fire dragon arrow, burning the surrounding area and forcing the thing to reveal its true form. However, just as he raised his hand and shot out the 3rd arrow, a green light appeared. It's finally out. I'll keep my mouth shut. Let's see how you're going to get in. Yixian thought to himself and once again used the 8 desolate wind formation. At the same time, he raised the longbow in his hand and shot towards the sky. Rain of arrows. Countless starlights shot out and pierced through the surrounding trees. The green light was frightened and quickly fled into the distance. Yixian caught sight of its figure and his eyes flickered. Mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Soul-breaking arrow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the sky, but it didn't hit the thing. Such fast speed, it has already surpassed me. Yixian was shocked once again. His speed was already considered fast. Even a small Earth Core warrior wouldn't be able to catch up with him. But this thing was even faster than Yixian. It should be at the peak of the Earth Core realm. This thing looks like a small snake, but it's much faster than me. I'll give up. Although the profound core of a profound beast at the late Earth Core realm was very precious and could allow a martial artist who had just entered the Earth Core realm to break through to the initial Earth Core realm, this little snake wasn't even afraid of the 8 desolate wind killing array. Yixian wasn't confident in killing it. If it accidentally entered his stomach, it would be troublesome. It was fine if his heart was eaten, but what if his kidney was eaten? How was he going to play then? Therefore, Yixian decided to be a coward this time. After putting away the corpse of the great elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Yixian directly left in the opposite direction. After that, he found a place and emptied the great elder's storage ring into his devouring space. Not bad, not bad. The wealth of a small Earth Core warrior is indeed not bad. Yixian was grinning from ear to ear. Not counting the Niden, he had about 1 trillion devouring points, which was equivalent to 1 devouring crystal. He carefully calculated. There were 33 mortal core inner cores, 3 early earth core inner cores, and 2 initial earth core inner cores. In total, there were about 5 devour crystals. Next, he began to kill again. However, he did not dare to be careless now. If he was not careful, his kidneys could be eaten. The green land at night is not dark, and many plants will emit a faint light. The green light that stretched as far as the eye could see allowed those green-skinned Xian beasts to hide very well within it. However, Yixian could easily find these mystical beasts with the help of his bloodline. Right at this moment, hiss! A faint sound entered Yixian's ears. It wasn't the sound of the grass rustling in the wind, but something moving on the ground. It's that damn thing. Yixian immediately sensed it. It was that little snake. But this time the situation was a bit special. The little snake had just drilled into a person's mouth. Who is it? Yixian's heart trembled. Right now, besides him, there were only 3 people left in the green land. He wondered who this dead person was. Yixian stood a few hundred meters away. He took out a mid-rank earth-tier bow and arrows and waited. The figure a few hundred meters away was crazily twitching. In the end, it fell limp on the ground, dead. Since he's dead, then I'll offend you. Yixian's eyes lit up. He quickly drew his bow and shot a few soul-breaking arrows. Swoosh! The soul-breaking arrows pierced through the air and hit the corpse. Did I hit it? Yixian frowned. He shot a few more arrows just in case. A total of 7 arrows, all of which hit the corpse's stomach. After that, Yixian did not sense anything coming out of the corpse's mouth. Then he rushed over to the corpse. The corpse was none other than Elder Hu, the chief weapon craftsman of Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, Elder Hu's corpse was already riddled with holes. The soul-breaking arrows had pierced through 7 times. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to whip the corpse. Yixian mourned for 2 seconds in his heart. Then he quietly walked over. At this moment, a ball of green light suddenly shot out of the green-bearded elder's stomach and headed straight for Yixian. He's not dead yet? Yixian's expression turned solemn. He suddenly disassembled the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate shield. Clang! The 8 desolate shield formed in an instant. Coincidentally, it happened to clamp the little snake's head. Yixian did not care about anything else. He immediately raised his hand and shot a soul-breaking arrow. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Whoosh! A cold light flashed and shot into the small head in the middle of the 8 desolate shield. Clang! The 8 desolate shield opened up and the little snake's corpse fell to the ground. At this moment, Yixian finally saw the little snake's appearance. This little snake was no different from an ordinary snake. It was green all over, and there was a circle symbol on its head. Such an ordinary little snake. How could it be so fast? What is it? Yixian squatted down and placed his hand on the dead snake's body. He muttered in his heart, "Devour!" However, in the next moment, he heard a system notification that was different from the others. It was a system notification that he had never heard before. Ding! The host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse. The reward is 1 advancement point. What? Yixian was surprised. He immersed his consciousness into the devouring system. At this moment, other than the devouring crystals and devouring points, there was an additional advancement point in the devouring system. Just as he was wondering what the advancement point was for, another notification sounded. Ding! Activating the high-grade bloodline advancement system. Yixian's eyes flashed. High-grade bloodline advancement system? He quickly checked the high-grade bloodlines that he had fused with and realized that there were many more branches. Thousand Beast bloodline can be advanced. Advancement Path 1 Strength. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Path 2 Agility. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Thunderbolt Leopard bloodline can be advanced. Advancement Path 1 Agility. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Advancement Path 2 Jumping Power. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Thousand Flower bloodline can be advanced. Advancement Path 1. Recovery Speed. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of recovery by 10%. Advancement Path 2. Detoxification Ability. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the detoxification ability by 10%. Sword Emperor Bloodline can be advanced. Advancement Path 1. Sword Skill Power. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the power of sword skills by 10%. Advancement Path 2. Perception. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the perception of sword skills by 10%. Yixian had fused with more than 10 bloodlines. Each bloodline could be advanced. He took a look and realized that this advancement point was too overpowered. Chapter 277. The 10,000 Beasts Bloodlines' 2 advancement paths were very useful. One was to increase the strength of his hands, while the other was to increase the speed of his legs. If he obtained 10 advancement points and advanced the 10,000 Beasts Bloodlines' agility 10 times, wouldn't his speed double? He looked through all the bloodline advancement paths and realized that movement speed was the best choice. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was invincible. As long as one's speed was fast enough, one could even stab a person to death with a tree branch. If one's movement speed was fast enough, one could even smash a person's head with a kick. He did not have violent tendencies and strength was not his favorite, so naturally, he would choose movement speed. A 10% increase in movement speed could very well be the difference between victory and defeat in a battle. However, in the next moment Yixian suddenly thought of another problem. Both the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline and the Thunder Leopard Bloodline had movement speed advancement paths. Moreover, the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline and the Thunder Leopard Bloodline were both physique bloodlines. In the future, he could only upgrade one bloodline to the top level. He could only upgrade the second bloodline by exchanging for the top-level bloodline expansion. After the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline advanced, it would be the Beast King Bloodline. After the Thunder Leopard Bloodline advanced, it would be called the Lightning Leopard. The Beast King Bloodline had both strength and speed, while the Lightning Leopard Bloodline was purely speed with an additional jumping ability. If he chose the Lightning Leopard Bloodline, it would definitely be faster than the Beast King Bloodline. The problem was, which bloodline should he upgrade to the top level in the future? There would be a difference in speed. Moreover, if he upgraded the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline to the Beast King Bloodline, would the advancement effect be reset to 0? Would the advancement points disappear or be returned? These 2 questions made Yixian very conflicted. He stood in place and thought for a while before making a decision. Who cares if it's reset to 0? Let's upgrade the current one first. The Beast King Bloodline is yours. At that moment, Yixian chose to upgrade the 10,000 Beasts Bloodline speed. Ding! Upgrade successful. The host's movement speed is increased by 10%. After hearing the prompt, Yixian's figure flashed and began to run. Sure enough, my movement speed is increased by 10%. Moreover, there is also an effect when I use martial arts. With this boost, my combat power is at least 30% to 30%. Yixian laughed out loud in his heart as he quickly wandered around the forest, looking extremely pleased. He had already made up his mind. He would first upgrade the 1000 Beasts Bloodline to the highest level, as it would enhance his entire physique. He didn't want to save the advancement points for when he had a top-notch bloodline. He wanted to live in the present. As for the Thunder Leopard Bloodline, he would have to wait until he could afford a top-notch bloodline expansion. This time Yixian really didn't make a mistake in coming. Not only was there a profit of mystical beast inner cores, there was also an advancement point. That little snake is called the Devouring Beast. No wonder it's still as thick as a finger even after eating so many innards. Let me look around and see if there are any more. When he thought of this, Yixian didn't stay any longer and continued to search this piece of green land. He hoped that there would be another 8 or 10 devouring beasts. That way, his strength would increase exponentially. However, encountering a devouring beast was already an extremely difficult matter. He searched the entire green serene land but did not see a second devouring beast. It seemed that the devouring beast that had escaped the first time was the one that he had killed. What a pity, what a pity. I wonder if this devouring beast looks like a little snake or something else. I hope I can meet it again. Yixian helplessly shook his head. While searching for the devouring beast, he had killed many mystical beasts. Although his movement speed had only increased by 10%, his efficiency had increased by a lot. 2 days later, he had almost killed all the mystical beasts in the Green Serene Land. The entire Green Serene Land was quiet, not even the chirping of birds could be heard. All living creatures had been killed. Yixian's harvest was also great. Excluding the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Supreme Elder, and the Soaring Heaven Mansion's Chief Weapon Refiner, Elder Hu, he had over 270 mortal core inner cores. He had 17 inner cores that had just entered the Earth Core realm, 10 initial Earth Core inner cores, and even 2 advanced Earth Core inner cores. Not only that, he had also obtained more than 10 devouring crystals by devouring corpses and natural treasures. He now had a total of 35 devouring crystals, and this didn't include the other 2 mystical beast cores. He estimated that if he could devour all the mystical beast cores, he wouldn't be too far away from breaking through to the Earth Core realm. Right now, he was rushing towards Soaring Heaven's location. Before he arrived, the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Supreme Elder and the Soaring Heaven Mansion's Chief Alchemist, Elder Lian, had arrived. "Yixian, you're finally here." When Elder Lian saw Yixian, he couldn't help but say, "Elder Lian." Yixian greeted respectfully. When he was still in the Green Serene Land, he had met Elder Lian and told him about Elder Hu's death. That was why Elder Lian already knew about it. As for the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Great Elder, he also told him the truth. That Great Elder's corpse was handed over to the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Enforcement Elder, the old man next to Elder Hu. Sigh, I didn't expect the Great Elder to die so miserably. His stomach was emptied. The Heavenly Yuan Sect's Enforcement Elder shook his head and kept the corpse. Other than the corpse, Yixian also took the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Great Elder's belongings, including the mystical beast cores. He didn't lack these crystals now. "Senior, please restrain your grief," Yixian said calmly. "On the path of martial arts, life and death are up to fate." Sigh. The Enforcement Elder sighed again. Elder Lian was also a little sad because Elder Hu was his good friend. The 2 of them had joined the Soaring Heaven Mansion together for a few decades. Who would have thought that Elder Hu would die here? Elder Lian quickly recovered. After all, he was used to seeing big waves. He turned his head and asked, "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Yixian, how's your harvest?" Hearing this question, Yixian only smiled and didn't say anything. When Elder Lian and the Enforcement Elder of the Heavenly Yuan Sect saw his smile, they immediately understood that Yixian's harvest had reached a level that they didn't dare to imagine. The Enforcement Elder sighed again and again. It was really like the Yangtze River pushing the waves ahead. Each wave was stronger than the previous one. Right, what was the Yangtze River? Now that the 3 of them had arrived, they directly rode on the Soaring Heaven Rock and rushed back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Taking advantage of the opportunity to go back, the 2 elders also started to refine their mystical beast cores. One of them was at the initial Earth Core realm, while the other had just entered the Earth Core realm. Their cultivation was already on the verge of a breakthrough. As long as they refined the corresponding mystical beast cores, they might be able to break through. 10 days later, they also returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. At this time, the Soaring Heaven Mansion had already opened up an area near the heavenly abode for the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Sect to live and cultivate. Chapter 278. After Yixian returned to his residence, he found that Song Suijing wasn't there. So he went to the Firmament Peak to find the Supreme Elder. "You're back. How was the harvest this time?" Zhou Yan couldn't help but ask. "Not bad, but Elder Hu is dead, and I have handed his body to Elder Lian," Yixian sighed. Zhou Yan showed a sad expression when he heard this, but he quickly recovered and said, "Alas, life and death have their own destiny. Supreme Elder, where is Suijing?" Yixian asked again. He had been away for more than half a month, so he didn't know how Song Suijing was refining the inner core. Zhou Yan paused. This made Yixian's heart tremble. Could it be that something happened? "Don't worry, she's fine. She just entered a very strange state with Judge. Come with me." Zhou Yan stood up. A very strange state? Yixian frowned slightly when he heard this. What kind of strange state? He followed Zhou Yan and finally arrived in front of a cultivation room. Then Zhou Yan quietly opened the door and walked in. Yixian followed in and found that Song Suijing and Judge Song were sitting cross-legged on 2 stone chairs with their eyes closed. To his horror, Song Suijing's body was covered with a layer of ice crystals that emitted frost from time to time. As for Judge Song, his whole body was red and sweaty. As soon as he entered, he felt two different auras. Supreme Elder, this is. Yi Xian turned his head and asked. After they came back, they went into seclusion and then this happened. This is already the third day, and in these 3 days they haven't woken up even once. Supreme Elder shook his head helplessly. I have lived for decades, and this is the first time I have seen such a situation. When you came to see once, and he said that the two have a special physique called the Yin-Yang twin physique. Supreme Elder? Yin and Yang twin body? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before asking. What is this? Scripture cutting is Yin and judgment is Yang. As long as two people cultivate together, they will enter this special state, and their cultivation speed will increase. Their speed would be 10 times or even 100 times higher than normal people's. They didn't have this kind of situation before, so I guess it should be the cultivation technique I passed on to them that activated this bloodline. The Grand Elder replied. After Yi Xian heard this, he suddenly remembered that other than him, ordinary people could also possess bloodlines. There were 2 types of bloodlines. There was a legend in the heavenly water continent. It was said that some almighty people would condense their lifetime's lost knowledge into a bloodline seed before passing it on to others. As long as that person successfully refined the bloodline seed, they would be able to obtain the divine ability of that almighty being. Under normal circumstances, it would be a martial art. As for the other type of bloodline, it would randomly appear in a person's body. Some people were born with divine strength, some were immune to poison, and some were not afraid of the cold. These were all bloodlines, and some people's perception of the sword was far superior. Without a doubt, Judge Song and Song Suijing belong to the second type of bloodline. Then this bloodline won't be harmful? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. When you said that this Yin-Yang twin physique is very rare, it usually appears between siblings. This was mentioned in a book left by your father. The Grand Elder explained. My father? Yi Xian was startled. But he immediately understood that it should be Yi Chong who gave it to Lin Wenyue. So you don't have to worry. Take a look again. What is their current realm? The Grand Elder suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian carefully sensed and was shocked to find that Song Suijing and Judge Song were already in the Earth Core realm. Heavens, even with the help of the refined pill, they shouldn't be able to break through to the Earth Core realm so quickly. Yi Xian was shocked. He was just casually saying this. Back then, Song Suijing spent an entire day to break through from the half-step origin core realm to the divine core realm. But that was only the inner core of a profound beast that had just broken through to the mortal core realm. The inner cores he gave Song Suijing before he left were all inner cores of profound beasts at the earth core realm. Inner cores of profound beasts at the earth core realm and the Yin-Yang twin physique allowed them to break through to the earth core realm. Perhaps when they wake up, they will have broken through to the late earth core realm. The Grand Elder nodded his head in satisfaction. Late Earth Core realm, which was his current realm. Is that so? Yi Xian was also quietly watching them. The Grand Elder's physique was indeed not bad. If this continued, Song Suijing and Judge Song might be able to break through to the next realm faster than him. Alright, let's not stay here, let's talk outside. The Grand Elder closed the door behind him and left with Yi Xian. Seeing that not only was Song Suijing fine, but he had also received a great fortune, Yi Xian was in a good mood. After that, the Grand Elder brought Yi Xian to the courtyard and sat down. Tell me, how much did you get this time? The Grand Elder asked in a somewhat impatient manner. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then he said, Inner cores of profound beasts at the mortal core realm. A total of 270. This is more than enough for all the disciples in the sect. What? 270? Are you sure? When the Grand Elder heard the number, he immediately stood up and shouted out in surprise. If you want to know clearly, it's 160 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, 79 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, and 31 inner cores at the late mortal core realm. Yi Xian continued. This time the Grand Elder was convinced. Although Yi Xian's cultivation level wasn't high, his strength was so strong that it shocked the Grand Elder. There are only about 20 divine core warriors in the Soaring Heaven Mansion right now. Wait, these are just mortal core warriors. How many earth core warriors do you have? The Supreme Elder suddenly remembered something halfway through his sentence. 17 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, 10 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, and 2 inner cores at the late mortal core realm. Yixian answered honestly. Originally, he wanted to leave some for Song Suijing, but it seemed like he didn't need to anymore. Perhaps when Song Suijing woke up, she would already be at the mid-mortal core realm. So many. The Grand Elder was shocked once again. Just now, when the 5 of them cleaned up an area, the total amount of inner cores they got was less than what Yixian got. Grand Elder Lien, will hand over 3/4 of the inner cores to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. That should be enough, right? Yixian suddenly raised his eyebrows at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face darkened. You little rascal, name a price. Grand Elder, these inner cores are not a small amount. Yixian continued. Stop talking nonsense, just name a price, we don't lack money right now. The Grand Elder said in a domineering manner. What the Grand Elder said shocked Yixian. So many inner cores, could the Soaring Heaven Mansion really handle all of them? End of chapter. Chapter 279. Just a single great success Earth Core Inner Core would allow Yixian to obtain 8 Devour Crystals. If it was exchanged for crystal stones, then it would be equivalent to 80,000 high-grade crystal stones, which was equivalent to 100 mid-grade earth artifacts. Wait, the First Elder came to read the Scripture of Judgment before, which means that she has already walked out. Could it be that Father left behind a lot of good things when he came to visit her? Yixian suddenly had this thought, but he didn't think too much about it. Since the Grand Supreme Elder had said so, then he would do as he pleased. Alright, then I'll tell you. Yixian thought for a while, then he said, 100,000 high-rank Earth Core Realm for 1 profound Earth Core Realm, 30,000 for small-rank Earth Core Realm, and 5,000 for initial rank Earth Core Realm. 2,000 profound Mortal Core Warriors, 300 initial Mortal Core Warriors, and those at the initial Mortal Core Realm. Those who have just broken through to the Mortal Core Realm will be given away for free. The Supreme Elder's face darkened. In his mind, he thought that Yixian was really asking for too much. Okay, I'll give it to you for free. Yixian generously nodded in agreement and said, Do you want to trade now? Wait for me for a moment. The Supreme Elder said and left. Looking at the direction he left in, Yixian's guess was confirmed. The Grand Elder was probably going to look for the First Elder Lin Wenyue. It seems that Father still has some feelings for the Great Elder. He left behind a lot of good things. But why didn't he take them out earlier and go to the Central State to buy some weapons and martial arts? Yixian was very puzzled. 8 years ago, when Yichong left the Profound Sun Empire, he was already at the Spirit Stage 4. Thus, when he came to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, it was naturally the same. For a Divine Core Warrior, these inner cores were extremely precious, but for Yichong, who had a 4th realm Divine Soul, these inner cores were just a drop in the ocean. Great Elder has been in seclusion for more than 10 years. It should be because he doesn't want to break the balance between the 4 regions. Wait, seclusion. Thinking of this, Yixian's eyes suddenly widened. Perhaps the Great Sect Elder has already broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm or the 4th stage of the Spirit Realm. Yixian murmured in his mind. Then he remembered something else. Previously, when he was heading to the Green Serene Land, he had given the Great Elder a mid-grade earthly artifact. At that time, the Great Elder had been very confident. He was not afraid that the people from the Sky Yuan sect would attack them after obtaining the mid-grade earthly artifact. Now that he thought about it, the Great Elder must have been following him in secret. I see. Of course, it was also possible that the First Elder didn't think highly of him. Very soon, the Supreme Elder returned. Yixian had already calculated that it would be around 670,000 top-grade crystals, and this was excluding the 700 top-grade crystals. Waha! I've absorbed more than 100 crystals. This is great. The moment Yixian received the crystal, he felt as if he was going to heaven. 670,000 crystals. If he absorbed all of them, he would have 67 Devour crystals. Including the 35 Devour crystals he already had, he now had 102 Devour crystals. Right now, he had enough money to level up his physique bloodline, combat bloodline, and support bloodline to the highest level. But his realm was still far from enough. What about the pill that can increase the refinement speed of a core by 100 times? The Supreme Elder asked curiously. That's another one. Yixian said with a cunning smile. This was a great opportunity to extort money, how could he miss it? You black-hearted brat, name a price. The Supreme Elder scolded angrily. 500 crystals for one. Yixian said casually. The refined pill that could increase the refinement speed of a core by 100 times only required 5 billion devour points. However, 500 crystals were equivalent to 50 billion devour points. To put it simply, the price had increased by 10 times. You brat! The Supreme Elder scolded again and said, 1,000 crystals. Yixian was almost scared to death when he heard that. 1,000 crystals? Luckily, he had enough devour points. Otherwise, he would have lost face. He spent 5 devour crystals in exchange for 1,000 refining pills. TSK, 5 devour crystals increased by 10 times. Now it's 50 crystals. This is great. Yixian accepted the top-grade crystals. At this moment, he already had more than 1,000,000 top-grade crystals in his devouring space. All in all, he had 147 devour crystals. These were enough for him to break through to the Earth Core realm. With these, the overall strength of the Soaring Heaven Mansion will increase by 2 or 3 levels. We won't be any weaker than the main city in the central province. The Supreme Elder mumbled. Oh right, Supreme Elder, I'm sure you still have a lot of crystals. Can you lend me some? Yixian smiled cunningly. The Supreme Elder frowned. You already have so many crystals. It's enough to buy the 4 regions. You won't be able to spend them all. Why do you still need crystals? How many do you need? 3,000. Oh, 30 million. Yixian smiled. Get lost. Yixian was chased out by Zhou Yan. The former was puzzled. It was his father's money. Why did he have to take it back? Forget it. These crystals are enough for me to break through to the Earth Core realm. Let's go back first. Yixian shook his head. He then left the Soaring Heaven Peak and returned to his residence. Then he started to devour the crystals bit by bit. When the number of crystals in the devour space was close to 100, he finally heard the system notification. Ding! Host has broken through to the Earth Core realm. Ding! Unlocked high-grade Earth Tool Exchange. Ding! Unlocked high-grade Earth Level Martial Art Exchange. Ding! Unlocked 3rd-grade Heaven Tool Forging. Yixian was overjoyed. He could finally buy a high-grade Earth Tool. This meant that he could earn some top-grade crystals again. He quickly checked and found that a high-grade Earth Tool required 5 devour crystals. It was extremely expensive. He then looked at the 3rd-grade Heaven Tool. Sure enough, the material required was celestial bluestone. Moreover, the blueprint was not something he could buy now. However, in the next moment he was dumbfounded. Because there was no better Heaven Tool than a high-grade Earth Tool. In other words, he had to forge it himself. In addition, there was no Heaven-level martial art exchange. After hearing this news, Yixian almost cried. He heard that the materials for Heaven Tools were extremely rare and difficult to gather. This meant that it would be difficult for him to forge them in batches in the future. Moreover, there was no Heaven-level martial art exchange. This meant that he had to obtain it himself and use his devour points to learn it. Forget it. I'll ask the Supreme Elder tomorrow if he wants a high-grade Earth Tool. As Yixian thought about it, he fell head first onto the bed. He hadn't closed his eyes for the past few days and was tired. End of chapter. Chapter 280. The next day, Yixian woke up early in the morning and went to Soaring Firmament Peak once again. Sure enough, Song Suijing and Judge Song were still in their secluded cultivation, and they were still in that strange state. But their core energies were much denser than before, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Feeling helpless, Yixian had no choice but to look for the Grand Supreme Elder. Within a mansion. Why are you here again? When the Grand Supreme Elder saw Yixian, he asked in surprise. Sure enough, there is something good for you. Yixian laughed and said. I wonder if Grand Supreme Elder is interested in a high-ranked Earth item? What? A high-ranked Earth item? The Grand Supreme Elder felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He immediately stood up and cried out in surprise. That's right, a high-ranked Earth item. I know Grand Supreme Elder doesn't have the materials to craft it, But I found some when I was in Huoyang's cave, and since I had a breakthrough in my forging technique, I was able to craft a few high-ranked earth items. I wonder if Grand Supreme Elder wants them? Yixian nodded his head. The Grand Supreme Elder was shocked. Yes, of course I want them. Although the Soaring Firmament Mansion is focusing on construction, our overall strength is still not as strong as those main cities in the central province. How about this? I'll give this high-ranked earth item to Grand Supreme Elder for 100,000 high-ranked crystal stones. Yixian spent 5 devour crystals and exchanged them for a high-ranked earth item. The Grand Supreme Elder received the item and gave it a look. Sure enough, the boost to his core energy was much greater than a mid-ranked earth item. With this high-ranked earth item, he was confident that he could fight a heavenly core warrior. You really are as monstrous as your father. You can actually craft a high-ranked earth item. You know, there aren't many people in the entire central province who can craft one. Without saying anything, the Grand Supreme Elder took out 100,000 high-ranked crystal stones. Do you want more? Yixian continued to ask. The Heavenly Yuan sect doesn't have enough resources, but if you want to exchange them with your core, you should be able to afford one. Can you give me 2 more? The Grand Supreme Elder replied. No problem. Yixian exchanged for 2 more, earning another 200,000 top-grade crystals. 15 devour crystals were exchanged for 300,000 top-grade crystals. After devouring them, not only did his cultivation base increase significantly, but he also obtained an additional 15 devour crystals. This method of earning money made Yixian extremely satisfied. By the way, don't spread the fact that you can forge high-grade earth-grade artifacts, especially in the Central Plains. The high-grade earthly tool blacksmith over there has already been decided. If you appear out of nowhere, you'll definitely cause a lot of trouble. After the transaction was completed, the Supreme Elder also reminded them. Yixian was a little surprised. Grand Supreme Elder, you knew I was going to Central State? Previously, he had already made up his mind to go to the Central Continent. After all, it would be difficult for him to improve much if he stayed in the Eastern region. Unless he could get his hands on the Celestial Blue Rock, but that Celestial Blue Rock had been devoured by the Green Source Giant, and he still had dozens of Heavenly Core Little Giants under his command. It was impossible for him to get his hands on it for now. Therefore, he had no choice but to go to the Central State. The Supreme Elder was startled for a moment, then he said, Since you want to go, that's great. I have a mission for you in the Central State. Yixian's face darkened. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The Heavenly Yuan sect has been destroyed, and Sect Chief Mo had a discussion with me last night. If we want to take back the Heavenly Yuan sect, it's impossible for us 2 sects to do it alone. Therefore, I want you to go to the Central State and ask for help. The Supreme Elder said slowly. Ask for help? Who? The founder of the Divine Lands Alliance, Zhang Miao, is in the Central State right now. He knows many people. I hope you can bring the news of the Green Source Giant and the Celestial Blue Rock to him. Ask all the powerful warriors in the Central State to come here and eliminate the Green Source Giant. We've already discussed this, and the Celestial Blue Rock is not something we can devour. Therefore, our target is those Heavenly Core Xian beasts. The Supreme Elder explained the plan. After listening to the plan, Yixian immediately understood what was going on. The Soaring Heaven Mansion and the Heavenly Yuan sect were going to ask those powers in the Central State to lead the way and attract the Green Source Giant's attention. After that, they would work together and kill the Heavenly Core Giant. All right, I'll bring the news to them. Yixian nodded his head. It was just bringing the news. It was simple and easy. Perhaps when he returned, he would be able to kill those Heavenly Core Xian beasts. Oh right, one more thing. Sect Chief Mo's eldest disciple is in the Central State as well. Therefore, this time Lin Shuer will be traveling with you. You can take care of each other if you travel together. The Supreme Elder added. Yixian was startled for a moment, then he refused. That's too troublesome. I can travel faster by myself. Lin Shuer is at the critical moment of her breakthrough. You can leave after she breaks through. It will take at most 10 days. The Supreme Elder didn't give Yixian any chance to refuse. He stood up and left. Yixian felt a little helpless, but when he looked at the direction where the Supreme Elder left, he thought to himself, he's going to look for the Great Elder again. Could it be that the Great Elder is helping me absorb those Xian beasts' inner cores? It looked like the soaring heaven mansion was going to have 2 more heavenly core warriors joining their ranks. 10 days Yi Xian could afford to wait, and he could also wait for Song Suijing. Perhaps she would come out in a few days, and at that time they could go to the central state together. During these 10 days, the soaring heaven mansion had returned to normal. On the 6th day, Yi Xian found out that Lin Shuo had broken through to the initial Earth Core realm. On the 8th day, the soaring heaven mansion's sect chief Lin Shi had broken through to the heavenly core realm. But on the 10th day, Song Suijing still hadn't come out from her closed-door cultivation. Without any other choice, Yi Xian had no choice but to accept his fate. Right at this moment, a heavenly Yuan sect's heavenly Thunderhawk was parked in front of the heavenly abode's entrance. On top of this heavenly Thunderhawk stood a white figure. It was Lin Shuo. When Yi Xian approached, Lin Shuo couldn't help but ask, "You could have gone first, why did you wait for me?" Yi Xian walked over and coldly harumphed, "If it wasn't because your master asked me to, I would have left long ago. 10 days is more than enough for me to make a round trip." Lin Shuo instinctively sensed Yi Xian's cultivation base, and her expression changed when she found out that he was only at the initial mortal core realm. Her expression changed. She knew that Yi Xian had obtained a huge amount of Xian Beast's inner cores, and he knew how to concoct refined pills. During the last battle, Yi Xian was already at the late mortal core realm, so why was he still at the initial mortal core realm? "What's your current cultivation base?" Lin Shuo couldn't help but ask. "I'm not telling you, let's go." Yi Xian jumped onto the heavenly Thunder Hawk. Lin Shuo's heart trembled. She asked, "You've broken through to the Earth Core realm?" "I'm stronger than you, that's all." Yi Xian sat down straight away. This answer made Lin Shuo even more certain that Yi Xian had broken through to the Earth Core realm. Before this, Yi Xian was already stronger than her when they were 2 realms apart. Now, with only 1 realm difference between them, the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened once again. This made her, the #1 genius of the Heavenly Yuan sect, feel a huge amount of pressure. But she didn't say anything. She just rode the Heavenly Thunderhawk and flew towards the central province. If you have extra phones, please help me download the entire chapter. This is very important. It's related to Yu Luo's fate. It's related to the writing process. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 281. The Tianshui continent could be divided into 5 regions, namely the North, South, East, West, and the Central region. However, the Central region's area was comparable to the sum of the 4 regions. During these few days, Yi Xian went to the Central region to study. The Central region could also be divided into 7 regions, each controlled by 7 main cities. This time he was going to find the alliance leader of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zheng Miao, in a main city called the Divine Prefecture City. It was said that Zheng Miao was originally from the Divine Prefecture City. However, the Divine Prefecture City was a bit far from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Even with the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, it would still take half a month. Therefore, Yi Xian had to go to another place first, which was the Grand Senior Brother of the Sky Yuan sect, Guangjin City. This Guangjin City was also a main city. At this time, the Heavenly Thunder Eagle that Yi Xian and Lin Shuo were riding had already entered the central region. They only needed 2 more days to reach Guangjin City. On the back of the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, Yi Xian and Lin Shuo were each resting with their eyes closed. In these few days they did not speak a word, and the atmosphere was very awkward. When Yi Xian was still a good-for-nothing, Lin Shuo chose to break off the engagement, which made Yi Xian lose face. Although Yi Xian did not care about this matter, Lin Shuo felt a little sorry for him. She thought, if she did not break off the engagement that day, what kind of scene would it be today? This question made her unable to calm down and cultivate for the past few days. This time, Yi Xian. Lin Shuo finally could not help but speak. Yi Xian, who was resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes when he heard this. He was a little surprised and said, "What? You went back to Lianyun City before, right?" Lin Shuo asked. "Yes, why?" Yi Xian nodded. Lin Shuo continued to ask, "How are my father and the others?" "Very good. Speaking of which, you did not go back even once in these 2 years. Isn't that a little too heartless?" Yi Xian said. "I wanted to, but master did not let me. I want to go back after a while." "What about you?" Lin Shuo asked. "We'll see when the time comes," Yi Xian replied casually. With his current realm, It would only take him 3 days to return to the profound Sun Empire. Lin Shuer didn't ask any more questions and just waited quietly. The atmosphere became very strange again. However, at this moment, a group of black figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Yi Xian seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look. A group of spirit beasts? Yi Xian muttered. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to attack spirit beasts. Lin Shuer also turned her head to look, but in the next moment, her expression froze as she exclaimed, "Black-winged bird." Hearing this strange tone, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" These black-winged birds are Xian beasts. They hate other birds and will attack them on sight. Lin Shuer hurriedly explained. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He turned around and realized that there were at least a few hundred black shadows. Xian beasts? Then why are we still running? Kill them all. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. No, the heavenly thunder eagle will be killed by them. Lin Shuer turned around and said. But can you escape? Yi Xian asked back. Among the group of black-winged birds behind them, there were late mortal core warriors, and the heavenly thunder eagle below them was only at the early mortal core realm. There was no way it could escape. Lin Shuer was stunned for a moment. Then she ordered the heavenly thunder eagle to land. At the same time, Yi Xian took out a mid-ranked earth tier bow. Mid-ranked earth tier martial skill, Fire Dragon Arrow. He shot out a powerful fire dragon arrow from over 1,000 meters away, but only a few black-winged birds were hit. Besides, the group of black-winged birds were very scattered, and they were so far away. After shooting out a few arrows, Yi Xian only managed to kill 30 of them. Coincidentally, when the group of black-winged birds approached, the heavenly thunder eagle also landed on the ground. But it was frightened by the black-winged birds. After sending Yi Xian and Lin Shuer down, it began to flee. Not good. Lin Shuer's expression changed. She didn't expect the heavenly thunder eagle to run away. It was simply courting death. Sure enough, the group of black-winged birds immediately split up and chased after the heavenly thunder eagle. As for the rest, they had surrounded Yi Xian and Lin Shuer. Haha, over 100 Xian beast cores, our luck is really good. After landing on the ground, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Shuer rolled her eyes. What kind of situation was this? How could he still laugh out loud? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly formed a great sword of desolation. When she saw the great sword of desolation, Lin Shuer subconsciously used her Dan energy to protect her ears. Just as she expected, the great sword of desolation was in her ears. In the next moment, Yi Xian jumped high into the air and slashed out with the great sword of desolation. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out. In an instant, half of the black-winged birds were blown away and fell to the ground. Hunting time. Great wind formation of desolation. Activate. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Dan energy in his body instantly decreased by a large amount. At this moment he had already broken through to the earth core realm. The great wind formation of desolation had also increased in range, reaching 50 meters. Furthermore, it had a radius of 50 meters. Looking at the black-winged birds being cut into pieces one by one, Lin Shuer was completely dumbfounded. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Xian had killed over 10 black-winged birds. 5 seconds later, all of the black-winged birds were turned into corpses. The entire area was dyed black with blood. Out of the hundreds of black-winged birds, Lin Shuer only managed to kill less than 10. The rest were all killed by Yi Xian. Is this his true strength? Lin Shuer thought to herself. She was thinking if she entered Yi Xian's 50-meter attack range, would she also be cut into pieces like these black-winged birds? What are you waiting for? Go and help the heavenly thunder eagles. Yi Xian suddenly shouted out. Lin Shuer immediately reacted and chased after him. As for Yi Xian, he stayed behind and cleaned up the battlefield by himself. The leader of this flock of black-winged birds was a late mortal core warrior, but it had already been cut into pieces by Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't worried about Lin Shuer. He spent some time to devour all of the black-winged birds' corpses. As for the beast cores, he put them into his devouring space. Not bad. There is one devouring crystal from the corpses alone. If it is the beast cores, there will be at least 5. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although he had used up all of his Dan energy, The beast cores that could restore his Dan energy weren't expensive. They didn't even cost 10% of the original cost. Therefore, this was a free meal. Right at this moment, he suddenly looked into the distance. He murmured in surprise. That girl has been gone for so long, why isn't she back yet? According to his estimation, Lin Shuer would be able to kill all of these black winged birds in less than a minute. But now, a few minutes had passed, and Lin Shuer still hadn't returned. Just to be safe, he quickly followed her. In front of him was a mountain forest. Right after Yixian stepped into the forest, he immediately found Lin Shuer's location. But what made him feel strange was that there were a few other figures beside Lin Shuer. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. End of chapter. Chapter 282. What's going on? Yixian flew to Lin Shuer's side and asked curiously. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him. In the next moment, his expression changed as well. Early Earth Core Realm. Among the 5 people around them, there was one Early Earth Core Realm warrior. The other 4 had just entered the Early Earth Core Realm. Oh, so you have companions. A young man with a wretched smile said. At the same time, he was also the Early Earth Core Realm warrior among the 5. However, he looked like he was 35 years old, twice as old as Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer ignored him and said to Yixian with a serious expression, I was chasing after the black-winged bird when they suddenly intercepted me. Little girl, you're wrong. We were resting here, you were the one who barged in, okay? The wretched young man said with a smile. Then why didn't you move aside? Lin Shuer asked back. Why should we? The wretched young man blurted out. At this time, Yixian suddenly stepped forward and said, Everyone, just tell me what you want. Brother, you're really straightforward. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. Why don't we sit down and talk about life? The wretched young man said with a smile. After hearing this, Yixian immediately understood. What do you mean by feeling like old friends at first sight? He must have taken a fancy to Lin Shuer, right? Lin Shuer wasn't stupid and naturally understood. She immediately said angrily, If you don't want to die, then move aside. Oh, what a temper. The wretched young man coldly snorted. I won't move aside. Little girl, why don't you try? As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them took out their weapons at the same time. Some of them were even imagining a certain scene. The middle-aged man among the 5 suddenly said, Big brother, can you give me this brat? Haha, okay, I know you like pretty boys with soft skin. I'll give this brat to you. The wretched young man laughed loudly. Hearing this, Yixian and Lin Shuer shuddered at the same time. The former even subconsciously took a step back. They didn't expect to meet a virgin here, and an old man at that. This was intolerable. So you're saying that you won't move aside? Lin Shuer narrowed her eyes and asked one last time. Little girl, what do you think we want to do now that we've said so much? If you surrender obediently, we will only teach you how to be a woman. Few resist. Before the wretched young man could finish his words, Shuer couldn't help but make a move. A great battle instantly broke out. As for Yixian, he stood quietly to the side. This time, he decided to let Lin Shuer take the spot. TSK. Kid, you're quite sensible. The middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile. Yixian shivered again. This middle-aged man gave him goosebumps all over his body. If you don't like women, go and like men. Don't mess with me or you'll die a horrible death, Yixian reminded him. Unexpectedly, not only did the middle-aged man not shrink back, he instead took a step forward and said, Fierce enough, I like it. You seem to have refined your body as well. Coincidentally, I do as well, we can. Swish. Poof. A cold light flashed and penetrated the middle-aged man's forehead. Then he fell backwards onto the floor. Blood gushed out from the hole between his eyebrows and he died in an instant. Sorry, I only like women. Yixian shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Shuer had already fought a few rounds with the 4 men. The former was indeed the #1 genius of the Sky Yuan sect. She was quite strong. But what surprised Yixian was that these people were all Earth Core warriors, and they all had mid-rank Earth tools. It seemed like they were from some big family in the central state. However, this was of no use. Although Shuer was only at the initial Earth Core realm, her strength was still above the wretched young man. Even if she was attacked by 4 people, she could still handle it. Swish. Suddenly a crisp sound was heard. An arm was thrown into the air. It was the arm of one of the 4 men. The 4 men were stunned. One of them looked down and found that his arm was cut off. So strong, that kid's strength is unfathomable. Retreat. The wretched young man knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately shouted, "Let's go." Hearing this, the other 3 men also quickly retreated. "You want to leave?" Shuer quickly chased after them. As for Yixian, he also took the ring from the middle-aged man and followed them. Shuer chased with all her strength. In less than half a minute, she had killed the 3 Earth Core warriors. Moreover, she did not even take the ring. She directly chased after the wretched young man. This chapter does not end. Please turn the page. As a result, those 3 universe rings were cheap for Yixian. However, the wretched young man was very fast. He was even faster than Shuer. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had increased. Yixian saw that the distance between them had increased, so he followed up and asked, "Do you need help?" "No," Shuer answered firmly. At this moment, the distance between the 2 groups had increased by 200 meters, and it was still increasing. Even if Shuer was given a day, she would not be able to catch up. "Are you sure you don't want to help? There seems to be a big city in front of us. If he escapes there, it will be troublesome." Yixian asked again. "I want to kill him with my own hands." Shuer still said firmly, "That's where you are wrong. If you can't kill him, then let me do it. An initial Earth Core warrior is still very rich." Yixian said as if he was lecturing her. "No, I want to kill him with my own hands. Don't do it." Shuer did not care. On the surface, she was very angry, but in reality, she just wanted to prove her strength in front of Yixian. However, Yixian did not know. He helplessly shrugged and said, all right, as you wish." Anyway, he had already obtained 4 rings, so it was not like he did not gain anything. Soon, the wretched young man had fled 1,000 meters away and disappeared from their sight. "You still have one more chance. I can help you catch him." In the end, Yixian could not help but ask. "No." Shuer still gave the same answer. Yixian also gave up. Shuer had a temper and was willful. He could not do anything about it. "All right, for rings. These 3 are yours." Yixian directly threw the spoils of war to her. This time, Shuer did not refuse and kept them. Yixian checked his ring. After seeing the things inside, he could not help but shudder. What the hell was inside? Whips, candles, shackles, and even a mold of some organ. That middle-aged man was really good at everything. He was good at both offense and defense. He was truly a god. Yixian hurriedly poured the useful things into the devouring space, then swallowed the entire universe ring. End of chapter. Chapter 283. That person might have escaped to the big city, but that direction doesn't seem to be in the same direction. "Do you want to go?" Yixian asked again. "Let's go," Lin Shuer said solemnly. Yixian didn't mind. After all, he was only here to explore the middle state. He didn't plan to stay here for long. They didn't know where the heavenly Thunder Eagle had flown to, so the 2 could only walk to the big city. Lin Shuer's speed was slower, so the 2 spent more than half a day to reach the big city. Bramble City. Yixian raised his head to take a look, then walked in. However, what they didn't know was that when they entered the city, they were already being watched. After entering the city, they found an inn to stay for the night. Then they went out again. "This is the middle state. We're not familiar with this place. How do you want to find that person?" After leaving the inn, Yixian couldn't help but ask. Lin Shuer glanced at him and said, "There's a force in the middle state. They know everything and are omnipotent. As long as they can afford it, they can do anything." "Oh, there's such a force?" Yixian was very interested. If they could afford it, would they be able to find someone to assassinate the city lord of the Middle State's #1 city? Then he quietly followed behind Lin Shuer. After a while, they arrived in front of a building. There were only 3 words on the signboard at the entrance. Everything. Lin Shuer took the lead and walked in. Yixian followed closely behind. Immediately, a waiter walked over. He looked at Yixian and said, "Is there anything you need?" "I want to investigate a person," Lin Shuer said directly. "Okay, this way please." The waiter directly led the 2 into a side room, then took out a form for Lin Shuer to fill in. Name, age, gender, appearance, cultivation level, weapon used, martial arts skills. Lin Shuer casually wrote a few words and handed it to the waiter. Unknown name, a man between 30 to 40 years old. Initial Earth Core Realm. Uses a 4-foot-long sword with the word hole carved on it. Looks wretched. Has a middle-aged man friend. Hobbies. The waiter read out the information. After Yixian heard this, he couldn't help but shudder. *CK, why did he even mention that awesome person's information? However, with such confidence, he should be able to lock onto a person. He just didn't know which city that person was in. Please pay 100 top-grade crystals as a deposit first and leave your address. It will take you at most 4 hours to find out where he lives. Then you will pay another 400 top-grade crystals, the attendant replied. Yixian was shocked again. Damn, it actually costs 500 top-grade crystals to investigate a person. That was enough to buy a mid-grade spirit weapon. Lin Shuer was very generous. She took out 100 high-grade crystal stones and handed them over. Then, she told him the name of the inn and the number of the courtyard. Then, the two of them returned to the inn. Shuer, aren't you being a little too generous? You should have just looked for me then. Why do you have to spend 500 top-grade crystal stones to investigate this person now? After returning to the inn, Yixian couldn't help but ask. It's none of your business. I will kill him myself, Lin Shuer replied indifferently. Cough, even if you find him, he is coincidentally in the city. How are you going to kill him? Are you going to kill him in the city? Yixian asked back. Humph. Lin Shuer snorted and didn't say anything. Yixian felt helpless. Why did he feel that the Lin Shuer recently was different from the Lin Shuer in the Heavenly Yuan sect? The waiter from before had said that it would take at most 4 hours to find out the information. 4 hours was equivalent to 4 hours. Therefore, Yixian and Lin Shuer waited in the inn. After about an hour, someone finally came. When Lin Shuer heard the knocking sound, she opened the door. Both of you, I have found the person you are looking for. However, you will have to pay the remaining 400 top-grade crystals first. The person who came was a young man around 25 years old. He had just entered the Earth Core realm and his talent was not bad. Lin Shuer didn't say anything and passed the remaining top-grade crystals to him. Then, the young man passed a sheepskin scroll to him. Kong Rong, the eldest son of the Kong family in Thorn City. Initial Earth Core realm, 33 years old. Kong family is located in the north of Thorn City. The sheepskin scroll was very detailed. It was the information of the wretched young man. I knew it. That person appeared near Thorn City. It is very likely that he is from Thorn City. Man, why don't you go and inquire about the Kong family first? Wasting 500 top-grade crystals for nothing. You still don't have enough experience. Yixian said after the horse had left. Lin Shuer rolled her eyes. Indeed, she was too impatient. However, she didn't want Yixian to be stronger than her. Forget it. Now that you have found out about that person, what are you going to do next? Sneak into the Kong family? Yixian turned around and asked. Yes. Lin Shuer nodded. Yixian continued. Then let's go. It's about time. However, at this time Lin Shuer suddenly stopped him. I will go alone. Are you sure? Yixian was in disbelief. You stay here. I will settle this myself. Lin Shuer said and left. Yixian looked at her leaving figure and muttered. This girl is so stubborn today. Forget it, I will go alone. Otherwise I will be annoyed. He said and went back into the house. However, a few minutes later he came out again. No, Sect Master Mo and Grand Elder asked me to take care of her. If something happens, how am I going to answer to them? Yixian thought about it and decided to follow. However, there was another problem. He didn't know where the Kong family was. It was late at night. Although there were many people on the streets, it was easy to alert the enemy. Therefore, he could only go to Wanshi. A place like Wanshi kept their customers' information confidential. Moreover, it was very efficient to find out about the Kong family. Not long after, he came to Wanshi again and spent 100 high-quality crystals to find out where the Kong family was. However, when he arrived at the Kong family, his whole body trembled. He knew that something bad was going to happen. At this time, the Kong family was in an uproar. He could clearly hear someone shouting assassin. This girl's stealth skills are too bad. Don't tell me she didn't even change her clothes? A vein popped out on Yixian's forehead. When Lin Shuer was in Lianyun City, she was a well-bred girl. She had always been cultivating in the Lin family and rarely left home. After entering the Heavenly Yuan sect, he would still remain in the Heavenly Yuan sect. At most he would have some management skills, but he would be lacking in other aspects. Yixian finally understood why Emoziun asked the Grand Elder to let him come to Zhong Province with Lin Shuer. End of chapter. Chapter 284. Without wasting any time, Yixian immediately snuck into the Kong family. With his dark shadow leopard bloodline, even a heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to find him. Using his tracking ability, he soon found Lin Shuer. Right at this moment, Lin Shuer was surrounded by all the warriors from the Kong family. There were 2 pools of blood on her white dress. She was injured. Little girl, which family are you from? How dare you sneak into the Kong family? You sure have guts. A middle-aged man said with a sneer on his face. Lin Shuer ignored his question and asked directly, "Where is Kong Rong?" "Kong Rong? So you're here for him?" TSK, I didn't expect Kong Rong to find a good woman, and now you're here. I'm sorry, we thought you were an assassin, but we didn't expect you to be here for Kong Rong. The middle-aged man said with a wretched smile. Lin Shuer's face darkened. Did all these people from the Kong family think with their lower bodies? Men, go get the eldest young master. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a guard from the Kong family immediately left. Both parties were in a deadlock, while Yixian was carefully observing the situation from the rooftop. That middle-aged man should be a late Earth Core warrior. There are 3 initial Earth Core warriors around him, and the rest are either early Earth Core warriors or late Mortal Core warriors. This Kong family is pretty strong. Yixian immediately saw through these men's cultivation. He estimated that if he went down there, he would be able to kill all of them within 10 seconds, including that late Earth Core warrior. But he didn't want to go down there right now because he knew that if he suddenly attacked, he would definitely make Lin Shuer angry. He decided to take a look first. Soon, the wretched young man from before appeared. Kong Rong quickly walked over and said, "It really is you, you bastard. You killed a few of my friends and you still dare to come to my Kong family? You really don't know what's good for you." "Oh, Kong Rong, this girl, is she one of your friends?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. "Second uncle, I haven't enjoyed her yet. We can capture her then." Kong Rong suddenly revealed a wretched smile. Previously, when he returned to Thorn City, he had already sent people to watch the city gates. When Yixian entered the city, he already knew. Originally, he had wanted to lead a group of experts to launch a sneak attack on Yixian, but he hadn't expected the other party to take the initiative to attack him. "Alright, Earth Core stage. Alright, I haven't tried it yet." Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, a sharp sword beam swept over. Frightened, the middle-aged man hastily raised his hand to block it. However, in the next instant he was sent flying. Kong Rong was shocked. His second uncle was a profound Earth Core warrior, and Lin Shuer was only slightly stronger than him. It was impossible for her to hurt his second uncle with a sneak attack. What? That weapon? Could it be a high-grade Earth-tier artifact? Kong Rong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A high-grade Earth tool. This was extremely rare in the Central State. "Go kill this woman together," Kong Rong immediately shouted. When the surrounding guards heard him, they immediately launched an attack. On the roof. I never thought that the Soaring Heaven sword that the Grand Elder gave to Clan Master Mo would be in her hands. No wonder she had the guts to charge in. I really don't understand. If she had directly used the Soaring Heaven sword that day, Kong Rong would have been dead by now. Why bother? Yixian was slightly helpless. However, Lin Shuer's method was the same as his. Kill. Revenge must be exacted. The Kong family was able to stand tall in such a big city in the Central State. They must have a very strong foundation. Thinking of this, Yixian quietly moved closer. If he found that Lin Shuer couldn't handle it, he would make a move. In the courtyard, after Lin Shuer took out the high-grade Earth-tier Soaring Heaven sword, her strength increased greatly. She was invincible, and no one could block her sword. Soon those guards were either dead or crippled. In less than half a minute, all of them fell to the ground. Tisk tsk tisk. At this time, the Kong family's second master, Kong Quan, who was sent flying by Lin Shuer's sword, walked out with a lewd smile. On his shoulder, there was a long bloodstain that was caused by Lin Shuer. He greedily looked at the soaring heaven sword in Lin Shuer's hand and said, I never thought that a little girl would actually have a high-grade earth-tier weapon. It seems like your identity is not ordinary. However, since you have intruded into my Kong family, even if you are the city lord of Thorn City, you will not be able to walk out of my Kong family today. Humph. Lin Shuer coldly snorted and did not speak. At this time, other than her, only Kong Rong and Kong Quan were left standing here. 2. Uncle, cripple him. The sword is yours, give me the person. Kong Rong also wished for the world to be in chaos. He did not think that Lin Shuer could win against Kong Quan. Alright, wait until I cripple her and play with her again. I will give her to you. Kong Quan walked towards Lin Shuer as Ling Yi sneered. Lin Shuer was at the small success Earth Core realm, holding a high-grade Earth-tier weapon. Kong Quan had reached the Earth Core realm and was holding a mid-grade Earth-tier weapon. Both of them were not ordinary people. No one knew who was stronger. Yi Xian was also curious. Boom! After a muffled sound, the two people in the courtyard started to fight. Lin Shuer was dressed in white. Her body was strong and healthy as she continuously attacked Kong Quan. However, she could not even catch Kong Rong, let alone Kong Quan, who was stronger. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Shuer's shoulder was hit by a palm. The soaring heaven sword in her hand was uncontrollably snatched away by Kong Quan. Not good. Lin Shuer's face darkened. The high-grade earth-tier weapon, soaring heaven sword, was her trump card. Now that it was snatched away by her opponent, she was in trouble. At this time, she was already regretting her actions. Why did she have to show off? Ha ha ha, little girl, now that your trump card is gone, you should obediently surrender. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, you will not suffer any physical pain. Then, obediently serve my uncle and niece. Maybe we will let you live. Kong Quan laughed. Lin Shuer's face darkened. As soon as Kong Quan finished speaking, she turned around and left. You still want to run in front of me? Kong Quan's eyes widened. He quickly rushed in front of Lin Shuer and struck out with his palm. This palm was aimed 3 inches below Lin Shuer's navel. That was her dantian. Lin Shuer's face was ashen. At this time, the first thing she thought of was Yi Xian. However, she knew that she was done for. In another second, her dantian would be shattered and she would become a cripple. Then, she would be captured by the Kong family and suffer a fate worse than death. However, at this critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in the night sky. It was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it pierced through Kong Quan's wrist and destroyed his dantian energy. Kong Quan felt the pain. He reflexively retracted his arm and shouted, Who is it? His reaction was very fast. He turned his head and saw a figure walking out from the dark corner of the courtyard. End of chapter. Chapter 285. What? There's someone in the corner? Kong Quan was shocked. With his profound Earth Core realm cultivation, he didn't notice anyone. How was that possible? Lin Shuer was also stunned. She immediately rushed towards the intruder. At this moment, her eyes were shining with hope. The person who attacked just now was Yi Xian. He slowly walked out from the corner. The moonlight shone on his face, allowing Lin Shuer to recognize him. You're amazing. You infiltrated a family without wearing night clothes. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shuer helplessly. The latter subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian and saw that he was also wearing white clothes. She immediately rolled her eyes. Kid, where did you come from? Kong Quan looked at Yi Xian with fear. It's you. Kong Rong, who was standing at the side, recognized him. However, Yi Xian didn't want to waste time. He quickly drew his mid-grade earth tool bow and shot an arrow. Swoosh! The arrow was as fast as lightning and entered between Kong Rong's eyebrows. What? Kong Quan was shocked. He quickly ran towards Yi Xian and stabbed with the sword in his left hand. 8 Baron Wind Formation Skybreak. Bang! Lin Shuer only saw a flash in front of her. Kong Quan's body slowed down and then fell in front of Yi Xian. There was a big bloody hole in Kong Quan's back. Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the mess and put everything away. He then pulled Lin Shuer and left. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? After leaving the Kong family, Lin Shuer couldn't help but ask. Yixian said helplessly. If I didn't follow you, you should be able to imagine what would happen to you. Do you want to end up like that? Lin Shuer didn't say anything. After a while she said, Thank you. We can't stay in Thorn City any longer. Let's go. Yixian said directly. But the city gate is closed. Lin Shuer frowned. How can a city wall that's only a few dozen meters be a problem for me? Furthermore, with your current cultivation level, you can even tear down the entire city wall. Your thinking is too limited. Yixian had a lecturing look on his face. Lin Shuer didn't. She retorted. Her time in the world was still too short, and she needed more experience. The two of them quickly arrived at the foot of the city wall. They had already killed the higher-ups of the Kong family. At this time the Kong family would definitely be furious, so they could not act rashly and alert the enemy. Yixian did not even greet Lin Shuer. He directly grabbed her by the waist and leaped. The 60-meter-high city wall was a piece of cake for him. He easily jumped onto the city wall and ran a few steps forward before jumping off. Suddenly, a pair of wings appeared on Yixian's back. He held Shuer in his arms and glided through the air. Lin Shuer felt the night wind caressing her face. Her feelings were very complicated. Firstly, she had already broken off her engagement with Yixian. Secondly, Yixian already had a fiancé. Thirdly, she had been saved by Yixian several times. The two of them flew in the air for a while before landing in a forest. You should treat it first. Don't leave any scars. Yixian put Lin Shuer down and said, Okay. Lin Shuer nodded. She then walked behind a tree and undid her clothes to treat her injuries. Yixian also felt that the two sword wounds on Lin Shuer were small wounds that did not affect her movement. Therefore they had to continue their journey tonight. They had to leave Thorn City first to avoid being wanted. Lin Shuer treated her wounds and then left with Yixian. With their speed they would reach Guangjin City in 1 or 2 days. 2 days later outside Guangjin City. We're finally here. Yixian let out a sigh of relief. He had been rushing for 2 days but it felt like he had been rushing for half a month. He had to admit that a warrior without a body refiner was very weak. He would need to rest after a few hours of rushing. With his own speed, he would be able to reach Guangjin City in half a day. It was already late at night, and the city gates were about to close. They had just caught the last bus. All right, where is your senior disciple? After entering the city, Yixian couldn't help but ask. As long as he sent Lin Shuer to his senior disciple, he would be able to find the alliance chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zhang Miao. He has a house in the west of the city, Lin Shuer said. After that, she left with Yixian. Guangjin City was the main city in this area. The city lord was equivalent to the emperor of an empire. It was said that he was a super strong warrior at the initial heavenly core realm. Guangjin City was huge. It had already surpassed the size of the heavenly Yuan sect, and there were millions of people living there. It took them some time to find the residence of the heavenly Yuan sect's senior disciple. Lin Shuer knocked on the door, but there was no response. Are you sure it's here? Yixian asked. It's here. Lin Shuer pointed at the plaque on top of the door. Peng Mansion. It's the right place but it's empty, there's not a single servant here. Yixian said in an indifferent tone. Lin Shuer was shocked. She immediately jumped over the wall and walked around. Just like what Yixian said, there was no one here. How did you know? After coming out, Lin Shuer couldn't help but ask. How can I tell you a secret? Yixian rolled his eyes and said, Let's go, I think he moved somewhere else. Let's go look for him. Wuxia was a special force in the central state. You could find people, buy things and even kill people there as long as you had the money they could do it. Yixian and Lin Shuer went to Wuxia again. Then Lin Shuer filled in a form. But this time, Yixian noticed that the attendant's face twitched. We have this person's information in Wuxia right now. It only costs 100 high-grade crystal stones. The attendant said. Lin Shuer paid the money directly. Then, the waiter went out for a while and came back in less than a minute with a parchment scroll in his hand. Peng Xing, adopted by the mayor of Guangjin City a month ago. He is now the young mayor of Guangjin City. His strength has reached the profound earth core realm. When Yixian and Lin Shuer finished reading, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The senior disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect was adopted by the mayor of Guangjin City, and his strength had even reached the profound Earth Core realm. This was something that they never expected. Young mayor, that means he's living in the mayor's mansion in Guangjin City. Yixian said slowly. The mayor of Guangjin City was a super warrior at the early Heavenly Core realm. Pang Xing had reached the heavens in a single bound. If that was the case, as long as Pang Xing recommended them, they would be able to join forces with the other forces. They should be able to return to the Heavenly Yuan sect and kill that peak Heavenly Core Green Source giant. Without hesitation, Yixian and Lin Shuer started walking towards the mayor's mansion. End of chapter. Chapter 286. Stop right there, who are you? When the captain of the guard saw someone walking towards them, he immediately shouted out, "This is the junior apprentice sister of your young mayor. Please inform him." Yixian directly replied. At the same time, he was very surprised in his heart. There were a total of 10 guards in this group, and the captain had just broken through to the Earth Core realm. The rest of them were all at the late mortal core realm. The central province was indeed the central province. Junior apprentice sister? The captain furrowed his brows and said, "Are you kidding me? Our mayor doesn't belong to any sect. How could he have a junior apprentice sister? How dare you impersonate her? Capture them." "Don't belong to any sect? Could it be that you're mistaken?" Yixian was slightly startled, but he still believed in the ability to do anything. If this was the case, then Pang Xing must have lied about not belonging to any sect. Right at this moment, all the guards were on the move, preparing to capture Yixian and Shui. "Let me do it." Just as Yixian was about to teach these snobbish guards a lesson, Lin Shuer whispered and dashed forward. In less than half a minute, all the guards were lying on the ground, unable to get up after being beaten by Lin Shuer. "How dare you resist? Do you know where you are?" The captain of the guard said fiercely. "You can choose not to believe us, but if we are really your young mayor's friends, then you'll have offended him. Are you sure you don't want to inform him?" Yixian kindly reminded. "This." The captain of the guard stayed silent for a while, then he said, "What are your names?" "Lin Shuer, you just need to tell the young mayor our names, then he'll know." Yixian replied. "All right, then you just wait here. If you aren't, then you'll be wanted." The captain of the guards believed them this time. Then he turned around and entered the mayor's mansion. Just now he didn't pay much attention to Yixian and Shuer because they were so young. But after being defeated by Lin Shuer, he realized that Yixian and Shuer were not ordinary people. Soon, the captain of the guards came back. "How was it?" Yixian asked with a smile. "Excuse me, this way please." When the guard captain appeared again, he endured the pain in his body and smiled. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Welcome." It seemed that Pang Xing was the first senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Then Yixian and Lin Shuer entered the city lord's mansion under the lead of this guard. "The two of you, the young city lord is currently busy, so he asked me to arrange a place for you to stay. The young city lord will be here shortly." After the captain finished speaking, he arranged a courtyard for Yixian and Lin Shuer respectively and left. After traveling for 2 days, Lin Shuer was also tired, so Yixian returned to the courtyard next door to rest first. Now, his mission was almost complete, which was to escort Lin Shuer to Guangjin City. Next, he was going to the Divine Prefecture main city to look for Zhang Miao, the leader of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, who was ranked first on the heaven roll. He had decided to rest for the night and set off the next day. Guangjin City's mayor is at the initial Heavenly Core realm, so he must have a high-grade earth tool with him. He should be able to deal with the green source giant. But, if the Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect want to take advantage of the situation, they can't be monopolized by one faction. I need to get more people. Yixian was planning something in his own room. Currently, he liked to plan for the future. But right at this moment he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Light footsteps, it's an expert. I think it's the first senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Pang Xing. Yixian only sensed the footsteps for a moment, but he didn't pay much attention to it. However, a few minutes later, he could not help but frown again. He actually heard the sound of an argument. His courtyard was right next to Lin Shuer's, so no sound could escape his ears. "Shuer, don't you know my heart? I love you from the bottom of my heart. Now, I've been adopted by the city lord as his foster son. Follow me." And when I become the city lord, you'll be the city lord's wife. It was an unfamiliar man's voice, and without a doubt it was Pang Xing's senior brother. How can you do this? Now that the Heavenly Yuan sect has been destroyed, everyone is temporarily staying in the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Do you want us to stay like this for the rest of our lives? Lin Shuer's voice rang out. The Heavenly Yuan sect, humph, it's just a small sect. My foster father can destroy it with a single order. Now that I'm the young city lord of Guangjin City, why should I return to the Heavenly Yuan sect? Shua, don't go back either, just stay here with me from now on. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Pang Xing continued. Hearing this, Yixian's brows furrowed tightly. He felt that something was amiss. The Heavenly Yuan sect had nurtured Pang Xing, but Pang Xing was ungrateful and did not respect the Heavenly Yuan sect at all. What an ingrate! No, I'm indebted to Master, so how can I abandon the Heavenly Yuan sect? Senior brother, just tell me if you'll help me or not. I can help, but you have to agree to marry me first. Otherwise, why should I help? Senior brother, you? Humph, my foster father's son was killed by a disciple from a sect. That's why he hates sects the most. Also, because of this, there isn't a single sect in the Guangjin city. If I want him to send a powerful warrior to help, it won't be easy. Of course, as long as you agree, I'll help you convince my foster father. I can't promise you. Lin Shuer answered without thinking. This was her personality. She hated being forced or threatened by others. Junior sister, the moment you arrived at the Heavenly Yuan sect, I've fallen in love with you. For the past 2 years I've been paying attention to you all the time. You have great talent. And I'm sure you'll surpass me in the future. That's why I took the risk to leave the Heavenly Yuan sect and come to the Central Province to train. I wanted to become stronger, so that I can be a good match for you. Now I've done it. My foster father is a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he stands at the pinnacle of the heavenly water continent. As long as you follow me, I'm sure you'll become a heavenly core warrior in the future, and you might even surpass my foster father. You might even reach the 4th realm of the spirit realm. You. Pang Xing started talking at length, trying to convince Lin Shuer. Stop talking, I won't agree to it. Senior brother, since you're not going to help me, then I'll take my leave. After saying that, Lin Shuer turned around and left. Right at this moment, Pang Xing suddenly grabbed onto her wrist and said, Shuer, if you don't agree to it, I won't let you go. Senior brother, don't force me to do it. Lin Shuer suddenly took out the Soaring Heavens sword. Pang Xing's eyes became serious, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Shuer, even if you have a high-ranked earth weapon, I don't think you're my match. Just follow my orders. Swoosh. Before he could finish his words, a piercing sound could be heard. Lin Shuer couldn't take it anymore and she took action. End of chapter. Chapter 287. Kill. Pang Xing dodged the sword and retreated. Even though he reacted quickly, his shoulder was grazed by the sword. However, he ignored it and said, Shuai, you actually attacked me. I know you must have fallen in love with someone else. I heard from the guards that a pretty boy came with you. Who is he? Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Lin Shuer's face darkened. I see you two are already together. You bitch, I wanted to find time to return to the Sky Yuan sect to marry you. How dare you have an affair behind my back? Now, I'll capture you and strip you naked in front of him. I'll let him watch me do. Before Pang Xing could finish, Lin Shuer took a step forward and stabbed him with her sword. She was extremely disappointed. She did not expect her dignified senior brother to be such a beast. However, in the next moment, she saw Pang Xing take out a weapon and block her attack. Clang! Lin Shuer's soaring cloud sword was knocked away. Then Pang Xing slapped her chest, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. I have a high-grade earthly weapon too. You bitch, how dare you try to kill me? I'll CK you up. Pang Xing said viciously as he walked toward Lin Shuer. However, at this moment, swish! A cold light flashed. Pang Xing was shocked. He quickly waved his right hand and destroyed the cold light. However, he felt a chill in front of his chest. When he looked down, he saw that there was a large hole in his chest. Once he lowered his head, he could no longer raise it. He fell backward, blood spurting out and drenching his clothes. Lin Shuer turned around and saw Yixian flip over the wall and land on the ground. He then put away Pang Xing's universe ring and high-grade earthly weapon. You killed him? Lin Shuer asked in surprise. You silly girl, didn't you hear what he just said? Do you still think he's your senior brother? Yi Xian helplessly walked over and checked Lin Shuer's injuries. He sighed and said, he really hit you hard. If you had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, you would have been killed by that palm strike. After he finished speaking, he picked Lin Shuer up and jumped out of the courtyard. You? Lin Shuer stared at Yi Xian with her eyes wide open. What? You? A young mayor of the central province is killed? Guangjin City is going to fall into chaos? Are you going to stay here and wait to be caught? He shook his head, then he quickly. However, not long after he left the courtyard, a figure flashed out and slammed a palm toward him. Bang! Xian Xian's Yi Xian Shue's god. Damn it, it must be a heavenly core warrior. He Shue's Xian 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 Xian, Shue Xian 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 Xian. How dare you assassinate the young mayor? I'll kill you. A deep voice sounded out in Yi Xian's ears, scaring him so much that he quickly stood up. Bang! A large crater had been blasted out of the place where he had been lying just now, and thick smoke was still rising from it. Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver. If he had been a little slower, he would have been seriously injured. Who are you? Yi Xian stood up and asked in fear. A dead man doesn't need to know my name. A middle-aged man slowly walked out. He was the one who sneak-attacked Yi Xian just now, causing Yi Xian to throw away the beauty in his arms. Heavenly Core Realm, he really is a Heavenly Core warrior. Luckily he's just a young Heavenly Core warrior, or else I would have been dead by now. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he was just a young Heavenly Core warrior, this time he would need to exchange for a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill in order to fight against this man. Lin Shuer also stood up from the ground. She knew the cultivation level of this middle-aged man in front of her. With a pale face she said, I'm the one who killed Pang Xing, not him. Shut up, you little bitch. You're going to die soon. The middle-aged man didn't want to waste any more time. He took a big step forward and threw out a punch. He wanted to take Yi Xian's life. His speed was so fast that it was beyond Lin Shuer's reaction. But before this, Yi Xian had already swallowed a pill. Great strength pill. At the same time, he spent 50 devour crystals to exchange for a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill. Poof! 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 Explode technique. Explode all 3 orifices. Heavenly Tyrant Fist. A thick Dan energy gushed out from his body. As Yi Xian threw out a punch, the Dan energy poured into his other fist. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out. It was as if a bomb had just exploded. The shockwave sent Lin Shuer, who was a small Heavenly Core warrior, flying backwards. At the same time, another figure was sent flying in the opposite direction. It wasn't Yi Xian, it was the middle-aged Heavenly Core warrior. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe what just happened. His punch just now was powerful enough to kill a late Earthly Core warrior, but he was still sent flying by Yi Xian. How was this possible? High-ranked Earth-rank gloves, high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill? In an instant, the middle-aged man realized what was going on. Not only did he have a high-ranked Earth-rank weapon, but Yi Xian also had a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill. This was out of his expectations. But before he could land on the ground, he saw Yi Xian suddenly appear in front of Lin Shuer. He carried her in his arms and left the place in an instant. Plop! The moment the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he quickly jumped up and chased after Yi Xian. But in the next second, he was shocked to find out that Yi Xian was gone. So fast, who is this guy? The middle-aged man was shocked. He looked around again but didn't find anything strange. It looked like Yi Xian had left. I need to report this to the mayor as soon as possible. The middle-aged man turned around and left. In his mind, he was imagining how the mayor of Guangjin would be enraged. The mayor of Guangjin was old. His only son was killed by a disciple from a sect. He had been listening to the news all these years, and when he finally found a suitable adopted son, he was killed by someone else. Perhaps the entire Zhong province would be shaken. But what the middle-aged man didn't know was that after he left, 2 figures walked out from a corner of the courtyard. Luckily my dark shadow leopard bloodline has been upgraded to a high rank. and I can move things I touch. If not, I would have been discovered. Yixian let out a sigh of relief, then he said, "We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave the city now." Last time he killed Kong Rong and Kong Quan, and was forced to leave Thorn City. This time he killed the young mayor of Thorn City, Pang Xing, and was forced to leave again. It was really bitter. Chapter 288. The hunt. Both of them quickly left the mayor's mansion. Then they chose the nearest city gate and left. The attack just now had depleted all of Yixian's core energy, and he couldn't even unleash the 8 desolate wind formation, so he had no choice but to run. If he didn't, he could have used the heavenly break formation again, and perhaps he could have killed that middle-aged man. A heavenly core warrior definitely had a lot of wealth, but too bad he had missed the opportunity. If there was a next time, the middle-aged man would definitely use all of his strength and wouldn't underestimate Yixian anymore. At that time, Yixian's chances of survival would be less than 20%. After leaving the city, Yixian quickly healed Lin Shuer as well as himself. After that, they started heading in the same direction. Originally, they thought this would be a simple task, they just needed to spread the news about the Green Source Giant. But now it looked like they couldn't let the mayor know about this. If they did, the Sky Yuan sect and Soaring Heaven Mansion wouldn't have anything to do with the Green Source Giant. After killing Pang Xing, Yixian brought Lin Shuer and ran for the entire night before they finally stopped. Lin Shuer spent the entire night in Yixian's arms. When Yixian put her down, she still had the same shocked expression on her face. "You ran for the entire night, aren't you tired?" Lin Shuer asked in shock. "I'm fine. I'm a body refining cultivator. My recovery speed is very fast," Yixian slowly explained. This was all thanks to the myriad flower bloodline. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to run for the entire night. Lin Shuer stared at him in shock. Yixian's speed last night was incredibly fast, and she reckoned he had already surpassed Mo Ziyun. But in the next second, her expression turned gloomy, because the gap between her and Yixian had widened once again. "What's wrong?" Yixian looked at Lin Shuer and asked curiously. Lin Shuer shook her head. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "I just have a question for you." "What is it?" Yixian furrowed his brows and asked. This time Lin Shuer hesitated again, then she asked, "Do you hate me?" Hearing this question, Yixian was stunned for a moment, then he asked in shock, "Why would I hate you?" "You don't hate me?" Lin Shuer blinked her eyes. "Are you talking about the engagement? Why would I hate you? Moreover, it's all thanks to Elder Eugène's 2 spirit-gathering pills. Otherwise, I would still be a piece of trash." Yixian smiled. Indeed, it was the soul-gathering pill that allowed him to activate the devouring system. Otherwise, he might still be in Lianyun City. No, he might be living a peaceful life in some town. "Really?" Shuer couldn't believe it. "Nonsense, if I hated you, I would have slapped you the first time I saw you." Yixian nodded seriously. "Lin." Shuer was choked by this sentence. Although it was a bit harsh, it also untied a knot in her heart. She originally wanted to return to Lianyun City and put on a high and mighty attitude. She wanted Yixian to hate her. That way Yixian would feel better. However, she didn't expect that Yixian would actually come to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Even she was shocked by his methods. After that, Yixian grew little by little. Now Yixian had left her in the dust. She thought Yixian would mock her, but Yixian never mentioned the engagement. Now this knot was finally untied. "I'll rest for a while. We'll continue on our way to Divine Land City," Yixian said. He sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Although they were far away from Thorn City, he still felt a little uneasy. Just in case, he decided to rush to Divine Land City. "Okay. Lin." Shuer nodded. Yixian slept for about 15 minutes. When he woke up, it was about time to start on the road. "Aren't you going to sleep more, Lin?" Shuer saw this and asked. "No, I feel like something is going to happen. Let's talk about it when we reach Divine Land City." Yixian shook his head and walked over. "Lin." Shuer didn't refuse. She let Yixian carry her. However, at this moment, beep! A shrill cry suddenly rang out in the dark night. When Yixian and Lin Shuer heard it, they couldn't help but pause. Yixian sensed a bird entering his range. This wasn't important. What was important was that there were 2 figures on the bird's back. One was a human while the other looked like a dog. Lin Shuer and the guy who killed the young city lord, I know you're here. Come out. A loud roar entered Yixian's ears. He was startled for a moment, but he immediately reacted. Wasn't this the voice of the middle-aged man he met at the mayor's mansion in Guangjin City? Impossible, how did he catch up with us? Yixian cried out in shock. He carefully checked his clothes, and he found out that there was a trace of his opponent's Dan energy left on his clothes. Damn it, why didn't I notice it? I'm such a pig. He scolded himself in his mind, then he said to Lin Shuer, you hide here, I'll lure him away and see if I can kill his mount. I'll meet up with you later. He had checked Lin Shuer's clothes. There was no trace of a heavenly core Dan energy, so he didn't have to worry. If he wanted to avoid this, he would have to erase his opponent's Dan energy and kill his mount. However, Yixian was thinking of the third option, kill his opponent. Be careful, Lin Shuer said with a worried expression. She knew there was nothing she could do to help right now. You stay here and watch. If anyone else comes, go to the Divine Land City yourself and post a notice on the entrance. As for me, I have many ways to escape, remember that. After saying that, Yixian disappeared into the darkness. The forest wasn't big. Yixian could cross it in 10 seconds. If he wanted to kill this heavenly core warrior here, he couldn't fight him head-on, he had to outsmart him. If we fight head-on, I won't be able to defeat you, but my methods are definitely beyond your imagination. Fog formation activate. Yixian quickly formed hand seals. In the blink of an eye, a thick fog covered the entire forest. Fog. The middle-aged man in the sky frowned, then he shouted out loudly. Young man, surrender now or else, I'll burn this entire forest down. But before he could finish his words, a cold beam shot up into the sky. Bam! The middle-aged man threw out a punch and shattered the arrow beam. At the same time, he found Yixian's approximate location. So you're here, die now. Chapter 289. Killing a Heavenly Core Warrior. Bang! An area that was about 10 meters wide was cleared out, and all the trees in the area were shattered into pieces. You're not here? Again. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he continuously struck out with both hands, attacking crazily. The trees in the forest were destroyed one by one, and after more than 10 palm strikes, he still couldn't find Yixian. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man was about to land on the ground. But right at this moment, 2 cold beams suddenly shot up into the sky about 100 meters away from the middle-aged man. Swoosh! The arrows flew through the air and hit the head of the other Xian beast, instantly killing them. Right now, Yixian could have run away, but he didn't because he had his eyes on the middle-aged man's storage ring. The central province is rich, they don't care about the 4 big cities at all. Let me see how much wealth a heavenly core warrior has. Yixian thought to himself. At the same time, the middle-aged man had also found out Yixian's approximate location based on the cold beam he saw just now. Without hesitation, he used his palm strike to open up a path, knocking away all the trees in front of him. You little brat, you have the potential to be an assassin. You've just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but you're already strong enough to fight me. Yesterday, you escaped and caused me to be scolded by the city lord. Today, I must kill you and atone for my crime. After the middle-aged man finished talking to himself, he started attacking crazily again. There were trees and fog in the forest, so he had to clear all the obstacles around him. But right at this moment, Yixian, who was hiding in the dark, had a confident smile on his face. Tap tap. Suddenly, the sound of grass rustling in the wind entered the middle-aged man's ears. He immediately turned around and threw out a punch. Now! Right at the moment when the middle-aged man attacked, Yixian, who was hiding 10 meters away from him, suddenly poured out a huge amount of core energy and gathered it on the Bahuang sword. In an instant, a huge sword was formed, and Yixian swung it towards the middle-aged man. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He suddenly remembered that there were 2 people, and immediately turned around. At this time, the 8 Desolation Great Sword had already slashed over. Fortunately, the middle-aged man had also refined his body, and his speed was extremely fast. He actually used both hands to slap the 8 Desolation Great Sword in the center of his palm. You do have some ability, but can you take this move? Yixian snorted coldly in his heart. In the next moment, the 8 Desolation greatsword suddenly shattered. Following that, the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He was completely stunned. Not only that, but the loud noise was still reverberating in his ears, constantly stimulating his brain. 2 seconds later, he fell limply to the ground, his eyes turning white. Seeing this, Yixian directly threw out the Bahuang sword in his hand. With a kacha sound, the Bahuang sword split into 8 pieces, then formed a sharp awl that suddenly pierced down. 8 desolate wind-killing array Tianchong broke through. Hiss! The middle-aged man's chest was pierced through, and he died in an instant. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a brat who had just entered the Earth Core realm. There was a difference of 3 whole realms between them. After he died, Yixian walked out from the darkness and sneered. What a pity! You died because of your carelessness. Don't think that I am 3 realms lower than you. If I had the chance, I would have killed you without leaving a single piece of armor behind. However, the combination of the Echo Formation and the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Sword almost made me deaf. Fortunately, there was the Echo Formation, or else it would have been difficult for me to kill you. After muttering to himself, Yixian kept the middle-aged man's remains and corpse. Back in the Lingxiao Peak's bamboo forest, Great Elder Lin Wenyue had set up a sound isolation formation. However, this time Yixian had set up an echo formation. If someone spoke inside, it would be like shouting in the valley, creating a continuous echo. This formation was extremely complicated. Fortunately, Yixian had set it up in advance. If it was during a battle, he definitely wouldn't have been able to set it up. Moreover, this middle-aged man seemed to have refined his body, and his physique was much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, this man was very experienced in battle. He would always use some of his Dan essence to protect his ears. If it wasn't for the echo formation, Yixian definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him with just the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Sword. As for what attracted the middle-aged man's attention, it wasn't Lin Shuer, but some of the puppets that Yixian had hidden in the surroundings. The central province might have some sound techniques, so he was used to protecting his ears. Yixian thought for a while, and then checked the contents of the ring. A high-grade earth tool and a bunch of miscellaneous items. He had devoured everything and obtained 50 devouring crystals. The central province was indeed rich. The items in this Qiankuan ring had probably surpassed the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion. Of course, that was the former Soaring Heaven Mansion. Previously, he had used 50 devour crystals to exchange for a high-grade earth-level martial art. Now that he had obtained another 50 devour crystals, it was a good return. Then he left immediately. Lin Shuer was very anxious when she saw the middle-aged man jump into the forest. After the middle-aged man landed, she didn't hear a single sound, which made her even more anxious. However, at this moment a figure suddenly appeared. She was so frightened that she hurriedly drew her sword. However, when she saw who it was, her tense nerves suddenly relaxed. That's great, you're fine, Lin Shuer exclaimed. Then she quickly covered her mouth. After all, there were other people in the forest. It's fine. That person is already dead, Yixian said with a relaxed expression. What? Dead? You killed him? Lin Shuer exclaimed again when she heard this. Yixian nodded. He's dead. However, we can't stay here for long. We have to leave quickly. If the middle-aged man could chase after them, there might be other people chasing after them. Although the middle-aged man said that he wanted to redeem himself, it was better to be careful. If the city lord of Guangjin City were to chase after them, they would be dead meat. After he finished speaking, he directly carried Lin Shuer and rushed towards the Divine Land City. Yixian's worries were unnecessary. When dawn arrived, they finally arrived at the Divine Land City. At this moment, the city gates were just opened. The two of them immediately walked in. Previously, when they went to Guangjin City, they were looking for the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Pang Xing. This time they were looking for the eldest senior brother of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Zhang Miao. Yixian had a copy of Zhang Miao's address, so they immediately went to look for him. In front of a residence in the southern part of the Divine Land City, a servant was cleaning outside the Zhang residence. When he saw Yixian and Zhang Miao, he asked curiously, Who are you looking for? This location was relatively remote, and there was only one courtyard nearby that had people living there. That was why he asked this question. Excuse me, does Zhang Miao live here? You're looking for the young master? The young master went out a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. The servant replied. Chapter 290. Alliance Chief of Divine Land Alliance not here? Yixian continued asking. Do you know where he went? When will he be back? I don't know. The servant shook his head. Yixian was puzzled. He had found the place but he couldn't find the person. Could it be that he had to look for the Myriad Pavilion again? Thank you. He nodded his head and left. He wondered if the Myriad Pavilion could find Zhang Miao's exact location. After a while, Yixian and Lin Shuo once again arrived at the Myriad Pavilion. Yixian didn't know much about Zhang Miao, but the Myriad Pavilion was still able to find out Zhang Miao's location. Zhang Miao is currently in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain? Yixian looked at the parchment and was startled. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was a dangerous place in the Divine Land. It was said that there were heavenly Korxian beasts there. It looked like Zhang Miao was training there. After leaving the Myriad Pavilion, Yixian said to Lin Shuo, let's find a place to stay first, then I'll go look for him. You wait for him in the Divine Land City, be careful. Lin Shuo nodded her head. She knew that if she followed him, it would be very inconvenient for Yixian, and she would only be a burden to Yixian. Without further ado, both of them found a place to stay. Then Yixian left the Divine Land City. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was located at the north of the Divine Land City. Yixian estimated that with his speed, it would take him about 1 day to reach there. Zhang Miao is currently in a cave in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. He should be cultivating. This Myriad Pavilion is really resourceful, isn't it? Yixian was very surprised. This Myriad Pavilion could really do anything. They even knew the exact location of a person who was training outside. He had no idea how they did it. 1 day later, Yixian entered the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was huge. It seemed to be even bigger than the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion. It was impossible to find a person here. However, the location given by the All Affairs Pavilion was very precise. It was in a cave in the western part of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. After entering the Heaven Shaking Mountain, Yixian immediately rushed out. This was a very suitable place for leveling up. There were many birds and beasts, and all of them were at least at the Earth Core realm. Therefore, Yixian was in a very good mood. He had the urge to level this Heaven-Shaking Mountain. But at the moment it was better to find Zhang Miao first. After all, the exact location given by the All Affairs Pavilion was a day ago. Very soon, Yixian found the cave according to the location given by the All Affairs Pavilion. However, there was no one in the cave. Bonfire still warm and leftover meat. Looks like they just left. Yixian frowned and looked around. Sure enough, he found a small footprint. He followed the footprints and began to sense his surroundings to see if he could find someone. However, at this moment, a huge roar suddenly rang out from the mountain, as well as all sorts of rumbling sounds. Someone is fighting with those Xian beasts. It should be Zhang Miao. Yixian immediately reacted. Those who were able to train in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain were definitely not ordinary people. Previously, he only asked the All Affairs Pavilion to find Zhang Miao's location. They didn't look for any other information. Therefore, he estimated that Zhang Miao might be a mid-Earth Core warrior, or even a late Earth Core warrior. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the sound. When he walked out of the forest, he saw 4 figures moving around in an open space in front of him. 3 Heavenly Core Golden Heavy Apes? When Yixian saw the figures of the 3 figures, he was startled. Right now, the 3 Golden Heavy Apes were attacking a young man who was holding a long sword. The battle was very intense. Zhang Miao? No way. A single man fighting 3 Heavenly Core Xian beasts? Is he really from the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Yixian couldn't believe it. The reward for being ranked second on the heavenly ranking was only a late mortal core warrior, and he had just broken through to the Earth Core realm after absorbing a Xian beast's inner core. Therefore, Yixian couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zhang Miao. However, when he saw that the young man seemed to be struggling, he immediately shouted, "Mister, do you need help?" Hearing this, the young man replied, "These 3 are Heavenly Core Xian beasts. They are extremely strong, and their defense is amazing. Please be careful." It looked like he needed help. So what if their defense is amazing? Yixian smiled. Then he took out an earth tool longbow and released an arrow. Mid-rank earth rank martial skill soul-breaking arrow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and hit the back of one of the golden heavy apes. However, this golden heavy ape's defense was amazing, and the arrow only managed to make a small hole on its back. When the golden heavy ape was suddenly injured, it turned around and glared at Yixian. Then it turned around and continued attacking the young man. Its defense is amazing, let's try this bow. Yixian thought for a moment. Then he took out a new bow and arrow. It was a high-rank earth tool. Swoosh! Just now the golden heavy ape didn't take the arrow seriously, so it was shot in the head. This time its head was pierced through, and it died in an instant. A high-rank earth tool, a mid-rank earth martial skill, and the bloodline of the overlord arrow. Killing you is as easy as pie. Yixian let out a cold snort in his mind. When the golden heavy ape fell to the ground, he shot another arrow. Bam! Soul-breaking arrow. A single arrow could break a soul. The second golden heavy ape didn't even have time to react before its head exploded. When the third golden heavy ape saw that its two companions were killed, its eyes immediately lit up, and it prepared to charge towards Yixian. But right at this moment, the young man suddenly leapt into the air and slashed at its head with his sword. A head was sent flying and fell to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere. A high-rank earth tool, a high-rank earth martial skill? Yixian immediately realized what was going on. This young man seemed to have an extraordinary background. A heavenly core warrior is still a heavenly core warrior. He's much easier to deal with than a human. The young man murmured to himself. Then he turned to Yixian and said, "My name is Zhang Miao, thank you for your help." Yixian had killed 2 heavenly core golden heavy apes with just 3 arrows. This was more than enough to prove his strength. Zhang Miao. When Yixian heard this name, his eyes lit up. He had found the right person. But although his name matched, his strength didn't match. "My name is Yixian." Yixian cupped his fist and said respectfully, "These 2 golden heavy apes were killed by Brother Yi, so their corpses should be yours." Zhang Miao put away the golden heavy ape he killed. Then he said to Yixian. Yixian walked over cautiously. Although this Zhang Miao might be the person he was looking for, there were 3 golden heavy apes' corpses in front of him, and 3 heavenly core cores. Who knew if this guy would suddenly attack him? Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very cautious. After that, he put away the 2 golden heavy apes' corpses. He turned around and saw that Zhang Miao was still standing a few meters away, quietly looking at him. Chapter 291. Divine Land City. This golden ape, I've been looking for it for a long time. With this inner core I can break through to the heavenly core realm. Thank you, Brother Yi. Zhang Miao once again expressed his gratitude. I'm just trying to help when I see injustice. Yixian said with a smile on his face. The value of 2 heavenly core corpses had definitely surpassed the middle-aged man's wealth. This was a great deal. Brother Yi, you're so young but you're already so strong. May I know which city you're from? Zhang Miao subconsciously asked. I'm not from the Zhong province. I'm from the eastern region Soaring Heaven Mansion. Yixian replied slowly. When the 3 words Soaring Sky Mansion entered Zhang Miao's ears, he was shocked as well. How could a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion have the ability to kill a heavenly core profound beast with just 1 strike? Even the Supreme Elder couldn't do that. Since you're a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, do you know which 5 superpowers are in the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Zhang Miao asked suspiciously. But at the same time he was curious, because there was no reason for him to pretend to be a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. In the Zhong province, any city could fight with the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The 4 great dynasties and the Divine Land Alliance. Senior Disciple Zhang. I'm also a member of the Divine Land Alliance, and I'm here because of Senior Disciple Jiang Yu. Yixian went straight to the point. Zhang Miao was even more surprised. He quickly thought for a moment, then he smiled and said, So you've recognized me a long time ago. You must have gone to the Myriad Pavilion and come here specifically to find me. I never expected that the Soaring Heaven Mansion would be able to produce such a genius. Senior Disciple is overpraising me. Junior Disciple is here because of something important. Yixian told Zhang Miao about what had happened recently. What? A fist-sized celestial blue rock was swallowed by that green source giant? Zheng Miao was shocked when he heard what Yixian said. The Supreme Elder and Sect Chief asked me to come here because they want Senior Disciple to spread the news. Then we can work together and kill that peak Heavenly Core Green Source Giant. Yixian nodded his head. This, Zheng Miao paused for a moment and said, this matter is of great importance. Even if the entire central continent is gathered together, its value would probably still be unable to compare to that single piece of celestial limestone. However, that piece of celestial limestone was swallowed by the green source giant, so I wonder how much remains of it. After he finished speaking, he turned around and asked, Junior brother, other than the Soaring Sky Mansion and the Heavenly Yuan sect, do any other forces know about this? No. Yixian shook his head. Previously, Lin Shuer had told the first senior brother of the Sky Yuan sect, Pang Xing. However, Pang Xing had already been killed by him. Therefore, there should only be 3 people in the central state who knew about this matter. If that's the case, we only need to mobilize the strength of a main city to destroy that green source giant, Zheng Miao said slowly. Does senior brother know the city lord of Divine Land? Yixian asked curiously. Zheng Miao nodded and said, that's right. I know him, and I'm even very familiar with him. To be honest, the city master of Divine Land City is my grandfather. The reason why I joined the Soaring Sky Mansion and formed the Divine Land Alliance was to unearth geniuses. If you want to come to the central province in the future, you can join my Divine Land City. What? This answer was once again out of Yixian's expectation. The Pang Xing he met before was only the adopted son of the city lord of Guangjin City. However, this first senior brother of the Soaring Sky Mansion was actually the grandson of the city lord of Divine Land City. Damn it! Was this a rich second generation who went to the countryside to experience life? Let's not delay any longer. We need to return to Divine Land City now. Originally, Yixian wanted to stay in the heaven-shaking mountain for a while, but since Zheng Miao placed so much importance on this matter, Yixian had no choice but to follow them back. After all, there were more Heavenly Core profound beasts in the Heavenly Yuan sect. With his current strength, he could easily kill Heavenly Core profound beasts. At that time, he would be able to level up. 2 days later, Yixian followed Zheng Miao back to Divine Land City. After finding Lin Shuer, Yixian followed Zheng Miao to the City Lord's mansion. In a study room within the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord of Divine Land City, Zhang Shuahai, was discussing something with his son, the Vice City Lord Zheng Yu. The adopted son of the City Lord of Guangjin City is dead, and that old fogey actually sent an arrest warrant to us? What a joke. Last time he stole a Black Sun steel mine from my Divine Land City, and now he wants me to post an arrest warrant for him? City Lord Zheng Shuahai coldly harumphed. Father, I've heard about this as well. But I just received news that the old fogey is secretly gathering some strong warriors. I wonder what he's up to? Zheng Yu asked curiously. Zheng Shuahai coldly harumphed. That old fogey is really something. He actually sneaked to another territory to do some shady business. He must be crazy about money. Should we inform Laikong City about this? Zheng Yu asked again. No, let's let that old fox provoke the city lord first. After that, we'll spread the news and let the 2 main cities fight to the death. Zheng Shuahai shook his head. Right at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly entered their ears. Grandfather, father. It was Zheng Miao's voice. You little brat, don't you know your manners? I'm talking to your grandfather about something important. Zheng Yu quickly stepped forward and stopped Zheng Miao. At the same time, he glanced at Yixian and Lin Shuer who were standing behind Zheng Miao. Then he was startled. He felt a bit strange, as he felt Yixian and Lin Shuer looked familiar. Father, I have something important to tell you as well. Zheng Miao quickly said. Let him in. Zheng Shuahai's voice came from inside the room. Zheng Miao brought Yixian and Lin Shuer into the study room. Didn't you go to the heavenly shaking mountain? What happened? Did you find the golden ape? Zheng Shuahai looked at Zheng Miao. Yes, I found it and I've also obtained its inner core. Zheng Miao nodded and answered. Haha, good, I'll help you absorb it when the time comes. It won't be long before you break through to the heavenly core realm. Zheng Shuahai stroked his beard and smiled. Right at this moment, he turned his attention to Yixian and Lin Shuer who were standing behind Zheng Miao. In the next moment, his expression changed and he took out 2 portraits. A wanted criminal from Guangjin City? Zhang Shuahai said in shock. Yixian glanced at the portrait in Zhang Shuahai's hand with a surprised expression. He noticed that one of the portraits in Zhang Shuahai's hand looked 80% like him, and the other one looked almost the same as Lin Shuo. Zhang Miao was surprised as well. She asked, "Grandfather, why do you have Yixian's portrait?" A few days ago, the adopted son of the Guangjin City's city lord was killed. The city lord sent an arrest warrant here and asked us to keep an eye out for him. After saying that, Zhang Shuahai turned his attention back to Yixian. "Don't tell me it was you two who killed Peng Xing." Chapter 292. Heavenly Yuan Sect Return. Don't worry, the Divine Land City and Guangjin City don't have a good relationship. Even if you killed the city lord, I won't do anything to you. But since you killed that old man's adopted son in the governor's mansion, even I have to admit that I admire your courage. Zhang Shuahai praised. Yixian let out a sigh of relief and said, "Senior, you flatter me." "All right, Zhang Miao, the reason you came to me is because of them, right? You can rest assured now, I won't tell that old man about what happened in the Divine Land City." Zhang Shuahai waved his hand and shattered the two portraits in his hand. When Zhang Miao heard that Yixian had killed the young city lord of Guangjin City, he was shocked as well. But the reason he came to Zhang Shuahai was not because of this. "Grandfather, you misunderstood me. Listen to me." Zhang Miao started telling his grandfather everything that happened in the Heavenly Yuan sect. After hearing what he said, both Zhang Shuahai and Zheng Yu were stunned. A fist-sized celestial green stone, and a profound core profound beast? Zhang Shuahai widened his eyes and said, "Huiyang. I remember this Huiyang was from the Divine Land City. I never thought she would find a celestial green stone." "Little brother Yi, is that why you came here?" Zheng Yu turned around and asked. "Yes, she is a disciple from the Heavenly Yuan sect. That's why we came to the Central Province this time. We want to spread the news and ask the warriors of the Central Province to eliminate those green source giants." Yixian nodded his head. Zheng Yu suddenly thought of something and asked, "You went to the governor's mansion in Guangjin City before this. What were you doing there?" This. Yixian actually wanted to keep it a secret, but now it seemed like there was no need to. Therefore he just told him. That old man's adopted son, Peng Xing, is actually from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Not good, that old man is not gathering his men in Lai Sky City. He is going to the southern region. Zhang Shuahai immediately reacted and shouted, "Zheng Yu, go gather all profound Earth Core warriors now." "Yes, father." Zheng Yu replied and quickly left. After pondering for a moment, Yixian finally understood. It was no wonder that Guangjin City's city lord did not personally come to arrest him. It should be because he knew about the celestial bluestone. It was likely that when Lin Shuo told Peng Xing, the middle-aged man heard it and reported it to Guangjin City's city lord. Soon, all the warriors from the city lord's mansion had gathered. Aside from Zhang Shuahai, who was an initial Heavenly Core warrior, there were also 4 early Heavenly Core warriors, including Zheng Yu and a dozen late Earth Core warriors. This was the strength of the City Lord Office of Divine Land City. Not only that, Zhang Shuahai also had a Heavenly Core cloud-soaring bird. It would only take him 1 day to arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect. Immediately, the group of people set off. Perhaps the Guangjin City had set off a long time ago. If they were any slower, all the Heavenly Core Xian Beast's cores would have been taken away by the Guangjin City. Not only that, but even that green source giant could be killed. Therefore, they must arrive before the city lord of Guangjin. Due to the urgency of the situation, they didn't have time to return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Instead, they set off straight for the Heavenly Yuan sect. Heavenly Core Xian Beasts were extremely fast. Yixian and the rest only spent 1 day to arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory. High up in the sky, a big gray bird was flapping its wings. On its back there were a dozen men standing. So those are the green source giants? Good. Looks like the men from Guangjin City haven't arrived yet. The city lord, Zhang Shuahai, looked into the distance and saw those small green source giants. When we left, there were only a few hundred of those small green source giants left. But now there are even more of them. Furthermore, there are even early Heavenly Core Xian beasts, Yixian said with a frown on his face. Zhang Shuahai didn't mind. Don't worry, we arrived earlier than the Guangjin City. As long as we gather together, It won't take long for us to kill all these small green source giants. With so many Xian beasts, just their inner cores alone would be a huge number. When they looked into the distance, they could see more than 110-meter-tall green source giants. They were all at least at the heavenly core realm. Right at this moment, another bird beast suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhang Shuahai subconsciously looked into the sky, but he didn't know who it was. "Grandfather, they are from the Soaring Heaven Mansion." When Zhang Miao saw them, he hastily said. Right at this moment, there were a total of 4 men riding on Soaring Heaven rocks. They were the 4 higher-ups from the Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect. When the 2 birds met, Yixian and Lin Shuo jumped onto the back of the Soaring Heaven rocks. "Yixian, you're finally back." When the Grand Elder Zhou Yan saw Yixian, he couldn't help but say, "Grand Elder, did you know that senior disciple Zheng is the grandson of the city lord?" Yixian asked in a straightforward manner. "What?" Hearing this, all 4 men were shocked. Yixian was too lazy to explain. He just went to introduce them. "Alright, I got it. Since you're the ones who brought me the news, I can promise you that after this is done, I'll give you 10% of the inner cores, but you have to help me." Zhang Shuahai didn't mind at all. He could tell that Zhou Yan and the other 3 men had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. 10% was more than enough. "Thank you, City Lord." Zhou Yan quickly expressed his gratitude. There were so many heavenly core Xian beasts here, 10% of the inner cores would give them at least a dozen inner cores. As for the celestial green rock, they wouldn't ask for it. "There's no time to lose, we'll do as we've planned. Let's clear out an area first. Little brother Yi, the 5 of you can go together, the inner cores will belong to you." After saying that, Zhang Shuahai jumped off the Soaring Heaven rocks. "Belong to us?" Zhou Yan and the other 3 men looked at each other. They were all thinking that the Divine Land City was really generous. "Shuo, you stay on the Soaring Heaven rocks, don't go down," Emoziun said to Lin Shuo. "Yes, master," Lin Shuo replied. She knew that she was too weak, and if she went down she would only put more pressure on the others. After that, the 4 of them jumped off the Soaring Heaven rocks. "Be careful," Yixian said as he jumped off the Soaring Heaven rocks as well. However, he was going in a different direction than the other 4 men. He was going to do it alone. In fact, when he broke through to the Earth Core realm, he wanted to come here alone to kill monsters and level up. A high-rank Earth weapon, a high-rank Earth martial skill, and a 10% increase in movement speed. His combat strength was probably even higher than the Heavenly Yuan sect's Grand Elder, Tianlang. "Tsk, so many Xian beasts, let the hunt begin." Yixian laughed out loud in his mind. He took out a high-rank Earth weapon longbow and exchanged it for a high-rank Earth martial skill. High-rank Earth martial skill, Chain of 7 Stars. Chapter 293. Arriving at Guangjin City, 7 arrows pierced through the air and pierced through the stomach of a late Earth Core warrior a few hundred meters away. After killing so many green source giants, Yixian had found a weakness that wasn't really a weakness. The green source giant's weakness was similar to a human's weakness. It was located in the Dantian and there was a small space there. As long as this space was destroyed, the green source giant would be dead. Yixian's 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake Sword had destroyed this small space, and that was why he was able to kill the green source giant. A high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill is really something. It can kill with just 1 strike. Yixian felt really proud of himself. Perhaps besides those heavenly core warriors, no one else in this place could do this. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the corpse and stored it away. In just an instant, he had gained a lot of core energy and 10 devouring crystals. Right now, he still had 150 devouring crystals. He had exchanged for the sky-shaking fist and 7 meteor chain arrows, both of which were high-ranked Earth-rank martial skills. A green source giant at the Great Success Earth Core realm could get about 10 devour crystals. He was thinking that he might be able to break through to the early Earth Core realm this time. At the same time, the warriors from the Divine Land City had split into a few groups. The city lord Zhang Shuahai was killing the green source giants by himself, and so were Zheng Yu and the other 4 heavenly core warriors. If they really wanted to compare their efficiency, Zhang Miao and the dozen late earthly core warriors were the slowest, followed by Zhou Yan's group of 4, followed by Zheng Yu's group of 4, followed by Yixian's group of 4, and finally the initial heavenly core warrior Zhang Shuahai. In simple terms, Yixian's efficiency was second only to Zhang Shuahai. Lin Shuer, who was watching from the sky, had been focusing all her attention on Yixian. She was so impressed that she had nothing to say. Yixian was 4 stages lower than Zhang Shuahai, but his efficiency was second only to Zhang Shuahai. He was indeed a monster. In just a few minutes, Yixian had killed more than 100 profound beasts, and most of them were at the Earth Core realm. In total, he had earned more than 150 devour crystals. Right at this moment, a huge figure suddenly dashed towards him. A heavenly core green giant? Yixian was taken aback. He quickly retreated while continuing to attack. The green source giant who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm was 20 meters tall, and its speed was at least a few times faster than a peak Earth Core warrior. However, with the 10% increase in movement speed, he was able to increase the distance between them. 7-star chain. 7-star chain. 7-star chain. This green source giant was very fast. It was like a war chariot as it ran over Yixian. However, it had almost no intelligence. All it knew was to kill. Yixian retreated as he attacked, hitting 100% of his shots. There was already a hole in the dantian of this green source giant. Just a little more and its dantian would be pierced through. 7-star chain. Yixian used up all the Jindan essence in his body and shot one last arrow. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the heavenly core green source giant fell backwards. Yixian took a big step forward and retrieved the beast core. After that, he swallowed the beast core. Previously, he had swallowed a beast core that had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and each beast core only contained 25 Jindan. Therefore, he decided to give it to Song Suijing. During the time I wasn't here, this green source giant had created many more smaller giants. This must be the energy from the celestial blue stone. If I can devour all these heavenly core green source giants, I can at least break through to the peak Earth Core realm. At that time, I can beat that stupid city lord of Guangjin City. Yixian was still killing the green source giants while fantasizing about his future. After killing for a while, a few flying mounts suddenly appeared in the sky. Beep! These flying mounts let out a few cries, attracting everyone's attention. Not good, that old man is here. Zhang Shuahai turned around and looked. His expression immediately changed. He called the soaring cloud bird and jumped onto its back. When the flying mounts arrived, a white-haired old man shouted out in surprise. Zhang Shuahai, why are you here? Yuan Yibo, what a coincidence. Zhang Shuahai smiled. This white-haired old man was the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Yibo. Just like Zhang Shuahai, he was a mid-heavenly core warrior. Right at this moment, Yuan Yibo suddenly turned around and saw Lin Shuai. He immediately unleashed a killing intent and said, "Since you're here, I think high official he must have been killed. Zhang Shuahai, how dare you kill my men?" High official he? Zhang Shuahai was surprised. I don't know what you're talking about, but this little girl is my guest. If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me first. Humph. Yuan Yibo let out a cold snort. Although he was resentful of Pang Xing's death, he still prioritized his own benefits. He then turned around and looked at Zhang Shuahai. Zhang Shuahai, since you're here, I'm sure you know what's going on. If we fight, none of us will get any benefits. Why don't we talk? I have the same idea. Zhang Shuahai said with a smile. Yuan Yibo, how do you want to cooperate? Cooperate? No, I don't need to cooperate. Yuan Yibo shook his head and said, there are so many Xian beasts here, we can hunt freely without interfering with each other. What do you think? Don't interfere with each other? Good idea, but what about the green source giant? Zhang Shuahai's eyes lit up. Let's talk about it after we kill all of them. Yuan Yibo replied. Alright, let's do that then. Zhang Shuahai agreed. After that, Yuan Yibo and the other men landed far away from Zhang Shuahai. After they landed, a young man walked up to them and said, City Lord Yuan, you mean? Young Master Yang Ling, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you to them just now. Yuan Yibo hurriedly said. It's fine. It's fine. City Lord Yuan, you should be thinking of secretly getting rid of those people, right? The young man called Young Master Yang Ling by Yuan Yibo said. That's right, there are so many Xian beasts here, of course we can't just let them kill them. Besides, I'm sure young Master Yang Ling is interested in this as well, right? Yuan Yibo asked with a smile on his face. I'm afraid there's no one who isn't interested in this. I've taken a look just now. Besides the city lord, the rest of them are nothing to be afraid of. As long as we work together, we can kill all of them secretly. Young Master Yongling said in an indifferent tone. All right. Yuan Yibo's eyes lit up. He was filled with killing intent. Right at the same time on the other side, Zheng Shuahai had gathered all the other men. This old fox is extremely greedy, and his methods are cruel. You guys need to be careful. Those who haven't broken through to the Earth Core realm, stay away from them. Zheng Shuahai reminded. We will. Zheng Yu nodded his head. He was ready to work together with another Heavenly Core warrior. If that's the case, let's begin. It's better to be safe than sorry. This guy will definitely take action. When the time comes, don't show any mercy. We can strike first. Chapter 294. He was courting death. However, only the people from Divine Land City were gathered. As for Zhou Yan's side, Yixian had called them over. Even Lin Shuer had come. Shuer, what's going on? Emoziun asked, puzzled. Master. Lin Shuer hesitated, not knowing what to say. Let me explain. Your Heavenly Yuan Sect's eldest senior brother, Peng Xing, is an ingrate. After he was adopted by that old man, he was ungrateful. Not only did he not help, he even wanted to force Shuer to marry him. In the end, he even turned into a pervert and said some nasty things. He even tried to touch Shuer. I accidentally killed him. Yixian explained briefly. What? You killed Peng Xing? Emoziun was shocked. Peng Xing was his disciple. Sect Master Emo, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Yixian turned and asked. If I didn't do it, the two of us would have ended up in a horrible state. For is this true? Emoziun asked in disbelief. Lin Shuer nodded. Master, it's true. Emoziun and Etianlang might not believe what Yixian said. But since Lin Shuer nodded, it had to be the truth. What an ingrate. To think that I nurtured him. Emoziun was so angry that he was trembling. Alright, let's not talk about this now. You killed Peng Xing, so Yuan Yibo will probably seek you out for revenge. Shuer, I'll escort you to find a place to hide. Don't show yourself. Etianlang said. I'll go. I'll open up a cave and set up a formation. It'll be safer that way. Yixian took the initiative. Lin Shuer was the weakest person present. Any one of them could kill her. This place was very dangerous, so she couldn't stay here. She had to hide. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Etianlang nodded. Next, Yixian directly brought Lin Shuer to the bottom of a cliff, opened up a cave and set up a formation for the Shanglu. Stay here and wait quietly. Don't make a sound. After setting up the array formation, Yixian said to Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was also considered his relative. He didn't want Lin Shuer to die just like that. After all, the two of them were once considered to be engaged. Be careful. Shuer reminded him. Yes. Yixian nodded and left the room. Then, he quickly returned and continued his hunt. At the same time, he was even more vigilant than before. Although Guangjin City's city lord Yuan Yibo didn't say anything, if he encountered him, he would definitely kill him. Previously, he had killed a Heavenly Core warrior, but it was at night, and with the help of the Dark Shadow Leopard's bloodline, he was able to hide in the dark. He had also set up an echo formation to lure the enemy in. If he was asked to fight a Heavenly Core warrior alone right now, Zhou Yan and the others wouldn't have much of a problem, but those Heavenly Core warriors from the Central Province, he couldn't do anything about them. This was because he could feel that all these Heavenly Core warriors from the Central Province were all body-refining warriors. If he were to fight them head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, there was a gap of 3 levels between them, and they might also have a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill. After returning, Yixian continued his hunt. With his innate skill of locating, he could scan the surrounding 1,500 meters. As long as someone stepped into the area, he would be able to react immediately. After the arrival of the Guangjin City's men, the rest of the men began to conserve their strength. They didn't want to use their full strength, as it would quickly deplete their strength and core energies. Because there might be a big battle coming soon. This was actually a good thing for Yixian. So you guys aren't looking for Heavenly Core Xian beasts anymore? Great, I'm the one who's lucky. Yixian had just killed a green source giant that had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Then he swallowed a recovery pill that was worth 1 devour crystal. In an instant, the core energy in his body was fully recovered. 1 devour crystal was equivalent to 1 trillion devour points, which was equivalent to 10,000 high-ranked crystal stones. With 5 devour crystals, one could get a high-ranked soul item under special circumstances. The rest of the men also had their own recovery pills, but Yixian's method of recovering all the core energies of an earthly core warrior was something that no one had ever seen before. For Yixian to kill a heavenly core Xian beast, he only needed to use the high-ranked Earth Rank 7 meteor chain arrows a few times, and that would consume almost all of his core energies. Simply put, this was a win-win situation. The 5th one, the 6th one, the 7th one. Yixian continued his crazy slaughter. More green source giants fell one after another, causing the surrounding men to be stunned. That young man, how can he be so strong? I think he's even younger than Zhang Miao? A heavenly core warrior said with mixed feelings. Zhang Yu nodded his head upon hearing this. His talent is comparable to the 3 princes of the upper 3 cities. After this, father will definitely try to rope him in. In the future, perhaps our divine land city will be able to get rid of the lower 3 cities and become one of the upper 3 cities. Both men paused for a moment, then they continued their slaughter. However, Yixian's high-profile slaughter had attracted the attention of the men from Guangjin City. That young man's archery skill is amazing. He has killed so many heavenly core Xian beasts. If I can get my hands on those core, I'm sure I can break through to the minor heavenly core realm. A revered elder from the mayor's mansion thought for a moment, then he quietly walked towards Yixian. Right at this moment, Yixian was fighting the 9th heavenly core green source giant. A few seconds later, the green source giant fell to the ground. Yixian swallowed a pill. Then he put away the corpse and its core. But right at this moment, he suddenly sensed that someone had stepped into his sensing range. Who is it? Yixian's expression changed. Normally, the men from Guangjin City and Divine Land City shouldn't have come into contact with each other. But he felt that this man was a stranger. He was sure that this man was from Guangjin City. It looked like this man had come here specifically for him. Fog formation activate. Echo formation activate. The 2 formations were stacked together, and in an instant, they had surrounded an area of a few hundred meters. However, the fog formation had a large range, and the echo formation only had a range of a few hundred meters. Therefore, Yixian had to wait for this man to come in. And why is there fog here? What a young man, he even knows how to use a spirit formation. When the old man who was trying to approach Yixian saw the white fog, he stopped in his tracks. Could it be that he knows I'm here? He thought for a moment, but he felt that it was impossible. Therefore, he stepped into the fog. Although he couldn't see Yixian, he could still hear what was going on around him. Of course, he couldn't compare with Yixian. Although Yixian couldn't see, he could still sense where this man was, and how far away he was. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 600 meters. Chapter 295. The War Between the 2 Cities. This guy must have created a foggy area to recover his core energy and stamina. The old man thought to himself. But right at this moment, a sonic boom suddenly sounded out. Swoosh! The old man's expression changed. When he heard the sonic boom coming from his surroundings, he immediately dodged to the side. Pop! 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 7 arrow beams connected into a single line and pierced through the old man's shoulder, causing blood to splash out from his wound. How is this possible? The old man was extremely shocked. He assumed that Yixian must have missed his target, and he accidentally rushed forward. Luckily, it was only his left shoulder that was injured, and it didn't affect his combat strength much. The old man immediately started running forward, trying to find Yixian based on the direction of the attack. But after running for a while, he still couldn't hear anything. This meant that Yixian didn't move, or he had run away long ago. Damn it, he really found me and ran away? The old man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He couldn't kill Yixian and he was injured instead. But just as he was thinking about this, he finally sensed some movement around him. Hiss! Over there! The old man thrust his sword forward, and a sharp sword beam was unleashed. It hit something in an instant, and after that the old man heard a plop sound. Haha, is he dead? The old man was overjoyed, and he quickly rushed over. But when he got closer, he was shocked to find that it wasn't a human corpse, but a puppet that he had destroyed. Not good. He immediately reacted, but right at this moment, a huge sword was already slashing towards him. Clang! The old man reacted quickly and blocked the 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake Sword. But he couldn't block the second attack of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake Sword. Buzz! The huge sword suddenly trembled violently. Then it shattered into pieces, producing a loud noise that shook the heavens. The old man felt a pain in his head, and the core energy he had gathered was instantly dispersed. Although the loud noise was echoing in the echo formation, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swish! While he was in a trance, 8 sharp blades suddenly swept out from different directions. You want to kill me? You're still too inexperienced, the old man shouted. He gathered all his strength and condensed a Jindan essence. Then it exploded. Bang! The 8 sharp blades were instantly repelled by this Jindan essence. This old man was much stronger than the middle-aged man Yixian had killed before, but he still couldn't escape death. Pa! Just as the old man was sighing in relief that he had dodged a calamity, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and threw out a punch. High-grade Earth-level martial art. Exploding Heaven Fist. 10,000 Beasts Bloodline, King of Fighters Bloodline. High-grade Earth-ranked martial arts, and high-grade Earth-ranked gloves. All of these factors had greatly increased the power of this punch. This scene happened so suddenly that the old man had no time to condense his Jindan essence. He could only stab forward with his sword. However, he suddenly saw the figure in front of him flash, and then he felt a pain in his chest. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the old man was sent flying away. Luckily, he had tempered his body for dozens of years, so he wasn't killed by this punch. Right at this moment he had regained his consciousness. But right at this moment he felt a chill on his back again. In his eyes he saw a sharp awl piercing through his chest, and there was blood and flesh mixed in it. He opened his eyes wide. He never expected to die in this place. Plop! The old man's corpse fell onto the ground. There was a big hole in his chest, and his flesh was badly mutilated. There was no sign of life. After the old man died, Yixian walked over to the old man's corpse and collected the storage ring and weapons. After that, he threw the old man's corpse into a storage ring. Trying to kill me, you really don't know what death is, Yixian murmured in his mind. Then he started checking the old man's storage ring. 2 corpses of heavenly Korshian beasts. 4 inner cores of heavenly Korshian beasts. A high-ranked earth weapon. Heh, there's even a high-ranked earth movement skill. Yixian laughed. Then he threw all these things into his devouring space. After that, he immediately devoured all the corpses and inner cores. His cultivation base immediately soared by a large margin. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the minor earth core realm after consuming another 10 inner cores of heavenly Korshian beasts. Yixian thought for a moment, then he left the place. He was about to break through. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Since the people of Guangjin City dared to cause him trouble, of course he would have to take revenge. He had already planned it out. Once he broke through, he would go find them and make sure they wouldn't be able to return alive. Time passed by slowly, and all the green source giants in the vicinity were slowly being cleared out. In less than half an hour, half of the thousands of green source giants were cleared out. In another half an hour, all the green source giants would be cleared out. At that point of time, he would be able to deal with the green source giant sitting quietly in the heavenly Yuan sect. At this time it had already been a long time since Yixian killed that Guangjin City consecrator. During this period of time he had killed another 5 to 6 heavenly core green source giants, as well as a bunch of earth core giants. His cultivation was about to reach the peak of the earth core realm, just a little bit more and he would be able to break through to the minor earth core realm. Right at this moment, a huge figure suddenly entered his vision. The fuck? A 40-meter tall green source giant. A minor heavenly core warrior? Yixian was startled, then he quickly backed off. A minor heavenly core giant was not something he could handle with his current strength. He had to back off. But right when he backed off, someone was fighting the green source giant. It was the city lord of Divine Province Zhang Shuahai, and the city lord of Guangjin City Yuan Yibo. There were only 3 minor heavenly core green source giants, and if all their inner cores fell into Zhang Shuahai's hands, he would be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. Yuan Yibo was the same. Therefore they had to fight for it. Yuan Yibo, what are you trying to do? When Zhang Shuahai saw Yuan Yibo suddenly jumping out, he shouted out loudly. Zhang Shuahai, do you think this is a matter of first come, first served? Yuan Yibo said with a grin on his face. Although Zhang Shuahai had attacked first, this was still a matter of great importance, and Yuan Yibo would never give up so easily. You want to fight now? Fine, I, Zhang Shuahai, will accompany you. Zhang Shuahai shouted out loudly. Then he immediately dashed towards Yuan Yibo. In an instant, both men started fighting. Furthermore, they were fighting right in front of the minor heavenly core green source giant. Worthy of being the city lords of the 2 main cities, you have guts. Yi Xian, who was flying in the air not far away, shook his head. In the next moment he saw quite a few people approaching the green source giant. Chapter 296. Breakthrough TSK. Killing monsters is better than killing people, I'll go as well. Yi Xian sneered. Then he landed on the ground and dashed towards the direction of the attack. His speed was extremely fast, and he was the first one to arrive 1,000 meters away from the 2 city lords. Then he waited quietly. As expected, 3 silhouettes entered his perception range. He went around the 3 men and laid in ambush. When the 3 men approached him, he struck. 8 Desolation Wind Formation. 8 sharp blades were unleashed in an instant, slicing the 3 late Earth Core warriors into pieces. Yi Xian quickly picked up the storage rings and weapons from the 3 men. Then he left the scene. These 3 men's loot was not bad. Their loot was equivalent to 2 late Heavenly Core Xian beasts. And here they come again, a Heavenly Core warrior? Yi Xian was startled. Then he immediately set up the Fog Formation and Echo Formation. He could kill a late Earth Core warrior in an instant, but he had to take a Heavenly Core warrior seriously. Right at this moment, the man who was rushing towards the green source giant furrowed his brows and asked, Spirit Formation, who set it up? Although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it and stepped into the formation. In this place there were only 2 men he was afraid of. One was the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Yibo, and the other was the city lord of Divine Province Zhang Shuahai. Besides these 2, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He increased his speed, thinking that if anyone dared to cause trouble for him, he would just kill them. This man was the young man who was called Young Master Yang Ling by Yuan Yibo's slap. Young Master Yang Ling stepped into the Echo Formation, and in the next moment, a crisp sound came from the side. Someone was here. I don't care who you are, die. To be safe, Young Master Yang Ling swung his sword and cut his target in half. But this was still a puppet used by Yi Xian to create a diversion. Swoosh swoosh. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the 8 Desolation Greatsword and swung it horizontally. Young Master Yang Ling immediately reacted. He raised both of his hands and blocked the 8 Desolation Greatsword. This is... Young Master Yang Ling's eyes widened. He quickly used his core to protect his ears. Buzz! An enormous sound resounded as Young Master Yang Ling's entire body was blasted flying. Subsequently, a sharp awl assaulted him. High-grade Earth-level martial art. Cross Heavenly Light Slash. Young Master Yang Ling's right hand quickly chopped and swept. A cross-shaped attack instantly struck out, scattering Tian Chong Pua. So strong. This person's strength isn't something I can fight against right now. Retreat. Not far away, Yi Xian sensed it and immediately withdrew his Bahuang sword before fleeing. Since his attack failed, he immediately fled. Yi Xian did not expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. His opponent reacted quickly and used his Jindan essence to protect his ears, rendering the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword useless. Then he dispersed the Sky Rush attack. This level of strength was definitely not something he could handle at the moment. Therefore he could only run. Young Master Yang Ling flipped backwards and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he quickly rushed towards the place where the Bahuang sword was assembled. However, after chasing for a while, he did not find anyone. Humph, you do have some ability. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Young Master Yang Ling let out a cold snort. Then he turned around and left. He wanted to help Yuan Yibo deal with Zhang Shuahai first. After he left, Yixian walked out from under the shade of a dark tree. This guy is so strong and he's so young. I'm sure he's not from Guangjin City. Looks like things aren't going well. Yixian thought to himself, then he disappeared again. He had to break through as soon as possible so he could go and help Yuan Yibo. After that, he encountered another group of 3 men from Guangjin City. After that, he killed a heavenly core green source giant. After devouring the core of the heavenly core Xian beast, he finally heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding, the host has broken through to the initial Earth core realm. I finally broke through. Yixian let out a sigh of relief. After breaking through, the strength of his core energy had skyrocketed, and his physique had improved as well. Right now, the number of core crystals he had devoured had reached 800. With so many core crystals, if it was anyone else, they would have no problem breaking through to the initial heavenly core realm, but he was only at the initial Earth core realm. Rumble. Just as he was breaking through, the battle not far from him had become even more intense. From a one-on-one fight between 2 men, it had turned into a chaotic battle between more than 10 men. Besides, judging from the sounds, it seemed like the Divine Land City was at a disadvantage. Looks like Guangjin City has a secret weapon. No, I need to go help now. Yixian didn't dare think too much about it. He quickly turned around and ran towards the battlefield. If all the men from Divine Land City were killed, then he wouldn't be able to get 10% of the core crystals. Ha ha ha, Zhang Shuahai, why are you running away? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Guangjin City's city lord, Yuan Yibo, laughed out loud. Right now the city lord Zhang Shuahai was being beaten back by Yuan Yibo. It wasn't because he was weaker than Yuan Yibo, it was because of another powerful warrior, a warrior at the initial heavenly core realm. Back off, everyone, back off! Zhang Shuahai shouted with a serious expression. Although they had the advantage in terms of numbers, the nascent heavenly core warrior who had appeared out of nowhere was stronger than Zhang Shuahai. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Haha, you want to leave? It's not that easy. If I let you run away, you might come back later. I'm not that stupid. Young Master Yongling, please help me. Yuan Yibo shouted out loudly. When he heard what Yuan Yibo said, Zhang Shuahai's face sank. Young Master Yongling? Wasn't he the young city lord of Yongling City, one of the 3 upper cities in the central province? Alright, Senior Xia. Help City Lord Yuan kill them. I'll handle this initial heavenly core green source giant. A young man's voice sounded out. Immediately after that, another figure dashed out from the side. Not good. Zhang Shuahai gritted his teeth and ran away with all his strength. 2 initial heavenly core warriors, one was as strong as him, and the other was stronger than him. If he was surrounded by them, his life would be in danger. All the warriors who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm and earth core realm had their morale boosted, and they started charging towards Zheng Yu and the other men. On the other side, Yixian had a serious expression on his face as well. Looking at the backs of those men, he thought to himself, if I go there now, I might not make it in time. Why don't I find that young Master Yongling? He knew that Senior Xia was young Master Yongling's bodyguard. As long as young Master Yongling was threatened, he would definitely come back. With that thought in mind, Yixian immediately dashed out. Just now he couldn't defeat young Master Yongling, and even his sneak attack failed. But now he had broken through, and it was still uncertain who would win. Right now, young Master Yongling was fighting with the initial heavenly core green source giant, and he had no idea that Yixian was approaching him. Chapter 297. Young Master Yongling was dead. Bang! Bang! Young Master Yongling kept attacking. His physique was stronger than the old man Yixian had killed earlier. His strength was considered to be very strong amongst those who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. But, when compared to Yixian, his physique was still much weaker. Swoosh! Yixian instantly crossed 100 meters and arrived next to young Master Yongling coincidentally. The green source giant was helping Yixian as well. 2 attacks from 2 different directions brought great pressure to young Master Yongling. It's you again, you scum! This time young Master Yongling finally saw Yixian's face. Without hesitating, he unleashed a huge amount of core energy, and after dodging the green source giant's attack, he used his longsword to block in front of him, blocking Yixian's 8 Desolation greatsword. But before he left, Yixian had consumed a type of pill, the Great Strength Pill. When he was still in the mortal core realm, Yixian had consumed one before. That pill was only effective for mortal core warriors. This time it was an Earth Core Great Strength Pill, and it was worth 30 Devour Crystals. With double the strength, Yixian's attack was extremely powerful. With a single sweep, he knocked young Master Yang Ling into the air. Seeing this, Yixian immediately changed his weapon. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. Before young Master Yang Ling had flown more than 100 meters away, Yixian had already shot out 3 predictive attacks. 21 arrow beams flew towards young Master Yang Ling like lightning. Damn it! Young Master Yang Ling's hands were trembling from the attack. Looking at the 21 arrow beams, he unleashed a few core energy palms with all his strength. He tried to block these arrow beams, and at the same time increase his speed and get away from the arrow beams. These palms were very powerful, but they were easily pierced through. They only managed to block 3 arrow beams. As for the remaining 18 arrow beams, they quickly flew past his body. Pooh! 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 Even though young Master Yang Ling intended to dodge, for arrows still hit him. His thighs, shoulders, stomach and arms were all pierced through. Blood instantly dyed his snow-white clothes red. Damn it! Young Master Yang Ling gritted his teeth and cursed. Although he had dodged the fatal blow, his expression instantly stiffened in the next moment. He did not know when Yixian had caught up to him, but the Ba Huang greatsword in his hand slashed down at him from top to bottom. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling propped up the longsword with both hands and held it above his head. His entire body was instantly chopped to the ground, and half of his body was embedded in the mud. Yixian's unparalleled strength made his hands tremble violently. Fortunately, his body was strong, otherwise, he would have been cut in half by this sword. However, at this moment he suddenly noticed something. Yixian, who was more than 10 meters away, was actually holding a sword with one hand. Not good. His eyes widened as he watched Yixian throw a punch through the air. The speed of this punch was even faster than his, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling's chest was hit, and the aura in his body instantly became chaotic. His hands no longer had the strength to support the Ba Huang greatsword. Rip! The Ba Huang greatsword slashed down, cutting off young Master Yang Ling's left arm and half of his shoulder. The cut was very neat, and the white bone could be seen at the wound. With his left shoulder cut off, young Master Yang Ling was in so much pain that he almost fainted. However, at this moment the Ba Huang greatsword suddenly exploded again. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling was completely stunned. Just now he used all his strength to block the Ba Huang greatsword, so he could not protect his ears. This time, although there was no echo array, it was still able to knock him out for 2 seconds. 2 seconds was enough for Yixian to kill him 100 times over. You're dead. Tens of meters away, Yixian's eyes lit up. He suddenly took a step forward with his left foot and arrived in front of young Master Yang Ling in an instant. After that, he stabbed the Ba Huang greatsword into young Master Yang Ling's chest. Rip! The sound of the chest being pierced through was very interesting. Young Master Yang Ling spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yixian. His eyes were filled with viciousness, but right at this moment, his consciousness was slowly fading away, and he collapsed onto the ground weakly. After young Master Yang Ling's life force was completely gone, Yixian put away all of his belongings and body. After that, Yixian quickly checked young Master Yang Ling's storage ring. Damn it, I'm rich. Right at this moment, the small heavenly core giant stomped its foot on the ground. Yixian nimbly dodged the attack. Then he quickly ran into the distance, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Right now, he was using a high-ranked Earth-rank movement skill he obtained from the old man. When the small heavenly core giant couldn't find Yixian, it immediately turned around and dashed towards Yuan Yibo and the other men. What? Yuan Yibo and old Xia, who were chasing after Zheng Shuahai, and the other men couldn't help but turn around when they heard the loud noise behind them. What? Why is it coming towards us? Where's young master? Old Xia was shocked, and he immediately stopped running. He knew about young Master Yang Ling's strength. He was confident that he could hold off the green source giant. But now the green source giant was dashing towards them. This meant that young Master Yongling must have met with some accident. Without hesitation, old Xia quickly turned around and ran back to check on the situation. He was young Master Yongling's bodyguard. If something happened to young Master Yongling, he would be in big trouble. Old Xia Yu. When Yuan Yibo saw old Xia turn around, he hastily shouted out. The reason why the men from Divine Land City had retreated was because they were afraid that he would join forces with old Xia. Now that old Xia had turned around, if he stayed here, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Right now, on the side of Guangjin City, there were only 2 men who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm, and less than 10 men who had reached the Profound Earth Core Realm. On the side of Divine Land City, besides Zhang Shuahai, there were still 4 Heavenly Core Warriors, and a dozen Earth Core Warriors. No, there were more than 4 Heavenly Core Warriors. Yuan Yibo sensed his surroundings, and he found out that there were 4 more hurried footsteps. Another 4 Heavenly Core Warriors. Right now, his expression had changed from Zhang Shuahai's. Zhang Shuahai was waiting for old Xia to leave. Then he would turn around and attack. Retreat. Yuan Yibo was the first to shout out. You want to leave? Chase after them. Zhang Shuahai stopped running and immediately shouted out. Originally, it was the Guangjin City who was chasing after the Divine Land City, but now it was the Divine Land City who was chasing after them. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly charged out. Ah! A miserable scream entered Yuan Yibo's ears. He recognized this voice. It was the voice of a Heavenly Core Warrior in his mansion. Impossible, with consecrated Su's strength, even if he encountered those 4 men from Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan Sect, he shouldn't have been killed in an instant. Who could it be? Chapter 298. The Tragic City Lord of Guangjin. Could it be that revered elder? He wasn't killed by the Divine Land City, but by that young man? When he thought of this, Yuan Yibo's body trembled violently. How could someone who had just broken through to the Earth Core Realm kill a Heavenly Core Warrior who was 3 levels higher than him? But this wasn't the time to think about this. He had to run for his life. But right at this moment, another scream sounded out. It was the last Heavenly Core Warrior from Guangjin City. He had died. Right now, there were only 2 initial Heavenly Core Warriors left in Guangjin City, but none of them had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. After all, young Master Yongling seemed to be in trouble as well. But the screams didn't stop. While Yuan Yibo was running for his life, the rest of the men were all killed by the same man. This man was Yi Xian. All the small fries have been killed. Now it's your turn, old man. Yi Xian, who was secretly following Yuan Yibo in the forest, said with his eyes glowing. Senior Xia, come and help me. Yuan Yibo shouted out loudly. But Senior Xia had disappeared without a trace. He didn't care about Yuan Yibo at all. Yuan Yibo was so angry that his face turned pale. What he was going to face next was a huge problem. He was being chased by men from the Divine Land City, and in front of him was a green source giant at the early Heavenly Core Realm. Not only that, there was also a mysterious man staring at him. Although there was still a direction for him to run in, that direction was extremely dangerous. That was a group of dark beasts that hadn't been killed yet. If he just ran in recklessly, he would be doomed. Therefore, Yuan Yibo waved his hand and summoned the golden armored eagle down from the sky. Although this golden armored eagle wasn't as strong as the soaring cloud bird in the Divine Land City, it was still a late Earth Core Warrior. If he could ride on it, he might be able to return to Guangjin City. But when the golden armored eagle was about 400 to 500 meters away from the ground, a series of arrows suddenly shot into the sky and pierced through its head. Looking at his mount falling down from the sky, Yuan Yibo couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it! He knew that this must be Yi Xian's work. It looked like he only had one method, and that was to charge into the group of dark beasts and use these green source giants to obstruct the path of Zhang Shuahai and the others. Zhang Shuahai and the others also understood his intentions and hurriedly changed directions, wanting to stop him. But no matter what, Yuan Yibo was still a mid-Heavenly Core Warrior. Besides Zhang Shuahai, who else here could match his speed? No, there was one more person. Yi Xian. You want to run? Stay here. Yi Xian suddenly rushed out and swung his 8 Desolations greatsword. In an instant, he cut down more than 10 trees and slashed at Yuan Yibo. Yuan Yibo had already expected Yi Xian to make a move, so he hurriedly blocked the attack with his broadsword. However, he would never have expected that there would be a formation beneath his feet at that moment. Echo array. Buzz. The great desolate sword instantly exploded, and the loud sound reverberated throughout the entire echo array, continuously stimulating Yuan Yibao's mind, making him dizzy for a full second. 1 second, although it didn't seem to be long for a warrior at his level, 1 second was enough for him to fight a few rounds of attacks. This second allowed Yixian to form another 8 Desolations greatsword. Buzz. The second 8 Desolations greatsword immediately exploded, and the sound once again entered Yuan Yibao's ears. This time the effect wasn't as good, it only made him dizzy for 0.5 seconds. But Yixian had achieved his goal. This 0.5 second delay allowed Zheng Shuahai to catch up to him. Not good. After Yuan Yibo woke up, he cursed in his mind. He immediately unleashed a huge slash towards Yixian, and arrived in front of Yixian in an instant. 8 Desolations shield. Yixian hastily unsheathed the 8 Desolations sword and blocked it in front of him. Bang! The huge slash collided with the 8 Wastelands shield, instantly reducing the impact by a large amount. However, the 8 Wastelands wind-killing array wasn't enough to block this slash, so Yixian also punched the back of the 8 Wastelands shield and forcefully withstood it. How is this possible? He blocked it. Yuan Yibo was shocked. His blade strike was his best high-ranked martial skill, and it was more than enough to instantly kill a heavenly core warrior. But Yixian was just an earth core warrior. Yuan Yibo die. Zheng Shuahai caught up to Yuan Yibo and thrust his sword forward. The sword beam flashed past like lightning, but it didn't hit Yuan Yibo. It only grazed his shoulder. You old fool, I'll kill you. Yuan Yibo knew he couldn't escape, so he immediately turned around and charged towards Yixian. In an instant, both men engaged in a fierce battle. Leave this old fox to me. You guys go and stop that green source giant. Zheng Shuahai shouted at Zheng Yu, who had just arrived. Yes, father. Zheng Yu nodded his head. Then he immediately led a few men to stop the green source giant. As for Yixian, he disappeared again and hid in the woods. He was looking for a chance to kill Yuan Yibo, because he didn't know when old Xia would come back. If old Xia came back, perhaps they would have to fight a battle to the death. Although both men were conserving their strength, they had used up a lot of their core energies. Now Yuan Yibo and Zheng Shuahai were fighting to the death, and they were both using high-ranked Earth Realm martial skills, so their core energies were quickly being depleted. Yixian was waiting for Yuan Yibo's core energies to run out. That way, Yuan Yibo's threat would be greatly reduced, and he would be able to strike suddenly and kill Yuan Yibo. Of course, before that, he could help Zheng Shuahai distract Yuan Yibo. Who knows, he might be able to get a surprise. Chain of 7 stars. Chain of 7 stars. Chain of 7 stars. Arrows kept shooting towards Yuan Yibo. Although Yuan Yibo was guarding against Yixian, these attacks were extremely fast. Combined with the fact that Zheng Shuahai was a nascent heavenly core warrior, there was no way he could dodge all of these arrows. Just the first round of attacks had hit his calf, causing it to bleed profusely, and his ability to move was greatly reduced. While fighting to the death, Yuan Yibo couldn't find the time to take any healing pills. Because of that, his wounds kept bleeding, and every step he took left behind a bloody footprint. A single wound wasn't a big deal, but Yixian was attacking like a mad dog. Yuan Yibo couldn't defend himself against so many attacks, and soon, his body was covered in blood. No matter if it was his core energies or his physical strength, both had been greatly depleted. It's about time. Yixian focused his mind, and once again formed the 8 Desolation Greatsword. This time, he used the greatsword to attack. Bang! 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 Zheng Shuahai kept attacking, and Yuan Yibo was forced to retreat again and again. But now Yixian was blocking Yuan Yibo's path of retreat with his greatsword. Soon Yuan Yibo was at the end of his strength. Most of the core energies in his body had been used up by his movement skill. Not good. Yuan Yibo's heart sank. Right now, he could only use 2 more high-ranked Earth Realm martial skills. He was filled with hatred. If he had fought with the Divine Land City from the beginning, perhaps the result would have been different. Chapter 299. Poison. Stinking brat, even if I, Yuan Yibo, die, I'll drag you down with me. Yuan Yibo suddenly shouted. He used the last of his Jindan essence to execute a movement technique and rushed toward Yixian. His resentment toward Yixian was much greater than Zheng Shuahai's. This time it could be said that he had lost to Yixian. Die, brat! Yuan Yiba shouted and slashed down with his broadsword. But before that, Yixian had already formed the Octoterra shield above his head and supported it with his left hand. Clang! The high-grade earth-level broadsword slammed into the Octoterra shield. Yuan Yiba's physique was slightly weaker than Yixian's, so the broadsword was useless. However, Yuan Yiba's killing move was yet to come. Whoosh! Yuan Yiba suddenly pulled out a small knife from the hilt and flung it out, stabbing Yixian in the shoulder. What? Yixian was also stunned. He punched out angrily and sent Yuan Yiba flying. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. When Yuan Yiba pulled out the knife, Yixian thought that he was going to shoot his head, but Yuan Yiba didn't. He just flung it casually. He definitely didn't expect that Yixian was immune to all poisons. Ha ha ha, you've been poisoned with the muscle-severing powder. In one day your meridians will break and you'll die. Brat, do you feel that your meridians are starting to break? Yuan Yiba, who was sent flying, laughed loudly. But Yixian couldn't be bothered with him. He pulled out his high-grade earth-level longbow and shot an arrow. 7 stars chain. 7 arrows were shot in succession. All 7 arrows hit their mark. One of them even pierced through Yuan Yiba's heart. Plop! Yuan Yiba's body fell to the ground. Zheng Shuahai also let out a sigh of relief. Guangjin City's city lord Yuan Yibo was finally dead. I didn't expect little brother Yi to be so secretive. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable, Zheng Shuahai said, then said again. Little brother Yi, hurry up and cure the poison. That day. Senior, don't worry. I've already taken an antidote beforehand. In addition, the biggest contribution this time is Senior Gue. I'm just helping you from the side. Yixian said modestly. This was the truth. If he were to face Yuan Yiba alone, he would definitely be beaten until half of his body was paralyzed or even impotent. Yuan Yibo is only the city lord of the lower 3 cities. It's one thing for him to die. But that young master Yangling can't die. Could it be that you killed him as well? Zheng Shuahai frowned as he asked. Yixian paused in his heart and said, could it be that young master Yangling is the junior city governor of Yangling? That's right. Yangling City is ranked 4th in the central province, one of the upper 3 cities. The city governor is a late heavenly core warrior. If you killed him, you would be in big trouble. Zheng Shuahai said. Late heavenly core warrior, Yixian murmured. Late heavenly core realm. If he broke through again, he would be able to break through to the strength realm of the spirit realm. At that time, his physique would be greatly improved, and he would be comparable to an adult wyvern. But the late heavenly core realm was still within the divine core realm. Yixian felt that if he broke through 1 or 2 more realms, he would be able to fight with the city governor. I know that young master Yangling is the junior city governor of Yangling City. That's why I let him go. Yixian shook his head. He was only at the early earth core realm. What if the mayor came for him? What if he was attacked by the mayor? That's good. Zheng Shuahai nodded his head. After that, he walked in front of Yuan Yibo's corpse and took out the storage ring. That old fox Yuan Yibo is the greediest man in the lower 3 cities, but at the same time, he is also the richest. I'm sure there are a lot of good things in his storage ring. But if it wasn't for little brother Yi, I wouldn't have been able to kill him, and I would have died a horrible death. Therefore, this storage ring should be yours. Zheng Shuahai threw the storage ring to Yixian. Yixian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Zheng Shuahai to be so generous. Yuan Yibo was the city governor of Guangjin City, and he had to collect taxes from all the big cities under his control every year. When Yixian touched the storage ring, he immediately immersed his divine sense into the storage ring. In the next moment he was stunned. Oh my god, this Yuan Yibo is the same as that young master Yangling. They are both filthy rich. Yixian cried out in his mind. In the storage ring, he saw a mountain of crystals, all of which were supreme-grade crystals. 10 million. A total of 10 million supreme-grade crystals. This was equivalent to 1,000 devour crystals. Just now Yixian killed young master Yangling and seized his storage ring. He had already devoured the items in the ring, which were worth about 10 million supreme-grade crystals. Now, however, he had obtained another interspatial ring with great value. He was overjoyed. Immediately, he devoured more than half of the items in the storage ring, and the number of devour crystals reached 3,500. In the end, what was left in the devour space were materials for forging and refining elixirs, as well as some inner cores of dark beasts. There are still many martial arts. I'll collect them all and pass them on to others. Then I'll dispose of them. Yi Xian seemed to see a trade route. Little brother Yi, come back to your senses and clear the rest of the dark beasts. Zhang Shuahai shouted. Yi Xian came back to his senses. Then he exchanged for some recovery pills and threw them over to Zhang Shuahai. Senior, distribute these pills. They can greatly increase the efficiency of our work. Zhang Shuahai received the jade bottle with a dubious expression. He opened the bottle and immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. He tried consuming one of the pills, and he immediately recovered 20% of his core energy. These are all concocted by me. Just one pill is enough to fully restore my core energy. I still have a lot of them. Yi Xian threw a few more bottles over. Each bottle contained 10 pills, which was equivalent to 10 devour crystals. Now that he was rich, he naturally had to take care of his teammates. Besides, he might need Zhang Shuahai's help later. Without hesitation, Zhang Shuahai quickly returned to the storage ring and distributed the pills to the others. Yi Xian followed behind him. After that, the group of men started attacking the green source giant with a group of attacks. Zhang Shuahai was the one who attracted the attention of the green source giant, while the rest of the men were attacking the green source giant's dantian. Every single human had a high-ranked earthly item. That was why they were able to fight dark beasts who were at a higher cultivation level than them. So this was a group attack. In less than half a minute, the green source giant fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's finally dead. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Right at this moment, Zhang Shuahai suddenly said, Little brother Yi, can you give me this dark beast's inner core? I can pay you 2 million high-ranked crystal stones. All right. Yi Xian immediately agreed. Chapter 300. Another breakthrough. Zhang Shuahai was very generous. He took out 2 million high-grade crystal stones and completed the transaction. Yi Xian once again swallowed the high-grade crystal stones, increasing his strength once again. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly entered everyone's ears. All the people from Divine Land City had gathered here, including Zhou Yan and the other three. Then who could it be? In the next moment, they knew that it was Elder Xia. His appearance made everyone's nerves tense up again. The old man walked out from the forest and asked in surprise, You killed Yuan Yibo? Zhang Shuahai walked to the front of the crowd and cupped his fists. However, that Yuan Yibo died in our hands. Elder Xia narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment. Do you know who I am? I know Xia Hui from the Sun Hill City Lord's mansion, the right-hand man of the Sun Hill City Lord. Zhang Shuahai nodded. It's good that you know. Xia Hui paused for a moment, then said, Just now, who ambushed my young master? Hearing this question, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Zhang Shuahai said, Just now, all of us were gathered together. It's impossible to ambush young Master Yang Ling from so far away. Although he knew that the one who ambushed young Master Yang Ling was Yi Xian, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to hide it. Xia Hui's eyes widened and fell on Yi Xian. He felt that he had never seen Yi Xian before, then said, Then what about this kid? Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly released a burst of Dan essence. Small success Earth Core stage? Xia Hui instantly sensed it. Small success Earth Core stage, even if it was a sneak attack on young Master Yang Ling, it would be impossible to succeed. This kid is only a small success Earth Core stage. Young Master can crush him with one hand. It seems that there are some other people secretly acting and ambushing young Master. Xia Hui thought for a moment, then said, I have already sent the news back to Sun Hill City. Our city lord will definitely be interested in this green source giant. So I hope that you can wait for the city lord to arrive. Wait for the city lord to arrive? What kind of joke is this? Your Excellency, I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Zhang Shuahai refused without thinking. If he could get his hands on this profound heavenly core, he might be able to break through to the profound heavenly core realm. It was impossible for him to give this core away. You dare to refuse? Xia Hui glared at him. Humph! Zhang Shuahai snorted coldly and said, If the Yangling City Lord came, I would be somewhat fearful. However, you are merely his dog. You alone want me to give up this green source giant? Dog? You're courting death. A powerful Dan essence suddenly gushed out of Xie Hui's body. He was the second in command of Yangling City. How could he be humiliated like this? However, he was weak now. If he fought head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. What a joke. Although the central state is not a country, there are rules set by the first city lord. The city lords of the upper 3 cities are not allowed to make a move against the people of the lower 3 cities if there is no enmity between them. Even if the city lord of Sun Ascent comes personally, I am not afraid. Xie Hui said loudly. Of course, Xie Hui knew about this rule. Right now, even if the city lord of Sun Ascent was here, he wouldn't dare to make a move against Zhang Shuahai. If he did, he would immediately be killed by the first city lord. The first city lord was the overlord of the central state, the overlord of the entire heavenly water continent. He wouldn't dare go against the first city lord. Perhaps other people didn't know about this, but someone like Xie Hui knew that the first city lord was actually the pavilion master of the Myriad Pavilion. He was omniscient and omnipotent. Good, very good. I will personally report this to the city lord. I hope your attitude will still be as tough when the time comes. Farewell. Xie Hui knew that if he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he left immediately. Looking at his back as he left, Yi Xian and Zhang Shuahai looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. The city lords of the upper 3 cities were not allowed to make a move against the people of the lower 3 cities. However, Yi Xian was not from the central state. Besides, if the city lord of Sun Ascent found out that Yi Xian had ambushed young Master Yangling and caused him to go missing, he would definitely come here personally. Therefore, Zhang Shuahai gathered everyone together and secretly gave them a few words of advice. After that, they took a short break before they continued hunting. Right now, Yi Xian's strength had been recognized, and he was quite wealthy. He no longer needed the 10% of inner cores from the Xian beasts. Therefore, each of them killed their own inner cores and kept the inner cores for themselves. After a few hours of killing, all the green giants around the Heavenly Yuan sect were finally cleared out. But what shocked everyone in the Divine Land City was that even with so many people, their efficiency was still lower than Yi Xian and his group. After that, Yi Xian started counting the inner cores from the Xian beasts. He got 1 inner core from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 40 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 200 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 600 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 1500 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, and as for the remaining 3000 inner cores from a mortal core warrior, they were all from a mortal core warrior. This number also shocked everyone. With all these inner cores, the Soaring Heaven Mansion could become a force that was even stronger than the Guangjin City. Don't forget, the Guangjin City was a city. Aside from the mayor's mansion, there were other families. As for the Soaring Heaven Mansion, it was a sect. However, all of these were killed by Yi Xian alone. If Zhou Yan and the other 3 were included, the number would be even greater. These thousands of green giants, just their corpses alone almost helped Yi Xian break through again. After that, Yi Xian devours some more things. Ding, the host has broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. In just one battle, he had broken through twice. Even he didn't expect this. Right at this moment, the people from the Divine Land City had gathered together with the people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. They were recovering and discussing at the same time. Now that all those small green giants have been cleared out, what we need to do next is to deal with that green giant. Zhang Shuahai, who was the strongest among them, said, "Grandfather, why did that green giant just sit there and watch us clear out those small green giants? Why didn't it do anything?" Zhang Miao asked curiously. Hearing this, Zhang Shuahai shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. Perhaps it's quietly absorbing that celestial green rock." "Father, it has devoured the celestial green rock. Its strength might be stronger than an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior. Can we really kill it?" Zhang Yu asked doubtfully. "We'll only know after we try. Don't tell me we should just give up and give it to the mayor?" Zhang Shuahai asked. Chapter 301. Target Green Source Giant. A Strength Realm warrior could easily deal with 100 late heavenly core warriors. If he could break through to the Strength Realm, he might be able to dominate the entire heavenly water continent. Let's give it a try first. This green source giant is a bit strange, let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we'll discuss it with the mayor. Zheng Shuahai said. Everyone nodded their heads. Then they went back to their own rooms. As for Yi Xian, he brought Zhou Yan and Lin Shi to the side. Supreme Elder, you guys don't have to participate this time. Just take these inner cores and go back. Yi Xian took out a storage ring. Zhou Yan checked it, and he was almost scared to death. These inner cores, you want to give them all to the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Of course it's not free, Supreme Elder, you know what I mean. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in a wretched manner. You little bastard, name a price. Zhou Yan scolded angrily. Yi Xian had actually set a price a long time ago. If he swallowed the inner cores directly, the value would be too low. If he took them out, he could get double or triple the price. He still had a nascent heavenly core inner core, and that was worth a lot of money. Supreme Elder, how many crystal stones do you have? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. When you gave us a total of 100 million high-ranked crystal stones. Zhou Yan replied in a low voice as well. 10,000. Yi Xian was shocked as well. Young Master Yangling's storage ring only had a value of 10 million high-ranked crystal stones, and the mayor of Guangjin City had a value of 15 million high-ranked crystal stones. However, Zhou Yan's storage ring had 100 million high-ranked crystal stones. This was more than all the mayor's mansions in the Zhong province combined. With so many high-ranked crystal stones, wasn't Zhou Yan worried that he would suddenly die and let others take advantage of him? Supreme Elder, how many do you have? Yi Xian asked again. 80 million, you little brat, with so many high-ranked crystal stones. If word got out, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely be destroyed. What are you going to do with them? Zhou Yan asked in a low voice. 80 million. Alright, 80 million it is. I'll take all of these inner cores. There are also a few tens of thousands of refined inner cores. Yi Xian giggled and said, Grand Elder, I'll tell you the truth. I'm cultivating a special skill. And I need to rely on crystal stones to increase my cultivation. How else do you think I was able to break through to the profound earth core realm? What? You've already broken through to the profound earth core realm? Lin Shi carefully sensed it, but he couldn't find anything. Yi Xian put away the concealment pearl on his body. This time, Lin Shi and Zhou Yan could feel that he was indeed at the profound earth core realm. This technique is very special. I've already spent countless crystals to break through to this point, Yi Xian said slowly. Although he couldn't tell anyone about the devouring system, he could fabricate an excuse for himself. Then can you? Zhou Yan asked. Yi Xian shook his head. No, I still need a lot more. Although I can't break through, I can still increase my strength by a lot. Zhou Yan and Lin Shi were so shocked that they wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. They looked at each other, and in the end, they each took out 40 million crystal stones. A total of 80 million crystal stones. Grand Elder, take these inner cores and return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. After the transaction, Yi Xian said, Alright, be careful. Zhou Yan nodded his head. Both of them were much weaker than Zheng Yu, who was at the same cultivation level. They might not be of much use here. Oh right, Sui Jing and the others. Yi Xian suddenly said. Zhou Yan shook his head. No, when we came out, both of them were still in that state. Furthermore, they have already broken through to the profound earth core realm. Don't worry, when Yu is watching over them, nothing will happen to them. Profound earth core realm, huh? Yi Xian laughed at himself. He had spent so much to break through to the profound earth core realm, but Song Suijing and Judge Song had broken through from the initial mortal core realm to the profound earth core realm. This was a huge blow to his heart. But Song Suijing was his fiancé, and Judge Song was his brother-in-law. The faster both of them improved, the happier he would be. Looks like I might be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. I can't fall behind. Yi Xian suddenly felt a surge of energy in his heart. He couldn't be defeated by his fiancé. In the end, Mo Ziyun and Yi Tianlang decided to leave as well. After that, they brought Lin Shuer and Zhou Yan back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. What Yi Xian and his group were going to face next was a profound earth core Xian beast, and it had an amazing defensive strength. Therefore, these profound earth core warriors could only watch from the side. After all, there was no way they could break through its defense. Little brother Yi, are you ready? Right at this moment, Zheng Shuahai walked over. Yes, we can leave at any time. Yi Xian nodded his head. His recovery speed was amazing, and in terms of physical strength he didn't need to rest at all. In terms of core essence he had the pills that were worth some core energy crystals, so he didn't need to rest either. If that's the case, let's go, Zhang Shuahai said in a serious manner. There were only 6 men who were going to challenge the Green Source Giant. Excluding Zhang Shuahai and Yi Xian, there were also 4 other heavenly core warriors, Zhang Yu. The 6 of them gathered together and jumped down from the cliff. After that, they started charging towards the Green Source Giant. Soon they arrived at the old site of the Heavenly Yuan sect, which had been destroyed beyond recognition. I'm afraid this Green Source Giant has a digestive disorder, because it swallowed that celestial bluestone. That's why it keeps spewing out smaller giants. Zhang Shuahai looked at the Green Source Giant that was more than 40 meters tall, even though it was sitting on the ground. In fact, Yi Xian was thinking the same thing. The reason why the Green Source Giant didn't move was probably because it was digested. Therefore, this Green Source Giant's mobility was much weaker than before. But they couldn't let their guard down just because of this. After all, this was a profound Earth Core Xian beast. When it gets up, you guys attack its dantian. I'll attract its attention, Zhang Shuahai said. Yes, Zhang Yu and the rest of the men replied. Yi Xian nodded his head as well. Right now, they were at least 4 to 5 kilometers away from the Green Source Giant. For them, it would only take them a dozen seconds to reach it. The 6 men made some preparations. Then they followed behind Zhang Shuahai and charged towards the Green Source Giant. Yi Xian took out his high-ranked earth weapon Bao. When facing a Xian beast like this, a Bao was much more useful. Soon after, they arrived in front of the Green Source Giant. Go! Zhang Shuahai shouted out loudly. He instantly increased his speed and arrived at the Green Source Giant's feet. He swung his long sword and unleashed a powerful slash towards the Green Source Giant's feet. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and the sword beam shattered in an instant. However, the Green Source Giant was unharmed. Zhang Shuahai was shocked. The long sword in his hand was a high-ranked earth weapon, and he was using a high-ranked earth rank martial skill. It was more than enough to slice an ordinary profound earth core Xian beast in half. Chapter 302. A waste of effort at the same time. Yi Xian and the rest of the men had also launched their attacks towards the designated spot. All of their attacks landed on the giant's stomach, but just like Zhang Shuahai, they had no effect. Zhang Yu and the other 3 men were fine. But even Yi Xian's 7-star chain had no effect. He had the bloodline of the venerable archer. It could increase the power of his archery skills by 30%. His attacks were much stronger than Zhang Yu and the others. Woo! The Green Source Giant suddenly let out a deep roar, scaring all the men. But it didn't move, it just sat there quietly. This Green Source Giant is really strange, it won't move no matter what. I wonder if it's looking down on us? Or is it really trying to digest us? Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued attacking the same spot. Zhang Shuahai frowned as well, then he stepped back. The 6 of them attacked the Green Source Giant's dantian together. But the giant's defense was too strong. They had been attacking it for half a minute, but nothing happened. This is terrifying, it must be the effect of the celestial greenstone. It has increased its defense by a few levels. Perhaps, even the mayor can't break this Green Source Giant's defense. Zhang Shuahai couldn't help but say, Father, what should we do now? Zhang Yu asked. Let's try again. Zhang Shuahai was still unwilling to give up. They attacked for a while more, and after 2 minutes all the pills were used up. But the Green Source Giant still didn't move, it was still unharmed. Looks like this Green Source Giant is not fated to be with us. Zhang Shuahai had given up. Too bad, too bad. Even if we can't get the celestial greenstone, a profound core beast's inner core can help Father break through to the profound core realm. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. Fine, we got so many inner cores this time, it's not bad at all. Zhang Shuahai was easily satisfied. Although the inner cores they got in Divine Land City couldn't be compared to Yi Xian's, it wasn't much less. These inner cores were more than enough to increase the overall strength of the mayor's mansion by a few levels. But they were still unwilling to give up. That's why they had to wait here. When the mayor of Yongling arrives, they might be able to do him a favor. Or he could watch a joke. Sure enough, one day later, the Yongling city governor arrived on a rock. There were 4 people on top of the rock, including Elder Xia. When Zheng Shuahai and the others on the back of the cloud-soaring bird saw this, they said, "Greetings, Yangling City Lord." The Yangling City Lord was a bald man, and his appearance was somewhat similar to that young Master Yangling standing on the rock's back. He turned his head and glanced at the green source giant. He snorted and said, "You're overestimating yourselves. Do you think you can get a share of this green source giant?" Elder Xie had already passed the message to him, so he didn't have a good impression of Zheng Shuahai and the others. Then this old man will wait and see. Zheng Shuahai smiled. "Humph, watch." Yangling City Lord coldly snorted and jumped down with the 4 people behind him. These 4 men were all early Heavenly Core warriors. If they joined forces, they could even fight the mayor of Yangling City. In simple terms, they were the same as 2 late Heavenly Core warriors. The 5 men swooped down and soon arrived in front of the green source giant. They stared at it vigilantly. "Let's go." Following the order from the Yangling City Lord, the other 4 men struck at the same time. Bang! 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 Attacks landed on the green source giant's dantian, producing a series of explosive sounds. On the other side, Yi Xian and the other 4 men on top of the cloud-soaring bird were gloating smiles on their faces. It looked like their guess was right. This green source giant's defense had exceeded the level of a Xian beast. Even the Yangling City Lord, who was a late Heavenly Core warrior, couldn't do anything to it. Half a minute later, the Yangling City Lord and the other 4 men stopped attacking. How is this possible? The Yangling City Lord was shocked. The other 4 men were the same. Their attacks could definitely kill a late Heavenly Core Xian beast, but they couldn't even break through the green source giant's defense. This was too fake. Just as I thought, this green source giant has refined the celestial blue rock. Its defense is indestructible. The Yangling City Lord thought to himself, "Lord, what should we do now?" Old Xie asked. "Continue." The Yangling City Lord didn't believe it. With his late Heavenly Core cultivation, he couldn't break through the Xian beast's defense. This was a huge loss of face. They continued attacking for a while, but it was still useless. Right now, their core energies were almost depleted. "Damn it, we've wasted our energy." The Yangling City Lord cursed. Right at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the sky. "Ha ha ha, Yangling City Lord, looks like you can't do it either." Without a doubt, the laughter came from the City Lord, Zheng Shuahai. "Old man, shut up." The Yangling City Lord cursed. Zheng Shuahai continued laughing. "What is it? Are you going to break the rule of being the #1 City Lord and attack me?" "Humph." The Yangling City Lord jumped back onto the rock and asked, "Where did my son go?" "Yangling City Lord, where did your son go? Why are you asking us? When Xie Hui was chasing after us, did you think we could sneak attack young Master Yangling from a distance?" Zheng Shuahai asked. The Yangling City Lord went silent. Xie Hui had told him that Zheng Shuahai and the other 4 Heavenly Core warriors were being chased by him and the Guangjin City Lord. They couldn't do anything to young Master Yangling. Therefore, the one who sneaked an attack on young Master Yangling was someone else. Could it be one of the other 2 upper 3 cities? The Yangling City Lord thought to himself, "Yangling City Lord, even you can't break through the green source giant's defense. What are you going to do?" Zheng Shuahai asked from 1,000 meters away. "Humph." When the Yangling City Lord heard this, he let out a cold snort and didn't respond. He estimated that even if all the late Heavenly Core warriors in the central province were gathered here, the result would be the same. Therefore, in the entire central province, only the mysterious City Lord of the #1 City Lord could do this. The City Lord of the #1 City Lord was also the Pavilion Master of the Myriad Pavilion. This man had a mysterious background. No one had ever seen him before. It was rumored that he had stepped into the 4th level of the spirit realm. Looks like I can only report this to the #1 City Lord. Perhaps the City Lord will be interested in this. At that time, I will be able to receive some rewards. This was the thought in the Yangling City Lord's mind. However, right at this moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Everyone present turned their heads to look, only to see that over 60 meters tall green source giant actually stand up. What's going on? It can move? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 303. Why wasn't it here? Quick, back off. Zheng Shuahai hastily shouted as he quickly backed off. The mayor of Yangling did the same. He quickly backed off. But they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Perhaps it was because its butt was hurting, so it stood up and moved around. What's going on? It has been sitting there for so long, and this is the first time it has stood up. Something is going to happen. Yixian, who was sitting on the back of the cloud-soaring bird, furrowed his brows as well. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen soon. That's why he reminded Zhang Shuahai to fly further away. Zhang Shuahai also felt that it was better to be careful. After receiving those profound Earth Core warriors, he immediately backed off to a distance of 10,000 meters away. Roar! The green giant let out a deep roar once again. Everyone's nerves tensed up. Indeed, something big was going to happen. Don't tell me it's going to erupt again? Yixian's eyes lit up. Every time this green giant erupted, a huge amount of Xian beasts would appear, and they were all worth a lot of money. But this time he guessed wrong. After the profound heavenly core green giant let out a few deep roars, its body started trembling violently, as if it was going to erupt like a volcano. I think it's going to erupt again, let's go down. Yixian reminded everyone. Being on the ground was much safer than being in the air. After all, this cloud-soaring bird had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, so Yixian trusted his own legs. Everyone landed on the ground, then spread out and stood in different positions. They didn't want any accidents to happen if there were too many people. Boom! Indeed, after everyone stood in their positions, the green giant that was 10,000 meters away suddenly exploded. That's right, this time it exploded. The 60-meter-tall green giant's body split open. Then it shot out into the air. Damn it, self-destruct? Yixian was shocked. Before he could react, countless rocks had been blasted into the sky. Even those who were standing 10,000 meters away would be affected by the explosion. Everyone be careful, be careful. Zhang Shuahai shouted with a gloomy expression. But at this moment, Yixian rushed out in an instant, running madly towards the green source giant. The green source giant's sudden outburst might have been due to its digestive system. Perhaps it had eaten too much, so there might still be remnants of the celestial blue stone in its body. At the very least, there would be a Xian beast's inner core. Thus, Yixian had to rush there before the Yongling city governor did. I'll swallow the great strength pill. Yixian immediately exchanged for an earth core great strength pill. His strength instantly doubled, and he threw a punch at one of the meteorites in the sky. But in the next moment he was stunned. The countless meteorites that flew out began to disintegrate in the sky. Then they turned into countless fist-sized burning stones that fell down, instantly setting the entire forest on fire. Yixian, who was running wildly, was accidentally hit by a rock. The rock immediately embedded itself into his thigh, and the green flames burned him painfully. Bang! Yixian's Dan essence gushed out from his body and sent the stone flying. Damn it, it's so powerful. He didn't dare let his guard down. If this rock hit his head would explode. Without hesitation, he undid the 8 desolate sword and unleashed the 8 desolate wind formation. 8 sharp blades started to fly around crazily, shattering the burning stones into pieces and opening up a 10-meter wide safe zone. However, the consumption of the 8 desolate wind formation was huge. Even Yixian, who was at his peak, could only maintain it for 5 seconds. Therefore, he had no choice but to eat a pill that cost 1 devour crystal while running wildly. He estimated that the huge explosion must have brought a huge hindrance to the others. Even the Yongling city governor, who was at the heavenly core realm, would need some time before he could arrive. Half a minute later, Yixian finally arrived at the location where the green source giant was. But before he arrived, he sensed that someone else had arrived before him. Damn it, it must be the Yongling city governor. He got ahead of us. Yixian cursed out in anger. Right now, he still needed another 2 to 3 seconds before he could arrive at his destination. If he dared to come out from the forest, the Yongling city governor would probably attack him directly. When Yixian was at the minor earth core realm, he could already kill a warrior who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Now that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm, killing a normal minor heavenly core warrior wasn't a problem for him. But this Yongling city governor was at the heavenly core realm. If he fought him head-on, he would definitely be defeated within 10 rounds. Just as Yixian was hesitating whether he should go out or not, he heard the Yongling city governor shout out, "Why is there nothing? Nothing. What was there nothing? Was it the celestial blue stone? Or a Xian beast's inner core? Yi Xian approached the Yongling city governor with a surprised expression. He noticed that the Yongling city governor was wandering around like a mad dog. High-grade treasures like the celestial blue stone and Xian beast's inner core would emit energy, and any ordinary person would be able to sense it. Yi Xian also had the high-grade treasure hunting deer bloodline, so he had a strong sense for natural treasures. What's going on? Why is there no reaction from that area? Could it be that the celestial blue stone and Xian beast's inner core have erupted as well? Yi Xian furrowed his brows, then he turned around and left. He started wandering around the burning forest. He didn't have much hope after all. The explosion of this green source giant was extremely powerful. Everything within a 10,000-meter radius had been destroyed. For ordinary people, it would be difficult for them to even take a single step forward. Even Yi Xian could barely walk through the forest. If I can find the celestial blue stone, perhaps I can use it to break through to the heavenly core realm. At that point of time, I'll be able to travel freely in the entire central province. Yi Xian thought to himself as he ran with all his might. Although the range of his treasure-hunting deer bloodline wasn't big, it was still around 1,000 meters. Things like Xian beast's inner core and the celestial blue stone, he could easily find them. Half a minute passed, but he still couldn't find anything. At the same time, all the trees around him were burned to ashes by the green flames, and his field of vision started to widen. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. His treasure-hunting deer bloodline had finally reacted, and the reaction was very strong. 12 o'clock, 1,000 meters. He ran with all his might, and it only took him 2 to 3 seconds to cover a distance of 1,000 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 60 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 2 seconds later, Yi Xian finally saw what the treasure looked like. It was a green stone. Celestial blue stone. A celestial blue stone the size of a baby's fist. Ha! Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in his mind. He immediately ran towards the celestial blue stone and put it away. Then he said in his mind, "Absorb." However, what surprised him was that an unexpected notification sounded out from the system. Ding, absorption failed. What? Absorption failed? Yi Xian was startled. Why couldn't he absorb the celestial blue stone? Chapter 304. Crisis. Yi Xian immersed his mind into the devouring space. He noticed that this celestial blue stone was different from the one he saw before. The celestial blue stone was dark green in color, and it was glowing with a faint green light. But this small celestial blue stone was slightly transparent. Could it be that this celestial blue stone has been digested halfway, and I can't devour it anymore? Yi Xian thought to himself, then he tried again. Ding, devouring failed. Damn it. Forget it. Let's find the inner core first. Yi Xian cursed, then he quickly flew away. He had found the celestial blue stone, but there was still the inner core. If he were to sell it, he would be able to sell it for at least 10 million, or even tens of millions of high-grade crystal stones. But, after searching for a while, there was no reaction from the treasure-hunting deer's bloodline. Right at this moment, the area within the Heavenly Yuan sect had been burned to the ground, and all the rocks that fell from the sky had turned into ashes. Yi Xian, did you find it? A voice came from afar. Yi Xian turned around. It was the Divine Prefecture Alliance's chief, Zhang Miao. Yi Xian pretended to helplessly shake his head. Sigh, if I found it, I would have just left. Why would I stay here? Too bad we didn't find the celestial blue stone or the inner core. Zhang Miao shook his head. Soon, all the men from the Divine Prefecture City gathered together, and so did the 5 men from the Sun Hill City. These men from the Divine Prefecture City had lost all hope, so they were preparing to leave. But right at this moment, "Stop right there." A sudden shout caused all of them to tremble. Wasn't this the Sun Hill City Lord's voice? Sun Hill City Lord, what can I do for you? Zhang Shuahai turned around. Hand over your storage rings. The Sun Hill City Lord shouted coldly. What? Everyone on the back of the cloud-soaring bird were startled. Sun Hill City Lord, do you think one of us has found a treasure? Zhang Shuahai squinted his eyes. That's right. All of your storage rings. Hand them over for me to check. The Sun Hill City Lord nodded his head. Chui Linjiang, aren't you going a bit too far? Zhang Shuahai shouted. Chui Linjiang was the real name of the Sun Hill City Lord. Too much? So what if it's too much? Old man, don't talk about the rule of the first city lord. Do you think that just because I can't attack, I can't do anything to you? Chui Linjiang's eyes were cold. Behind him were 4 early heavenly core warriors. On the other hand, there was only one person from Divine Land City. Zhang Shuahai's face darkened. Indeed, Sun Hill City was one of the 3 upper cities of the central state, and they were not allowed to make a move against the city lord of the Divine Prefecture City of the 3 lower cities. However, in the entire central state, only 3 people were subject to this restriction. Simply put, the 4 people behind Chui Linjiang could attack. Not good, this Chui Linjiang never thought of letting us go. Zhang Shuahai instantly reacted. Father, what should we do? Zhang Yu frowned. Zhang Shuahai thought quickly in his heart, but he could not think of any other way out. Now they probably only had one way to go, and that was to obediently hand over the interspatial ring. However, there was no guarantee that Chui Linjiang would not kill them after taking them. After all, behind Zhang Shuahai's back was the Divine Land City. Once Zhang Shuahai was killed, the Divine Land City would become a city without a master. Looks like we have no choice but to die. Zhang Miao, bring the others and leave this place. Zhang Yu, you ride the soaring cloud bird. I'll jump down and lure the other 2 away. Zhang Shuahai said in a low voice. This was their only way out. There was only one heavenly core rock from Sun Hill City. As long as Zhang Shuahai jumped down, the Sun Hill City would send at least 2 men to kill him. Chui Linjiang couldn't do it himself, therefore. There were only 2 early heavenly core warriors chasing after the soaring cloud bird. Yixian, Zhang Yu, and the other 3 men shouldn't have any problems facing 2 early heavenly core warriors. Looks like this is the only way. We'll split into 3 groups, at least we won't be caught in one fell swoop. We'll leave our lives to fate. Zhang Yu said. Little brother Yi, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Zhang Shuahai said with guilt. Senior, I feel like if we split into 3 groups there's a fatal flaw. Yixian suddenly said. What? Zhang Shuahai was startled. Yixian said. The rule set by the first city lord is that the city lords of the upper 3 cities are not allowed to attack anyone from the mayor's mansion in the lower 3 cities, right? That's right. Zhang Shuahai nodded his head. Can the Sun Hill City Lord attack this soaring cloud bird? Yixian said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. I don't know. But that Chui Linjiang might not have thought of this, otherwise, he would have already attacked. Zhang Shuahai said with a gloomy expression. Splitting into 3 groups is too dangerous. Yixian didn't agree. He shook his head and said, I have a plan. Little brother Yi, please tell us. Zhang Shuahai's eyes lit up. Yixian said without hesitation. Senior, the 5 of you will hold off 2 of them. As for the other 2, leave them to me. What? Leave them to you? Zhang Shuahai and the others were shocked. That's right, Senior, you just need to hold off 1 or 2 of them. Or we can go down there and have a bet. Let me kill one of them first, then everything will be simple. Yixian nodded his head and said. Little brother Yi, are you kidding me? You want to kill a early heavenly core warrior? Zhang Shuahai couldn't believe it. Senior, do you remember? I was only at the early Earth Core realm, but I helped you kill the Guangjin City Lord. Yesterday I broke through again, and now I'm at the late Earth Core realm. I think with my current strength I can kill a early heavenly core warrior. After saying that, Yixian purposely released his core energy and let these people feel it. Sure enough, he was at the late Earth Core realm. Just like Zhang Miao. Little brother Yi, are you sure you can do it? Although Yixian's strength was shocking, Zhang Shuahai still couldn't believe it. If it's that Xia Hui, I have 80% confidence that I can kill him. Yixian nodded his head and said. Hearing this, Zhang Shuahai's eyes lit up. If that's the case, as long as we can lure him out and have a fair fight, even if Xia Hui dies, that Chui Linjiang won't be able to use this as an excuse to attack us. Yixian nodded his head. The person he was most afraid of right now was that Chui Linjiang. As long as Chui Linjiang didn't attack, then everything would be easy. What he was afraid of was that Chui Linjiang would ignore the rules set by the first city lord. What are you guys whispering about? Are you going to hand it over or not? Chui Linjiang's voice sounded out. Just as Zhang Shuahai was about to speak, Yixian jumped down from the soaring cloud bird and landed on the ground. He said, "Xia Hui, in this storage ring of mine, there are more than 10 million high-grade crystal stones worth of natural treasures. Do you dare to come down and fight me?" Hearing this, all 5 men on the giant rock were startled. Chapter 305. Killing Xia Hui. It's nothing, it's just a battle of life and death. As long as you kill him, his storage ring will be yours. If you die in his hands, then your interspatial ring will be his. Zhang Shuahai replied. What kind of joke is this? Xia Hui furrowed his brows. He knew that the opponent was planning something. Elder Xia, you go down there and kill that guy. Yang Ling Mayor suddenly said. All right. Xia Hui nodded his head. Then he jumped down from the rock. Young man, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I know that you'll be killed by my palm strike. Xia Hui stared at Yixian and said. Yixian let out an indifferent smile. He stabbed the Bahuang sword into the ground with one hand and held an empty storage ring with the other. He said, I'm just looking for death, Senior. Please grant me my wish. Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Without saying anything else, Xia Hui immediately dashed towards Yixian. He didn't even take out his weapon. Why would he need a weapon to deal with an Earth Core warrior like Yixian? In just 2 seconds, Xia Hui had crossed 1,000 meters and arrived in front of Yixian. He stared at the dumbstruck Yixian. Then he reached out his claw and grabbed towards Yixian's throat. But right at this moment, Yixian reached out his hand with lightning speed and grabbed Xia Hui's wrist. At the same time, the Bahuang sword on the ground suddenly broke apart and flew towards Xia Hui. What? Xia Hui's eyes lit up. An Earth Core brat was actually able to catch up with his speed, and even managed to block his attack. This was impossible. In the next moment he felt a cold sensation on his neck. His head was thrown into the air, and a stream of blood shot up into the sky. Instant kill. Yixian released a surge of Dan Qi, blocking the blood that was spurting out. Then he took out Xia Hui's universe ring. With the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer, he could see through everyone's belongings. All of Xia Hui's belongings should be in this storage ring. Looking at Xia Hui's dead body falling onto the ground, everyone was shocked and speechless. Killing a mid-heavenly core warrior with a single strike, besides Cui Linjiang, who else could do this? What is that? Everyone focused their eyes and discovered that there were 8 sharp blades floating around Yixian. What kind of martial art is that? How can one use their Jindan essence to control a sharp blade and kill Xia Hui? Everyone was puzzled. However, it was a fact that Yixian had one-shot Xia Hui. Damn it! What's the matter with this kid? Yangling City Lord could not help cursing. He wondered if he would have ended up the same as Xia Hui if he had been there just now. Yixian reassembled the Bahuang sword and shouted, Who else? Mother ***, this brat is too arrogant. No matter how he did it, I have to go and find out. A middle-aged man turned his head to look at the Sun Hill City Lord and said, City Lord, let me go. Don't end up like Xia Hui and be killed by that brat. Cui Linjiang nodded his head. He couldn't understand Yixian's technique either. That's why he wanted to see it again. Don't worry, City Lord. I'll definitely kill that brat and avenge Senior Xia. After saying that, the middle-aged man jumped down onto the ground. Seeing this, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Another man had come to die. There was a reason why he had one-shot Xia Hui just now. It was because Xia Hui didn't put him in his eyes. If it was someone else who had come, and Yixian had one-shot him, Xia Hui would definitely be surprised and report this to Cui Linjiang. Then, Cui Linjiang would definitely suspect that Yixian had one-shot young Master Yangling and kept his body. But now that Xia Hui was dead, he wasn't worried that Cui Linjiang would find out. This way, Cui Linjiang wouldn't have an excuse to kill him. Most importantly, he had secretly set up an echo formation on the ground just now. If this middle-aged man dared to step into this area, he would not be able to escape his fate of being one-shot. Brat, I'm going to break your neck with my own hands and avenge Senior Xia. The middle-aged man shouted and rushed toward Yixian. However, he wasn't as stupid as Xia Hui. Instead, he took out his weapon and used a large amount of Jindan to protect it to prevent any accidents from happening. When Yixian heard this, he just smiled indifferently. What revenge? He obviously wanted Xia Hui's interspatial ring, right? That old man Xia Hui's net worth is not bad. He has about 10 million top-grade crystals. I wonder how much you have. Yi Xian stood in place, quietly waiting for the other party to approach. The echo formation had a range of 50 meters. The moment the middle-aged man stepped in, Yi Xian condensed the great desolate sword and swept it toward him. The middle-aged man's weapon was a long blade. He instinctively tried to block the attack, but he immediately felt a huge impact and was sent flying away. Just now Yi Xian had secretly eaten a great strength pill, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. If it was Yangling City's governor, Cui Linjiang, he might be able to withstand it, but the middle-aged man in front of him was only at the early heavenly core realm. Bang! When the middle-aged man was sent flying, the 8 Desolation Greatsword also exploded in an instant. The middle-aged man felt his head become heavy, as if his consciousness had fallen into an ice cave. He was frozen and his mind was slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian disintegrated the Great Desolate Sword. Great Desolate Wind Formation Heavenly Charge. 8 sharp blades formed into a sharp cone above the middle-aged man's head. Then they suddenly pierced down. Slash! The middle-aged man's chest was cut open, but his corpse was still sent flying away. Yi Xian took a big step forward and took away the storage ring. Plop! The middle-aged man's corpse fell onto the ground, and it instantly fell into a pool of blood. Yi Xian had once again killed a nascent heavenly core warrior. The Yangling City Lord's eyes were wide open. The 4 nascent heavenly core warriors under his command were all very strong, and almost all of them could fight Zheng Shuahai. However, with such strength, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. This was out of his expectation. This guy killed 2 of my generals in a row. I think he is trying to weaken my strength. Right at this moment, the Yangling City Lord finally reacted. But what he couldn't understand was why Yi Xian had such strength. His talent was comparable to Yang Chan, the leader of the 4 young masters of the Zhong province. You two, go and kill him. The Yangling City Lord shouted. Mayor Yu? One of the men turned around in shock. Ding Tao, you are the vice mayor of Yangling City. Although you and I have never become sworn brothers, you and I are like brothers. Do you understand what I mean? The Yangling City Lord squinted his eyes and said. When the man called Ding Tao heard this, his eyes lit up. Big brother, I understand. Those who were able to cultivate to this stage were no idiots. Ding Tao immediately understood Cui Linjiang's intention. Very good, you guys go. Remember, don't get within 100 meters of that guy. The Yangling City Lord reminded them. Chapter 306. Life on the line, damn brat, die. Ding Tao let out a loud shout. Then he started sprinting towards Yi Xian. Not good. When Zheng Shuahai and the other men saw this, their expressions immediately changed. Zheng Shuahai even shouted out, "Help!" They quickly jumped off the soaring cloud bird, preparing to intercept one of them and reduce Yi Xian's burden. However, Yi Xian didn't have a good expression either. He could still handle 2 early heavenly core warriors. What made him feel helpless was that Zheng Shuahai and the other men had fallen into his trap. Bang! Zheng Shuahai immediately attacked Ding Tao, and so did Zheng Yu and the other men. While Ding Tao and the other man were fighting back, Cui Linjiang, who was riding on the back of the rock, also had a murderous look in his eyes. Big brother, I'm injured. Right at this moment, Ding Tao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted out. His shoulder had been grazed by a sword energy just now. Swoosh! Cui Linjiang immediately jumped off the rock and dashed towards Zheng Shuahai. Damn it, we fell into his trap. Only now did Zheng Shuahai realize what had happened, but it was too late. Yi Xian had a gloomy expression on his face. If this was the case, then he had no choice but to quickly reduce the enemy's numbers. Then he could attack Cui Linjiang together. 8 Desolate Wind Formation Kill. He took a big step forward and arrived in front of Ding Tao. Then he threw out a punch. Ding Tao was defending against Zheng Shuahai's attack just now, so he didn't notice that Yi Xian had arrived in front of him. Only when the latter threw out a punch did he try to block it with his hand. Bang! Yi Xian's punch landed on Ding Tao's shoulder, and at the same time, 8 sharp blades swept across Ding Tao's body. In an instant, Ding Tao was cut into pieces, and his storage ring was taken away by Yi Xian. What? Ding Tao was instantly killed as well? Cui Linjiang was shocked, but now he had a perfect excuse. After killing Ding Tao, Yixian shouted out, "Senior, I'll stop Cui Linjiang, you guys kill this man." This person referred to the other man who had come down with Ding Tao. "You? How dare you stop me? Give me your life." Hearing this, Cui Linjiang was furious. Yixian had killed 3 of his subordinates in front of him. How could he not take revenge? Damn it. When Zhang Shuahai and the others heard this, they were very regretful. Why did they attack without thinking? Yixian clearly had the ability to take on 2 people at once. If they didn't make a move, then Cui Linjiang wouldn't be able to either. At this moment, Yixian had already activated the deadly wind array to its maximum. He took out pills to recover as he retreated. If he wanted to fight with Zhang Shuahai, he could only rely on the 8 desolate wind slaughter formation. What the F***ck crispy noodle snacks. Luckily, the Bahuang sword gets stronger when it encounters a strong opponent. Its current boost has already surpassed that of most high-grade earth-grade weapons. Yixian thought to himself. Clang! 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 Cui Linjiang held a long sword in his hand and directly charged into the wind-killing array of desolation, slashing away the sharp blades that were attacking him. His strength was not something that Ding Tao and the others could compare to. However, it wouldn't be so easy to stop him like this. Yixian was already operating at full power, but Cui Linjiang was blocking it very easily. In fact, it looked like he still had energy left. He gritted his teeth, took out an earth-grade longbow, and raised it to shoot. The deadly wind array of desolation consumed a lot of spiritual power. Yixian hadn't tried multitasking before. Now he was going to try it out. Chain of 7 stars. Yixian raised his hand and shot out a series of arrows. Humph! Cui Linjiang also swept out a sword light, scattering the arrows in an instant. What a strong Jindan essence! Even venerable arrows boost can't make up for it. Yixian thought to himself, and shot out a few more chain of 7 stars arrows. However, his multitasking gave Cui Linjiang an opportunity. If you focus on these 8 blades, I really can't do anything to you. It's a pity that you gave yourself an opening. Cui Linjiang clearly felt that the speed of the 8 blades had decreased a lot. He took a big stride forward and closed the distance to within 20 meters. Yixian was also regretting his decision. He hurriedly put away his longbow and swallowed a pill. He had wanted to use up more of Cui Linjiang's Jindan essence, but now it looked like he had done more harm than good. If attacking won't work, then I'll use another method. He thought to himself, and his hands began to form seals. In an instant, the surrounding air started to sizzle, and clouds of fog started to spread. Cui Linjiang was shocked again. He didn't expect Yixian to know spiritual arrays. This was going to be troublesome. This kid's Jindan essence is so strong. It must be the effect of that pill. Now with this spiritual array, my Jindan essence might be depleted first. Cui Linjiang was a little hesitant. He wondered if he should just retreat and kill Zhang Shuahai and the others first. However, after hearing the angry shouts from behind, he gave up on the idea. City Lord, save me. The man let out a tragic cry. He was besieged by Zhang Shuahai, Zhang Yu, and the other 3 and finally couldn't hold on anymore. Cui Linjiang turned around and saw his head thrown into the air. Blood splattered several meters high. I can't let this go on. I have to end this quickly. Cui Linjiang suddenly made a decision. He activated a cultivation method, and the Jindan essence in his body started to burn. His entire aura instantly skyrocketed by a few notches. What? Yixian sensed it and was immediately shocked. Kid, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to burn my Jindan essence, and use my trump card at the risk of dropping my cultivation level. Now give me your life. After Cui Linjiang's aura skyrocketed, his speed also skyrocketed. He was originally more than 20 meters away from Yixian, but after he took a step, he was only 15 meters away. With another step, he swept directly in front of Yixian. Kid, die. Cui Linjiang condensed a thick wave of Jindan essence and slashed at Yixian. This time Yixian sensed great danger. He hurriedly retracted his 8 blades and formed a shield. Bang! The sword ray slashed the Octotera shield, instantly sending it flying backward and crashing into Yixian. Kid, you're finished. Cui Linjiang shot forward, determined to kill Yixian. At this moment, Yixian could already smell the scent of death. He didn't expect Cui Lijiang to have such a trick up his sleeve. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't even find anything useful in the devouring system. Now there was only one way, and that was to use the exploding aperture technique. Explode all 7 apertures. I'll do it. Yixian gritted his teeth and condensed his Jindan essence on his 7 apertures. Poof! 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 However, just as he was about to explode his 3rd aperture, a figure suddenly stepped into Yixian's sensing range. Chapter 307. Mini-giant Cui Linjiang, stop! A loud shout rang out. Cui Linjiang ignored it and continued to swing his sword. This time he was determined to kill Yixian, so as to avoid future troubles. When the figure who stepped into Yixian saw that Cui Linjiang didn't intend to stop, it instantly crossed 1,000 meters and appeared in front of Yixian. Pa! His long sword was easily caught by a pair of hands, unable to move. Who is it? Cui Linjiang's eyes widened as he stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next instant his body trembled. He knew this person. The first main city's vice city lord, Yang Kai. How could it be him? Cui Linjiang was extremely shocked. City Lord Yang, what are you doing? Yang Kai squinted his eyes and loosened his grip. Cui Linjiang, you can't attack anymore. Why? Cui Linjiang asked. Sorry, this is the city lord's order. I just came out to stop him. Yang Kai explained. Humph, he killed my brother, the vice city lord of Sun Hill City. I can't go against the first city lord's order, right? After saying that, Cui Linjiang walked past Yang Kai and attacked Yixian. However, his sword suddenly couldn't swing down, because the blade was caught by Yang Kai's 2 fingers. I said you can't attack anymore or else I'll kill you on the spot. A murderous intent flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly, a mini flying dragon appeared around him. When he saw the mini flying dragon, Cui Linjiang was stunned, and he subconsciously cried out in surprise. The strength of a flying dragon? You're in the physical strength realm? Physical strength realm. This was the realm after the heavenly core realm, and it was also the first of the 4 spirit realms. The mini flying dragon flying around Yang Kai meant that Yang Kai had the strength of a flying dragon. A single punch from him was enough to blow Cui Linjiang apart. That's impossible, you. Cui Linjiang cried out in surprise. Cui Linjiang, are you trying to say that I was only at the late heavenly core realm last year? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Could it be that you won't allow me to break through? Cui Linjiang withdrew his sword and took a few steps back. A strength warrior could easily kill 100 late heavenly core warriors. This was the perfect example of reaching the heavens in a single bound. Do you really think you'll be able to break through to the strength realm just by obtaining this nascent heavenly core? Yang Kai said. Even if you cultivate your core essence to its peak, without a soul condensing stone, it's impossible for you to shatter your core and form a soul core and break through to the strength realm. Condensing soul stone? Cui Linjiang muttered to himself. This was the first time he had heard of this. Originally, he thought breaking through from the heavenly core realm to the strength realm was just a normal breakthrough, but he didn't expect that he would need something else. Enough, stop, if you continue I'll kill you on the spot, Yang Kai said slowly. Cui Linjiang fell silent. Just now, he was only half a second away from killing Yixian, but Yang Kai had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yixian was only at the late earthly core realm, but he already had such strength. If he broke through to the heavenly core realm, wouldn't he be able to threaten Cui Linjiang? A genius like this had to be killed in the cradle. But now Yang Kai was here, and the mysterious first city lord was watching. Cui Linjiang was afraid that he couldn't do anything. This Yang Kai was just following orders. Could it be that I was too early to kill him? Could it be that I had to wait until Ding Tao was dead? Cui Linjiang didn't understand the situation, but he had been warned twice by Yang Kai. If he attacked again, he would be the first one to die. Damn it, just you wait. Cui Linjiang cursed angrily. Then he immediately summoned Depong and left in a hurry. Looking at Yang Kai's back as he left, Yixian, who had almost died, quickly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, senior, for your help. No worries, I was just following orders, goodbye." After saying this, Yang Kai disappeared, not even leaving behind an afterimage. An expert in the strength realm was indeed extraordinary. After he left, Yixian also breathed a sigh of relief. This time they were in danger again. "Little brother Yi, are you okay?" Zhang Shuahai and the others hurried over. I'm fine. Yixian shook his head. This old master is sorry, I fell into Cui Linjiang's trap and almost killed you, Zhang Shuahai said very guiltily. Yixian hurriedly said, Senior is too serious at that time, Senior just wanted to help me. No matter what, this is all my fault. Take this interspatial ring as an apology. Zhang Shuahai handed over an interspatial ring, which belonged to the man they had just killed. Yixian didn't argue and directly accepted it. Senior, that Cui Linjiang left in a hurry. Maybe he is going to attack Guangjin City, you should go quickly, Yixian suddenly said. Good, then little brother Yi, be careful, come to Divine Land City when you have time. Zhang Shuahai nodded and left with Zheng Yu and the others. Since the Guangjin City Lord was dead, a new city lord must be elected. In the rules of the central state, there was no rule that said a city lord couldn't own two main cities. Although the Guangjin City Lord's net worth was only 10 to 20 million high-quality crystal stones, his territory was even more enormous. At this time, the cloud-soaring bird also flew away, leaving only Yixian here. In his heart, there were still many doubts that had not been solved. For example, why did the green source giant self-destruct? Why couldn't he devour the transparent celestial blue stone? Why did the first city lord ask Cui Linjiang to stop, and so on? Ding, devouring failed. Yixian tried again. But the transparent celestial blue stone still couldn't be devoured. In desperation, Yixian could only move in the direction of Soaring Heaven Mansion. With his current speed, it would take him about a day to reach Soaring Heaven Mansion. On the way, he also poured the contents of the 4 interspatial rings into the devouring space, and then devoured the heavenly treasures that he didn't need. At this time, his devouring crystal stones had reached more than 18,000. However, he felt that there was still a long way to go before he could break through. However, just as he was about to devour the heavenly treasures, he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. The forging materials that he had accumulated in the devouring space had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? I've stored so many forging materials, why are they all gone? Yixian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He sank his consciousness into the devouring space, and then he was shocked to find that there was a small thing moving around in the devouring space. It was the transparent celestial blue stone. However, unlike before, this celestial blue stone had a pair of mini hands and feet, and it was a mini version of the green source giant. Damn, the green source giant? Yixian was shocked. Chapter 308. Rock Spirit Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yixian grabbed the transparent green giant in his hand. Poof, 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 poof. The mini giant realized that it was being held in Yixian's hand. It immediately waved its 2 small stone arms and slapped the back of Yixian's hand. You little guy, what are you? If I say you're alive, you can actually jump around in my devouring space. If I say you're dead, you can't be devoured. Yixian looked at the little thing and suddenly thought of something. It was the nut wall in Plants vs. Zombies. However, it was a nut that was half eaten by zombies and had become moldy and green. The mini giant felt very uncomfortable being held in Yixian's hand. It kept slapping the back of Yixian's hand, trying to get Yixian to put it down. You little thing, can you understand what I'm saying? Yixian asked. The mini giant blinked its eyes, looked innocently at Yixian, and then slightly nodded its head. Damn, I can understand you. Yixian was shocked again. Only now did he recall the strange reaction of the green giant. Could it be that the green giant couldn't consume that much energy after devouring the celestial stone, and was afraid that it would explode? So it exploded several times and gave birth to thousands of green giants. And this mini giant was mutated from the remaining celestial blue stone? Yixian thought to himself. However, this was not important. What was important was that the mini giant must have swallowed all the forging materials. At that moment, Yixian pinched the mini giant's foot and turned it upside down to see if it would spit out the items. After all, those forging materials were worth at least several million top-grade crystals. Pa! 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 The mini giant waved its arms wildly in the air and continued to look at Yixian with innocent eyes. Yixian could not bear to see it like this. At this moment, it suddenly bent its body and pushed Yixian's fingers with its 2 small arms. Surprisingly, it managed to break free. Yixian was stunned for a moment. He could only watch as the little guy fell head first into the soil. Then the little thing crawled out of the soil by itself. After glancing at Yixian, it turned around and ran. "You want to run after eating my food?" Yixian dashed forward and caught it. He then exchanged for a small cage from the devouring space and threw it inside. The gap in the cage was just slightly smaller than the little thing. It couldn't get out, so it could only beat the cage continuously. "Shut up. I'm wondering if I should kill you," Yixian said in a low voice. This time the little thing stopped making a fuss and just looked at Yixian pitifully. To be honest, Yixian had no idea what this little thing was. Both the storage ring and the devouring space could not store living things, but this little thing was actually able to jump around in the devouring space. It was really strange. Therefore, Yixian decided to bring it back to the Great Elder. He threw the little thing into the devouring space and continued on his journey. After breaking through to the minor Earth Core realm, his speed was no longer something that ordinary Heavenly Core warriors could catch up with. Although Zhou Yan and the other 4 left first, Yixian still caught up with them. After that, the 6 of them returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion together. About a week later, they finally arrived at the Soaring Heaven Mansion. After arriving, Yixian quickly left and headed towards the Soaring Heaven Mansion. If it wasn't because he was worried that something might happen to Zhou Yan and the others, he would have returned by himself. When he arrived at the Great Elder's place, he was shocked to find out that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were still in that strange state. Could something have happened to them? It's been more than a month. Yixian sensed that both siblings had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. This really scared him. He had been fighting in the outside world for so long, and had almost lost his life many times, but he was only at the late Earth Core realm. But this pair of siblings' cultivation speed was even faster than his, and this was really hard for him to accept. Luckily, he was able to convince himself with one reason, and that was that Song Suijing was his fiancée. Since Song Suijing was fine, Yixian went to look for the Great Elder Lin Wenyue. Right at this moment, the bamboo forest was once again covered by an illusion formation. Without any other choice, Yixian shouted out loudly, "Great Elder, Yixian wishes to see you." In less than a second, the illusion formation was removed by Lin Wenyue. Creak! The door of the wooden hut was opened, and a white-haired lady walked out. She looked at Yixian and said, "Don't worry, your fiancé will be fine." Yixian was startled. He didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through by someone. But this time he didn't come here just because of Song Suijing. He looked at Lin Wenyue's calm expression and said, "Great Elder, I wonder if you've seen this thing before." After saying that, he took out the beast trapping cage from his devouring space. But in the next moment, he was shocked to find that the beast trapping cage was open, and the little thing was not inside. His heart sank. He found that the little thing was once again stepping on all the natural treasures in his devouring space. "F***CK, you bastard, come out." With a thought, Yixian grabbed the little thing and threw it into the beast trapping cage. After seeing the little thing, the Great Elder's eyes flickered and said, "This is a rock spirit, a type of strange beast. It's born from precious ores, but it's extremely rare." After hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up and said, "Great Elder, what's the use of this thing? This strange beast is a type of demonic beast. If it's nurtured well, it can grow into a profound beast in the future. It can even become a sacred beast that's comparable to a spirit realm 4th stage." Lin Wenyue explained. "Sacred beast?" Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. "Isn't a wyvern a sacred beast?" "But Great Elder, the growth time of a profound beast seems to be very long." Yixian asked again. "That's right, but this strange beast is different. This rock spirit mainly relies on ores and other forging materials. As long as it eats a lot, it can greatly increase its growth speed." Lin Wenyue said, "Since you have so many natural treasures, as long as you nurture it with all your strength, it can become a great help to you in the future." Hearing this, the little rock in the beast trapping cage blinked its eyes. It looked at Yixian as if it was saying, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and let me out." Yixian thought for a moment. But how would he know if the little rock was an ingrate? Would it trample him to death when it became powerful in the future? Chapter 309. Conclude a contract. This reminded Yixian that there were many mystical beasts in the devouring system. Found it. Slave contract, equal contract, symbiotic contract. Yixian immediately found a lot of things. He looked at little Shirtu sneakily and revealed a crafty smile. Little Shirtu blinked his eyes and subconsciously took a few steps back. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Great Elder, I'll take my leave first. Yixian cupped his fist at Lin Wenyue and left. Lin Wenyue looked in front of her and quietly stood there for a while. Then she returned to her small wooden house. TSK, 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 see if I don't kill you. How dare you eat my food and destroy my treasures? After leaving the bamboo forest, Yixian carried a cage in his hand and cursed angrily. As for the little thing in the cage, it was running around the cage as if doomsday had arrived. Yixian quickly returned to his residence and closed the door behind him. He placed the cage on the bed and sat cross-legged in front of it. Come, come, come. Let's try the low-level slave contract first. Yixian took out a sheepskin scroll and spread it on the bed. He began to mutter some words that were hard to understand. Inside the cage, little Shirtu was startled and hastily stretched his hand out of the cage. Then with a cracking sound he actually opened the cage. Then he quickly escaped. Yixian opened his eyes when he heard the sound. He was almost scared to death. This little guy actually escaped from prison again right under his nose. However, this little thing was at most a demonic beast, not even a spirit beast. Yixian reached out and caught it. I think it's better to make a high-grade cage for beasts. Yixian thought to himself as he took out a new cage. It was more exquisite than the previous one and was about the same size. He threw the little thing inside and closed the small iron door. You can't open it now, right? Yixian snickered. Only his elixir essence could open this cage. Unless he destroyed the cage, this little thing would not be able to escape. The little thing was running around inside, stretching out its two slender arms as if it was shouting, "Let me out!" Yixian ignored him and continued to chant his contract incantation. A few seconds later, a purple circle appeared on the parchment. Yixian cut his finger and dripped his blood into the circle. TSK, TSK, you're finished. Yixian placed the beast trapping cage inside and continued chanting the incantation. The formation on the parchment expanded and enveloped the entire cage. Ding! Formation failed. A system notification suddenly rang in Yixian's mind. What? Failed? Yixian's eyes widened. He immediately reacted. Perhaps it was because Lil Thing's level was too high, so the level of the contract wasn't high enough. Intermediate servant contract. He spent some devour points to exchange for a new contract. 10 seconds later. Ding! Formation failed. Looks like it's still not enough. Advanced servant contract. Yixian began his third attempt. This advanced servant contract cost him a total of 500 devour points. Ding! Formation failed. The same notification sounded again. Yixian was stunned. Even the advanced servant contract didn't work. Could it be that he needed a top-tier one? Clap, clap, clap. Seeing Yixian fail so many times, Lil Thing in the beast trapping cage excitedly slapped the bars. If it had a mouth, it would definitely laugh until its teeth fell out. Don't gloat over my misfortune. You're my prisoner now. You'd better obey me obediently. As long as you follow me, you'll have good food every day. What do you think? Yixian began to coerce. Lil Thing shook its head, indicating that it didn't want anything but freedom. Here, I'll give you this intermediate earth weapon. Yixian exchanged for an intermediate earth weapon, then opened the beast trapping cage. Although Lil Thing wanted to run, he could grab it back with just a stretch of his hand. He wasn't afraid that Lil Thing would run away. When Lil Thing saw the middle-rank earth artifact, its eyes immediately lit up as it pounced on it. Then a crack appeared under its big eyes, and it bit the blade. Damn, you have a mouth. Yixian was shocked. While he was still in shock, Lil Thing actually swallowed the entire intermediate earth weapon. Damn, this is comparable to my sword devouring technique. Yixian sighed, then asked, What do you think? As long as you follow me, you'll have these things to eat every day. Lil Thing closed its mouth, but still shook its head. Damn you, you ate my food and you still dare to refuse? Yixian reached out and hung Lil Thing upside down. Lil Thing gestured. Yixian was stunned, then said, You mean this isn't enough? Lil Thing nodded. Alright, try this. Yixian exchanged for another high-grade earth artifact that was worth 5 devour crystals. Lil Thing swallowed the sword in a few seconds. What do you think? Yixian asked again. Lil Thing still shook its head, then gestured again. What, you want 100? Yixian was shocked. 100 upper earth weapons was worth 500 devouring crystals. Lil Thing meant that it had to eat that many a day. If it ate 500 devouring crystals a day, then it would eat 15,000 a month. No 5. Yixian began to bargain. Lil Thing also shook its head, then gestured again. 90. 10. 80. 15. 70. The two of them argued for a while, then finally settled on 30. 30 upper earth weapons a day was worth 150 devouring crystals. That would be 4,500 devouring crystals a month. In that case, Yixian's devouring crystals would only be enough to feed Lil Thing for 3 months. *CK, you're really asking for too much. Come on. Yixian took out another intermediate contract. Ding! Contract failed. Damn. I'm going to waste another advanced contract. Yixian painfully exchanged for another one. This time, he finally heard a system notification that was different from the others. Ding! Contract successful. Hearing this, Yixian heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The contract had finally been successfully formed. Ding! Host has formed a slave contract with Rock Spirit. Please give it a name. It needs a name. Yixian was a little surprised, then asked, What name do you want it to be called? Lil Thing blinked its big eyes. It couldn't speak, so it could only wait for Yixian to name it. Lil Thing, Lil Thing, Lil Thing, Lil Foodie, Lil Rock, which one do you want? Yixian read them one by one. Lil Thing shook its head to express its dissatisfaction, then gestured again. Hey, you want a fancy name? Fine, let me think. Yixian thought for a moment, then said, Erdan Tainyo Goxing, what do you think? Chapter 310. Wei Zhentian, if you want to go higher, then Morong Erdan Huangfu Tiniu, and Xinyuan Goxing should be fine, right? Yixian said. Lil Thing still shook its head. Then Wei Zhentian Optimus Prime Jingpatian? Potato Nut Tomato Potato. Yixian tried to name a few more names. This time, the little thing hesitated thoughtfully for a moment, and then gestured. What, you want the first one? That's too tasteless. Why don't you call it Iron Pillar? That's much easier to pronounce. Yixian blurted out. But who would have thought that Lil Thing would jump up and slap Yixian on the nose? *CK, Wei Zhentian is Wei Zhentian. Yixian was helpless and quickly named Lil Thing. Ding, naming successful. Lil Thing, no, it should be called Wei Zhentian now. After successfully naming it, there was an additional attribute panel in Yixian's system. It was a column of items. Name, Wei Zhentian type. Rock Spirit current level. Early stage True Spirit Realm. After eating so much, it's only at early stage True Spirit Realm. What a scam. Yixian was slightly helpless. At this moment, ding, the attribute panel has been activated. The Thousand Beasts Bloodline Advancement Route has been updated. Hearing this, Yixian subconsciously switched to the Bloodline panel. Thousand Beasts Bloodline. Advancement Route 1 Strength. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Route 2 Agility. Current level of advancement is 1. Every advancement increases the movement speed by 10%. Advancement Route 3 Monster Growth Speed. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the growth speed of monster by 10%. Advancement Route 4. Monster Attributes. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the monster's attributes by 10%. Advancement Route 5. Monster Expansion. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement allows the taming of one more monster. There were 3 more advancement routes for the Thousand Beasts Bloodline. Yixian's eyes almost popped out. He did not expect the Thousand Beasts Bloodline to have such an effect. These advancement routes are not bad. Unfortunately, I did not encounter the Devourer Beast again. Yixian shook his head helplessly. Then, he immersed his consciousness into the devouring system again and directly selected a mystical beast growth plan that was worth 1,000 devouring crystals. Here, eat this. It will help you grow faster. Yixian opened a packet of powder. Wei Zhentian doubtfully swallowed it. Sensed that there was no effect at all. Immediately, it reached out and asked for the remaining high-grade earthly tool. Alright, little foodie, take it. Yixian immediately exchanged for 29 high-grade earthly artifacts. This little thing had to eat 150 devour crystals a day. If he didn't find a way to earn money, he would become poor. The little thing finished all the food in a few bites and then requested to return to the devouring space to rest. Yixian was also speechless, but this time he directly put the little thing into his storage space. He had just exchanged for this monster space. As long as the monster space stayed inside, it would grow faster than outside. Now, the matter of the Heavenly Yuan sect had come to an end. After Moziyun and the others returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, they organized the disciples and prepared to rebuild the Heavenly Yuan sect. This time, the Heavenly Yuan sect had obtained a lot of mystical beast cores. The entire sect's rank would probably increase by a lot. However, when it came to inner cores, the Soaring Heaven Mansion had a lot of them. It was enough to help all the mortal core disciples in the Soaring Heaven Mansion break through to the Earth core realm. The Heavenly Yuan sect was very busy, and so was the Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, Yixian was the one with the least amount of free time. Just a week after he returned, Grand Elder Zhou took the time to look for him. Supreme Elder, why are you here? Yixian was playing with Wei Zhentian in the courtyard. When he saw Zhou he was a little surprised. This old man is here to tell you that Kai Jing and the others have come out of seclusion. Zhou said straightforwardly. What? They have come out? Yixian was overjoyed when he heard this. The siblings had been in seclusion for so long, and they had finally come out. But they are still consolidating their cultivation, so they might need some time. Come with me. After Zhou finished speaking, he led Yixian towards the Soaring Heaven Peak. When Yixian arrived at the door of Zhou cultivation room, he was stunned. Right at this moment, one side of the cultivation room's door was frozen, and the other side was burning red. It looked very strange. While they are consolidating their cultivation, you shouldn't go in. The energy inside is very strange. I was almost blown away just now. You should wait for them to come out by themselves. Zhou said in a somewhat ashamed manner. He was a heavenly core warrior, but he was almost blown away just because he opened a door. If this were to spread out, it would be a disgrace to his reputation. All right. Yixian naturally wouldn't disturb them. Sigh. I'm ashamed, I still need a few more days before I can break through to the initial heavenly core realm, but they are already at the heavenly core realm as well. Zhou said with a helpless expression. They are already at the heavenly core realm? After hearing what Zhou said, Yixian also had a helpless expression on his face. He was only at the late Earth core realm, but Song Suijing and Song Jeju were already at the heavenly core realm. But this wasn't a bad thing since the difference in strength wasn't too big. He would be able to bring Song Suijing with him in the future. Both men waited outside the door for half a day. After that, the cultivation room's door finally opened. Crack! The cultivation room's door opened, and two figures walked out from within. Yixian. Song Suijing, who had just come out from the special cultivation room, immediately saw Yixian. Without hesitation, she jumped into his arms. You've been cultivating for so long, you should be tired, right? Yixian gently stroked Song Suijing's hair. Have we been cultivating for a long time? Song Suijing asked in a surprised manner. It's been more than a month. Zhou reminded her. It's been so long. Song Suijing turned around and looked at Song Jeju. She felt like only 1 or 2 days had passed. All right, since you've come out from your secluded cultivation, it's time for me to enter secluded cultivation. After saying that, Zhou entered another cultivation room. He had absorbed a lot of inner cores, and in a few more days he would be able to break through to the minor heavenly core realm. Song Jeju sensed his strength, and he realized that his strength was a few hundred times stronger than before, and his physique had improved as well. He couldn't help but say, I thought the divine core realm was very strong, but I never expected that I would break through to the heavenly core realm so quickly. This is incredible. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly recalled something, then he asked, Oh right, big brother. Are you going to use an axe as your weapon from now on? That's right, I've used other weapons before, but the axe is still the best. Besides, look at my body, do you think it's suitable for me to use a sword? Song Jeju nodded his head. If that's the case, I have a bloodline seed here, you can try it. Yixian took out a crystal-clear bloodline seed. This was the Axe King bloodline he had exchanged for on the spot, and it had the same effect as the Sword Emperor bloodline. This is Chapter 311. The brother and sister duo had come out of seclusion. I found this bloodline seed by accident. It was left behind by a senior who was proficient in axe skills. Yixian handed it over to Songju. When Judge Song heard about the bloodline seed, he was startled for 2 seconds. Haha, thank you, brother-in-law. Without thinking too much, he immediately swallowed the bloodline seed. A second later, his eyes opened wide, and he took out a long axe that was taller than him. This is amazing. I feel like this earth-shattering axe has become a part of my body, and I've learned a mid-ranked earth-rank martial skill. Judge Song held the long axe and practiced it. Without hesitation, Yixian exchanged for a high-ranked earth-rank long axe and said, "Big brother, this is a high-ranked earth-rank weapon, the Flaming Sun Axe. Also, these are the high-ranked earth-rank martial skills I found. You can take them all." This? Judge Song couldn't wrap his head around this. It was fine if it was just a bloodline seed, but now there was even a high-grade earth-level martial art and a high-grade earth-level artifact. What had happened in the past month? Just what had happened? Judge Song, these are yours. After Yixian passed the items to Judge Song, he took out some other items. A normal high-grade earthly artifact was only worth 5 Devour crystals. However, the one he had just exchanged for was the best of the high-grade earthly artifacts. It was the closest to a celestial artifact. The axe and sword had cost him a total of 500 Devour crystals. Looks like a lot of things have happened in the past month. You need to tell me everything later. Song Suijing was still worried, but when she saw that Yixian was fine, she was relieved. Don't worry, there are still some good things, Yixian said with a smile on his face. He took out some more inner cores and said, "Both of you have broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. Here are some inner cores of early Heavenly Core Realm inner cores. Cough, both of us have just broken through. We need some time to consolidate our cultivation. If we want to absorb the inner cores, we need to wait for a while." Judge Song quickly said, "It doesn't matter. Keep it for now. When the time comes, you can refine it on your own." Yixian divided the Xian Beast inner core into 2 portions. "That's good, then I won't disturb you. I'm going to try out my new weapon." Ju Song carried the Flaming Sun Axe and excitedly left. As for Song Suijing, she followed Yixian back to her residence. The two sat in the courtyard, and Song Suijing began to talk about her experiences over the past month. "You said you subdued a rock spirit. Where is it?" Song Suijing asked curiously. Without another word, Yixian directly pulled Megatron out of the artifact space and said, "This is the one. It swallowed so many of my things that I almost can't raise it anymore." "Hey, why is it a kitten?" Song Suijing was also surprised to see Shirling. When Yixian heard this, he shifted his gaze. In the next moment, he turned pale with fright. They saw a small green cat sitting cross-legged on the stone table, blinking its big eyes at the two of them. Damn, could it have evolved? Yixian hurriedly pulled out the artifact panel and found that Shirling Megatron Jintian was already at the peak of true profound realm, and was about to become a profound beast. "Meow," the green cat softly called out, then suddenly collapsed and reassembled in front of the two of them, turning into an elk. Damn, it's really a transformer. It can actually reassemble like the Bahuang sword. Yixian was shocked. If this was the case, then it might be able to turn into a rock in the future. At that time he could sit and fly. Song Suijing looked at the mini elk with shining eyes and said, "Is it the rock spirit? How can it change back and forth? Can it turn into an arrow-back pig?" When the rock spirit heard this, it blinked and immediately transformed again. It really turned into an arrow-back pig, but it was a mini version. So cute. What's its name? Song Suijing held the arrow-back pig in the palm of her hand and asked curiously. Megatron. Yixian said awkwardly. This world didn't have any transformers, so he definitely hadn't heard of it. "Then let's call it Little Tian." "Little Tian, can you turn back into your original form?" Song Suijing asked again. Then the arrow-back pig transformed again and returned to its original appearance of a nut that was bitten by a zombie. It had 2 thin arms and 2 thin legs. At this time it suddenly stretched out its hand and faced Yixian. "Damn. Didn't I just give it to you this morning? What performance fee?" Yixian was speechless. This was really a foodie. He immediately took out 2 high-rank earthly artifacts and Megatron swallowed them in front of the 2 of them. It eats these. Song Suijing was almost scared to death. Those were 2 high-rank earthly artifacts. Yes, it eats 30 of them a day. Yixian nodded. 30 of them. Earthly artifacts. Song Suijing rolled her eyes. 1 high-rank earthly artifact was enough to buy the entire Great Song dynasty. 30 of them were enough to buy the entire eastern region, or even the 4 major regions. Most importantly, this was Megatron's food fee for a day. You little thing, you're already a peak true profound realm spirit beast. If you break through again, you'll become a profound beast. But you won't always be this small, right? Yixian asked. Megatron shook its head. Then it jumped to the ground and shattered into countless small powder. The next scene made Yixian and Song Suijing dumbstruck. They saw Megatron's small powder slowly expand. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a soccer ball, then the size of a stone table. Yixian quickly added, "Let me see your biggest form." Megatron heard this and started to expand crazily. In the end, it condensed into a 10-meter-tall giant. The 10-meter-tall giant seemed to be a profound Earth core realm green source giant. "Can you turn into a rock and fly?" Yixian asked again. In the next moment, the green source giant disintegrated and turned into a rock with a wingspan of 10 meters. It flew a circle in the sky. Not bad. Its speed has already surpassed an ordinary soaring sky rock. If it grows one more time, it will become a profound beast. Yixian nodded satisfyingly. Seemed like he was really lucky this time. In just a week, Megatron almost broke through to the profound beast realm. If he was given a month, wouldn't he at least reach the Earth core realm? If he was given a year, wouldn't he be able to break through to the flying dragon realm? The rock spirit turned into a green rock and immediately attracted the attention of the other disciples. What kind of spirit beast is that? A green rock? How come I've never heard of it before? I heard that it's a spirit beast that senior brother Yi tamed. I thought he was a green rock spirit just now. How did he turn into a rock? Let's just focus on our cultivation. Senior brother Yi can already kill heavenly core warriors, and we haven't even broken through to the Earth core realm yet. Let's go, let's go. A group of disciples were discussing among themselves. Chapter 312. Trash that can't be raised currently. The structure of the soaring heaven mansion was going to change. The 4 manors might merge into one. After all, with so many inner cores, anyone would be able to break through to the divine core realm. However, right at this moment, suddenly a figure arrived at the door. "Yixian, are you here?" A voice came from outside the door. When Yixian heard it, he was surprised, because it was the voice of the chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zheng Miao. "Senior disciple Zheng, please come in." Yixian shouted. Zheng Miao hastily walked in from the outside. "Senior disciple Zheng, how is Guangjin City?" Yixian hastily asked. He knew that the reason why Zheng Miao came back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion was because of Guangjin City. Hearing this, Zheng Miao shook his head and said, "Not good, that Chui Linjiang has returned to the central province, and soon, he will compete with us for the position of Guangjin City's mayor." Senior disciple Zheng, can the mayor of the upper 3 cities compete for the position? Yixian was surprised. No, Chui Linjiang is the mayor of Sun Hill City. He won't compete for the position, but his father will. Zheng Miao shook his head and said, "Chui Linjiang's father?" Yixian was startled. Perhaps only a late heavenly core warrior could make Zheng Miao fear him. After the mayor of Guangjin City died, the first city mayor sent someone to stay in the mayor's mansion. Anyone can apply to compete for the position of mayor. Right now, more than 10 early heavenly core warriors have applied, including those from the upper 3 cities. Besides Chui Linjiang, there is another late heavenly core warrior. Zheng Miao started explaining to Yixian. 2 late heavenly core warriors? Yixian squinted his eyes. These were all the top warriors in the heavenly water continent. But when he heard that more than 10 early heavenly core warriors had joined the competition, his eyes lit up. Originally, he thought whoever arrived at the mayor's mansion first would get the position, but he didn't expect that he would need to apply. Looking at this, he might be able to get some benefits. "Senior Marshal Brother Zheng, the purpose of your visit is?" Yixian asked again. "My grandfather wants your help." If we succeed in taking down Guangjin City, we will split the profits in half. Zheng Miao said. A 50-50 split would make it 50-50. The benefits of Guangjin City might not be high, but all the cities within Guangjin City's territory had to pay taxes to Guangjin City every year. Moreover, Yuan Yibo definitely had many private mines and treasure lands. If they were all mined, the value would be immeasurable. All right, I agree. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, Song Suijing also hurriedly said, I want to go too. And ask your elder brother to join us as well. We can use this opportunity to gain some experience. I want to see how strong all of you are now after breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Yi Xian nodded his head. From the moment she entered the room, Zheng Miao felt that Song Suijing was extraordinary. Now that she heard Yi Xian's words, she was stunned. Heavenly core realm. If that young master Yongling was in front of Song Suijing, he would be nothing more than an ant. Without hesitation, Song Suijing left and went to look for Adjudicator Song. The mayor's battle was about to begin, and they had to hurry to the central province. Very soon Adjudicator Song also rushed over. He was worried about not having a place to gain experience. Zheng Miao rode a soaring cloud bird here, so it only took them a day to travel from the soaring cloud mansion to the central province city. Right at this moment, Zhang Shuahai and the other men were having a discussion in the main hall. When they saw Zheng Miao and Yi Xian, they immediately stood up. Little brother Yi, you're finally here. Zhang Shuahai quickly walked over and greeted them. Yi Xian walked closer and found out that Zheng Yu and another middle-aged man had both broken through to the early heavenly core realm. He immediately congratulated them. Congratulations, seniors. This is all thanks to those refined pills you gave me. Too bad, there are only 7 days left until the mayor's battle, and I won't be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm in 7 days. Zheng Shuahai shook his head. After that, he looked at Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song who were standing behind Yi Xian. Then he asked, These two are? This is my fiancé Song Suijing and this is my elder brother Adjudicator Song. He should be able to fight with the early heavenly core warrior, and he will be joining the battle with me. Yi Xian introduced them to each other. Haha, this old man thanks you. Zhang Shuahai expressed his gratitude. Senior, you're too kind. Song Suijing smiled. She was really happy because this time she could finally help Yi Xian. Little brother Yi, why don't we go to the #1 main city now? Zhang Shuahai asked again. All right. Yi Xian nodded his head. After that, they sat on the soaring cloud bird and headed towards the center of the central province city, the #1 main city. Right at this moment, all the powerful warriors in the central province city had gathered there. A main city's mayor was extremely powerful, and it had attracted a huge amount of people, including some sects and families in the central province city, and even some lone warriors with extraordinary strength. Of course, some of them weren't here to fight for the position of mayor. They were here to gain benefits from the mayor battle. This time it took the soaring cloud bird an entire day to arrive at the #1 main city. The #1 main city had a city wall that was over 10,000 meters long, and countless people lived within it. At the same time, there was a special rule, and that was that no birds or beasts were allowed to fly over the #1 main city. Because of this rule, the soaring cloud bird could only land outside the #1 main city. After that, Zhang Shuahai led Yi Xian through the noisy streets and arrived at the mayor's mansion. So this is the #1 main city's mayor's mansion? That Yang Kai is a strength realm warrior. Then the mayor of the #1 main city should be at least at the strength realm, right? Yi Xian murmured in his mind. It was very easy to apply for the mayor battle. Anyone could apply, even if they were at the true spirit realm. After the application was completed, Yi Xian and the other two received an identity token. After 6 days, they would gather at the designated location, and someone would escort them to the location of the mayor battle. On the way to the #1 main city, Zhang Shuahai explained the format of the mayor battle to Yi Xian and the other two, which was to compete for the city mayor's token. The #1 city mayor would hide the Guangjin city's city mayor's token somewhere. As long as someone found this token and held it for a period of time, they would be the new city mayor. In addition, there were no restrictions on killing, and they could do as they pleased. However, just as Yi Xian and the others left the #1 main city's mansion, they bumped into another group of people. The leader of this group was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. He was Sun Hill City's city mayor Cui Linjiang. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, Yixian subconsciously said. Cui Linjiang looked at Yixian and the others, then he coldly harumphed and said, I let you live last time and I thought you'd struggle to survive. I didn't expect you to come and help Divine Land City. In a few more days you'll die. Right at this moment, an old man walked out from behind him and said, He's the guy who killed 4 early Heavenly Core warriors from Sun Hill City? Chapter 313. First Main City Father, that's him. Cui Linjiang nodded his head. Fine, I'll remember that. When the time comes, I'll kill you myself. A killing intent flashed through the old man's eyes. He was Cui Linjiang's father, the old mayor of Sun Hill City, Cui Feng. Just as Zhang Shuahai and the others were about to retort, Song Suijing, who was standing next to Yixian, suddenly took a step forward and let out a cold snort. Old man, don't rely on your old age. Don't let Yixian break all your bones when the time comes. Seeing Yixian being ridiculed, of course she couldn't stand it anymore. Little girl, you've got a big mouth. You better not fall into my hands, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. Cui Feng's eyes once again flashed with a ruthless expression. After that, he led the others and walked into the mayor's mansion in the first main city. This Cui family is really something. They even managed to recruit the 3 freaks of Secluded Mountain. Looks like they are determined to take over Guangjin City, Zhang Shuahai said. The 3 freaks of Secluded Mountain were the 3 masked men behind Cui Linjiang, and they were all at the early Heavenly Core realm. Xiahui, Ding Tao, and the other 3 were all dead, and in just a few days, the Sun Hill City had recruited another 3 early Heavenly Core warriors, and they were all famous warriors in the central province. This had caused the Divine Land City to feel pressured. However, Yixian, who was standing there quietly, had a relaxed expression on his face. So what if they were 3 early Heavenly Core warriors? If he ran into them, they would all end up the same. After that, Zhang Shuahai and the others brought Yixian to their mansion in the first main city, so that Yixian could have a good rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Suijing and Judge Song continued to learn upper-rank Earth-rank martial skills. They didn't have the devouring system, so they needed time to learn martial skills. However, with the bloodline of the Sword Emperor and their father, it was very easy for them to learn martial skills. Apart from the corresponding offensive martial skills, their understanding of other martial skills was very ordinary. At the same time, Yixian also took advantage of these few days to stroll around the first main city. He discovered that in the first main city's weapon shops, other than selling low-grade earth weapons, there wasn't even a mid-grade earth weapon, let alone a high-grade earth weapon. It seemed that the weapons in the first main city were all monopolized by the All Affairs Pavilion and given priority to those clans and sections. There were still a few days before the slot battle, so Yixian wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his strength. Simply put, it was to make money. In the All Affairs Pavilion, as long as one could afford it, they could do all kinds of things. In addition to killing people and searching for people, there were also things to do. Yixian immediately went to look for him. The Myriad Pavilion in the number 1 main city was the largest in the entire central state. As soon as Yixian entered, a waiter led Yixian to a private room. I need some forging materials. Medium and high-grade earth-tier materials. I need at least 10 million top-grade crystals. How many do you have? Yixian got straight to the point. 10 million top-grade crystals. The waiter was stunned. Thinking that he had encountered a big order, he hurriedly said, Your Excellency, please wait a moment. He left in a hurry. Not long after, he came back with another person. Yixian happened to see this person before. It was the first main city's vice city lord, Yang Kai. HM? It's you? After Yang Kai saw Yixian, Yixian was more or less surprised. Senior, we meet again. Yixian was also surprised. You need a lot of forging materials? Yang Kai also got straight to the point. Yes, a lot. Yixian nodded. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense and directly took out some forging materials, asking, How many do you need? I'll take as many as you have. Yixian replied. He really had an infinite demand for forging materials. He only needed to think about it and he could succeed. As for the remaining materials, he could also give them to Wei Zhenqian as snacks. Okay, since you need a lot, I can give you according to the market price. Yang Kai directly calculated and then reported a number. 13 million top-quality crystal stones. Yi Xian took out this number of top-grade crystals and completed the transaction. Also, City Lord Yang, do you also accept mid-rank or high-rank earth artifacts? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, mid-rank earth artifacts cost 600 top-grade crystals and high-rank earth artifacts cost 60,000. Of course, it depends on the quality. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and began to calculate a large amount of Yi Xian. I see. Then I'll take my leave. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly left. Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian's departing back and muttered in his heart, I wonder why City Lord is so interested in this little brat. After leaving Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian returned to his residence. With the 13 million top-grade crystals, he estimated that he could forge at least 300 high-rank earth artifacts and 20,000 mid-rank earth artifacts. If he sold them, he would make double the profit. Unfortunately, there were not many materials. He directly finished forging everything in a small alley, and then returned to Myriad Pavilion. It just so happened that Yang Kai was in the hall. Little brother, do you need anything else? Yang Kai asked in surprise when he saw Yi Xian return. I brought a batch of high-rank earth artifacts. Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly led Yi Xian to a side room. 300 high-rank earth artifacts, 20,000 mid-rank earth artifacts, high quality. Yang Kai was shocked. When he saw the name on the hilt of these earth artifacts, he exclaimed, Yi Xian. Oh, my family will always put my name on the artifacts after they are forged. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. If he told Yang Kai that he had forged so many earth artifacts in 1 minute, this Strength Realm Master would definitely be shocked to death. I didn't expect that in addition to the 3 blacksmiths in the upper 3 cities, there would be another master. Okay, I'll buy all of these earth artifacts at the same price as before. Yang Kai directly took out 30 million top-quality crystal stones. Yi Xian accepted it with a smile and completed the transaction, earning a net profit of 17 million top-quality crystal stones and 30 million top-quality crystal stones cultivation base. After the transaction was completed, he said, City Lord Yang, I still need some things. What do you need? Just tell me, Yang Kai said. Celestial Bluestone Dragon Jade? Yi Xian said a lot of things at once. You want to forge a heaven artifact? Yang Kai instantly understood. And the elders of my family want to practice. In addition, they need a heaven-grade martial art. I wonder if Myriad Pavilion has any. Yi Xian nodded. We have a little celestial bluestone and dragon jade, but we don't have any other materials. As for heaven-grade martial arts, we don't have any. Yang Kai replied. At this time, Yi Xian realized that even if Myriad Pavilion had a heaven-grade martial art, he probably couldn't afford it. This was definitely not something that could be bought with a few thousand or 10,000 spirit stones. Then I also need some alchemy materials. Chapter 3:14. The day before the competition this time, Yi Xian stayed in the Myriad Pavilion for half an hour. He had too many ways to earn money, so he could only choose some common materials to refine. A day later, he brought the pills to the Myriad Pavilion again. At the same time, he also took out some treasures he had exchanged for. Yang Kai had high hopes for these treasures, but unfortunately, there was a limit to how much they could be exchanged for. In the end, Yi Xian only earned 100 million top-quality crystal stones. Although it wasn't much, it still brought him one step closer to the heavenly core realm. However, if he wanted to become the city lord of Guangjin City, he would need to at least break through to the heavenly core realm. Therefore, he went to the Myriad Pavilion again the day before the city lord competition. This time he wanted something different. He found Yang Kai. Yi Xian, what do you want this time? Yang Kai asked. This time, it's a bloodline seed I found in a senior's cave mansion. Yi Xian took out a crystal clear seed and handed it over to Yang Kai. A bloodline seed. When these 4 words entered Yang Kai's ears, it caused his body to tremble violently. With his current realm, he could condense everything he had learned into a bloodline seed, but the price he had to pay was that he would become an ordinary person. What are the effects of these bloodline seeds? Yang Kai asked. This bloodline seed can increase one's comprehension of sword-type martial arts by 10%, as well as increase one's strength by 10%. This one is of a higher grade, it can increase one's comprehension by 20%. Yi Xian handed over another bloodline seed. Hearing this, Yang Kai asked in shock. This isn't a martial arts seed? No, this is a special bloodline seed. City Lord Yang might not have heard of it before, but it does have such an effect. Yixian nodded. Yang Kai went silent. This was the first time he had seen this type of bloodline seed, so he couldn't help but be a little skeptical. If City Lord Yang doesn't believe me, you can find someone else. I can use this 10% bloodline seed as an experiment. Yixian endured the pain and said, "No need, I'll experiment on my own. First tell me, how much do you want for these 2 bloodline seeds?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. In fact, he was also a sword user. If he could increase the power of his sword skills by 20%, it would be a huge boost to his strength. City Lord Yang, how much do you think it is? Yixian asked in return. If it really has the effect you say it does, I think that this 10% crystal is worth at least 100 million top-quality crystal stones, and this 20% crystal is probably worth more than 300 million top-quality crystal stones, Yang Kai estimated in his heart. Of course, this was the price on the Skywater continent. If it was the Bloodstone continent, it would be more than that. Sure. Yixian nodded. 400 million high-quality crystal stones was more than enough for him to break through to the heavenly core realm. In fact, he really didn't want to give away the bloodlines of the swordsman and swordsman. After all, he could give them to his friends in the future. Alright, then I'll test it out myself. Yang Kai took Yixian and left. Arriving at the back of the Myriad Pavilion, he swallowed the Sword Master bloodline. Immediately after, 2 golden rays of light shot out from his eyes. Swoosh! Yang Kai took out a long sword and slashed towards the sky. A warrior at his level had a deep understanding of his own martial arts. The power of this slash had indeed increased by 20% compared to before. Good stuff! Yang Kai cried out in surprise. He turned around and asked, Yixian, if I swallow this 10% crystal stone, will it? No, it won't have any effect. Yixian shook his head. Apart from him, everyone could only have one bloodline. Although a swordmaster was the advanced version of a swordmaster, it still wouldn't work. Alright, then I'll keep this one for Chana. Yang Kai kept the other bloodline seed. Then he took out 400 million top-quality crystal stones and threw them to Yixian. When Yixian put away all the big treasure chests, his spirit shook. He could finally break through to the heavenly core realm. Yixian, do you have any more of these bloodline seeds? Yang Kai asked hastily. I still have some. Yixian nodded. The reason why these bloodline seeds could be exchanged was because Yixian had fused with them before. In simple words, he couldn't exchange for bloodlines that hadn't been fused with before. Previously, when he gave Adjudicator Song the Axe King bloodline seed, he had already fused with the Axe King bloodline. For his brother-in-law, he had sacrificed a bloodline window. One had to know, with his current situation, he couldn't even afford a bloodline expansion window. When Yang Kai heard this, he immediately brought Yixian to his residence in the Myriad Pavilion. 100 Beast Bloodline, Wind-Chasing Leopard Bloodline, 100 Flower Bloodline, Sagittarius Bloodline. Yixian told Yang Kai the characteristics of these bloodlines one by one. This time he was going to spend a lot of money. When Yang Kai heard about the characteristics of these bloodlines, he was already thinking about how many top-quality crystal stones he would have to spend to buy them. However, he was also thinking that no matter how much he had to spend, he had to buy them all. If he sold them, he would definitely be able to get back what he had invested, and he would also be able to make a huge profit. This time they talked for a full 2 hours. In the end, they decided on a price: 10 billion top-quality crystal stones. After reaching an agreement, Yang Kai took out some purplish-black stones and said, "These are soul-condensing stones. They are the currency used by Spirit Realm 4th stage powerhouses. One stone is equivalent to 100 million high-grade crystal stones. Here are 100 stones." Yixian took the soul-congealing stones and asked in confusion, "Why are these things used as currency?" Because Spirit Realm experts need to use these soul